decide to let you go. it so hard to let you go.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the grand finals of the PUBG C series. With me here is Brian Husky, and I'm Aaron Contrachan, bringing you all the matches to come. In case if you guys have missed day one of the grand finals, of course, we're going to walk you through it once again. And of course, if you guys just entered here, I hope you guys can share the stream all over to your dear friends who also love PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. So, of course, Husky, it's great to, of course, have you back here in the casting desk. Well, technically, we are casting from a humble boat, and of course, we are just practicing social distancing, and we hope you guys are too. And all thanks to PUBG Corporation, Geek Events, K&K Revolution, as well as Cause and Effect for making this happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the second day of the playoffs, and we are, or the grand finals, as I should say, and we are already, witnessing a tug of war between the few of those front runners. And for those who missed out yesterday, you definitely would want to rewatch the VODs because we had some really crazy action from all the teams that we expected to perform, but of course some lackluster performance for some other squads. That are also in the top 16, which I did mention towards the end of the broadcast yesterday that I'm looking forward to seeing some of these teams really buckle up, especially when this is the second day. But we're going to show you guys the stats from yesterday. This is the state of the grand final so far. DK Esports managing to just scrape by, nailing that first place with 66 points, with Archangel Predator catching up in second with 63. Bahamut Gaming having a pretty awesome second half, getting a total of 57 points, 24K with 46, Champ with 42, Ronin PUBG 37, the Yakuza 35, and of course CGM Wolf with 34 points to total up the top 8.
Started here with a total of 30 points, followed by FTW Philippines with 29 points, 27 both for FFG, KXS, as well as Carbon Gaming. Ophion Gaming, pretty much a lackluster run in day one, but I do hope that they finally pick themselves up. Same goes to Boss Gold Esports as well as Gold Army Factory. Wasted Boys with a total of 11 points as well as 10 points apiece for the 15 and 16th place. So, of course, there's a lot of catching up to do for some of these teams that have been participating. And, of course, for those of you guys who are currently in the chat, put the hashtags down, support your favorite teams, of course, with their three initial letters, and then, of course, with the word win behind, just to give them a little bit of a morale boost. You guys might just be that fifth man of this squad, but of course, not in the usual PUBG and PUBG in that sense, where there's only gonna be four players playing on each team. So uh, Husky, we've seen so many amazing things happening throughout the entirety of the PSS, and now we of course will run you through the schedules as well as some of the rulings, if we may. If you guys haven't followed us, do follow us on Geek Events, PUBG C official, as well as Geek Events on Facebook as well as YouTube, and from the matches. For the first match for today, we'll be starting off with Miramar, and on the other half of the day, we'll be starting off on Erangel, roughly about 9:45 p.m. GMT +8 in that sense.
Yep, exactly. And I think, yesterday probably one of the most memorable moments was definitely round five on Miramar. We CJ and Wolf, everyone had their eyes on them. They could have been the first Malaysian team to get that chicken dinner, but it didn't happen, right? I did
Mhm.
go back and rewatch the VODs a couple of times. They were in a bit of a pinch, but obviously the panic did set in and led to that unfortunate ending. But hopefully today is going to be different because we are starting off in Miramar. Straight off the bat, the players are being thrown into this open wasteland where you have little places to hide behind, and you really have to utilize the terrain to advantage instead of having trees and haystacks to hide behind. This is basically and free for all. And you can see some of the teams they really struggle with this. One of the surprising things to me is that we haven't seen much of those valley control by these teams. I think the most we saw was getting control of one particular mountain or just one particular high ground. We haven't seen ambushes between the valleys, probably because of how the circle has formed across the three rounds of Miramar yesterday. Hopefully today we'll see something different.
Yeah, I do hope so as well. So far, yesterday's pace for the match one, we did saw a lot of them going in for a lot of early game skirmishes, or even in phase three itself, we see so many takedowns and, of course, some DBNOs all across the map. And I do believe that Miramar maybe it'll be a little bit slow pace for phase number one, and eventually it'll pick up from phase three onwards for sure. Now, we are about to actually get things underway, but before that, of course, as we did mention previously, all the maps that we'll be playing today will be between Miramar as well as Erangel. So the first three maps will be inside of Miramar, followed by Erangel from map 4 onwards. So, of course, things are going to be getting pretty hit up. Now, if they do have any sort of desperate attempt, they got to start now, not on day three, because by the time day three comes, there's going to be some point disparity between some of these teams. And yesterday we saw Bahamut Gaming really having such a great run. Same goes to Champ, the only team that has gotten two chicken dinners in day one of the grand finals. And Archangel Predator, of course, they did have a great consistency, but by the end of the day, they got their top podium finish, getting chased by some of all these teams. So I do believe that it shouldn't be too much of an issue. We're looking at a possible three-way horse horse race in that sort of sense.
Yep, exactly. And I think so far the standings,
Excuse me.
by the end of the first half yesterday, by the end of Erangel, we did talk about how the disparity between the first place and the the third and fourth place was almost as large as 30 minutes. But towards the end, I think the point gap was kind of shortened. It shrank, and now we are looking at a pretty tight race in that top eight. Actually, the top 10. I think the only few teams that are really struggling are teams that with less than 20 points, which I really do worry for them. We kind of talk about this for a few of the rounds where teams like Wasted Boys, Go Army Factory, 24K, they definitely can do better. I think we definitely have seen them do better, but they are not showing that just yet. Ophion Gaming was also another team that we had high expectations coming into day one, but day one was just a train wreck for them. So maybe today is going to be different. Maybe they work things out, but they will really have to show it in this next 6 rounds to even have a chance in day three.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that some of these teams might have added some extra hours on their training schedule before they even start off this run today, and maybe some have also actually went in towards the VODs and studied how did the other teams actually fare, how did they rotate it. Maybe they can actually avoid a couple of conflict. Maybe they can actually set up an ambush or sorts. So this is where things might just get a little bit more interesting as compared to day number one, where in game match five itself yesterday, it looks like it was a no holds bar, but it was quite a roller coaster ride from always the start to the end. Of course, a couple of hiccups in between as well. Some self inflicted, some is just you know happenstance in this sort of sense. But I'm pretty sure that now that they are pretty much ready, hope they've already got themselves prepared for the very first chicken dinner of the day. So, of course, if you guys have your heavy favorites, put it in the chat below and tell us why are those teams your favorite amongst the rest. Of course, now we're looking at the top 16, comprising of Malaysians as well as from the Philippines. So, uh, we are looking at a trend here where yesterday it was all Filipino affair where all six teams were actually, I mean, all six matches were actually won by the Philippines.
Yeah, and other than the fact that CJ Wu was the closest to being the first Malaysian team to get that playoff chicken dinner, the rest of the Malaysian teams have been slightly lagging behind. You can put a couple of examples like for Wasted Boys, Go Army Factory, Bosco Esports. You can kind of categorize these
24K as
three
well.
teams in 24K gaming, right? 24K gaming. They are kind of in the same predicament, I would say, is this middle of the pack kind of performance. And even CJ and Wolf, after that round six, they kind of seem slightly beaten. They kind of roll back to their initial performance. it almost felt like round 5 was just a spark and just a moment of breakthrough that didn't really work out.
Yeah, and amongst all these Malaysian teams, of course, you did put up a couple of notable names, but of course, one name that you did miss out is the Yakuzas, which I feel they have very heavy potential. They have all these veterans like Old Man as well as Savior. So these guys, even if I'm not mistaken, Dima has been performed really, really well, and I really want to see a lot more from them. But there are times where they actually take really early engagements that take too much out of them. Like the effort may not be worth the cost. By the time that they hit that mid game, they're already a little bit more worn out than the rest. So that's a little bit more concerning. As for Archangel Predator, yesterday they start off with the really huge round chicken dinner and slowly, get themselves uh, slowly moving down the standings in terms of, I wouldn't say moving down the standings. I mean, their momentum have slowly shifted as time goes by. So once again, we talk about stamina, we talk about consistency. This is the key formula for them to actually climb all the way up or maintain that top shape that they have. Of course, we got Calbs as well as some of all these players like Mamanji, even CJ18. And they are all great players, including Georgie, who actually pull off quite a number of sick clutches as well. So we're gonna see what's in store for us in Game 1 of Miramar in a couple more minutes from now.
Yeah, and I think one of the teams that probably deserves a bit of mention is also Champ from Philippines. We did notice a bit of a pattern from them throughout most of the routes that they play in is they always go for these isolated drops, right? They always go to the corner of the maps where this is certain that no one else will be there, and they tend to make those pretty late rotations. And I think it's either round 5 or round 6. One of these rounds yesterday on Miramar, they made one of the latest rotation into that safe zone, and it's you can say that it's one of the riskiest move as well. They basically lost half of their health just tanking that blue zone from moving from the southern side into the oasis area. They survived for slightly longer after that, being lucky enough to drive through the hot zone, but still at the end of the day they didn't make it. And I think this kind of moves is uh, that signifies who they are, but it also puts them in a disadvantage where there's a high chance that they might not make it until the end, but somehow they were also the only team that got 2 chicken dinners yesterday. So the unpredictability is really exciting when we talk about Champ.
That's right. And speaking of which, something that I didn't really predict is that Wasted Boys will be starting off the very first round with only 3 men. So 1 man disadvantage here as compared to all the other teams. I think this may actually affect Wasted Boys a little bit in that sort of way. But nonetheless, we're looking at this flight here, starting out from the southeast side, heading towards La Corberia, and this actually gives all the teams so much more options, leaving out places like Valdemar as well as perhaps Cruz de Val. But hey, a little bit of a stretch shouldn't be too much to ask for some of all these players who are playing. But now we are about to get the show underway, and we're looking at FFG right now, having Clanflower first booking off some pickup trucks there before they go in for the loots, which is so vital inside of Miramar.
Yeah, and I think at this point you can kind of name one member, at least one member from each team that carries the flag of the team with them. You know, the top performer, for example, Kevlar for FFG that we mentioned just now. You have Roulette, I believe, from you have Nine Holy, excuse me, from Go Army Factory, CJ for Arcade Predator, Georgie from DK Esports. I think these people have more of the spotlight, but at the same time, their performance really speaks for that. They really deserve that recognition. For FFG, I would say between Kevlar and Aoki probably has slightly more outstanding performances throughout this entire tournament. But Kevlar has also been stepping up this past few rounds, especially yesterday.
That's right, and I definitely would say that he's one of that key figure for the side of FFG. And now we're looking at Bahamut Gaming, of course, being one of the top dogs out there who has so much potential to actually take it all the way home, and I definitely want to see them rising up the ranks against all the other big teams across the world as well as Southeast Asia. Like, of course, we don't really see some representation for today from like uh, Thailand or from Indonesia or so sorts, but hey. They have really high quality plays across their entire run, and the number speaks for themselves. Like DK right now is now on top with 66 points. So for BMG to actually chase them, they need roughly about 9 points to just even the score. So that's not too bad.
Yeah, and I think this top 8 run is probably the closest that we've ever been. We can also include Next Wave Predator and FTW Philippines, a maximum of 30 to 36 points away from that first place spot, which is pretty possible if you just get 2 good runs. Then that would set you either above or close to DK Esports' current score. But Go Army Factory, you have KMF1 going on a solo mission, and this is probably one of the things that you hardly see from Go Army Factory. They have been playing alongside Nine Holy. It's either Nine Holy +1 or KMF1 +1. So this maneuver is probably something that they are trying out on Miramar, trying to at least experiment with. Luckily enough, CG and Wolf is nearby, but they have no idea that they are possibly being scouted out, as the roar of the motorbike will be an indicator for KMF1.
That's right. And now we're looking back in towards some open angles for the side of KMF1 to actually control the entire section, which is why he's just holding on towards this position to just gatekeep anyone that's lurking nearby. Although, CGM move might just be the nearest one, but it's pretty hard for them to actually go in for that hot pursuit. But here comes KMF going for the spray down already on towards the buggy. And that's not going to be successive shots right through that area. But FTW is going to have that Mirado tipping over. Lucky enough, he's back on all 4 wheels, and they will still make that way in.
I think I made this point before during the PCS Charity Showdown, that PUBG has one of the weirdest physics ever when it comes to vehicle and vehicle knockdowns, where just a minimal contact can cause you to lose your life. But this first circle is already pretty interesting. Down to that southwestern side, we have 2 different islands and the mainland. It's going to be a scramble for all these teams, and the best part is no one dropped on that prison area. So if this circle closes a bit down to the southwest, I think we're going to have a literal bloodbath in around phase 3 or 4. But Shogun does land the headshot onto Banana Bus. Momonji also trying to get a spray onto those passing vehicles, but this is a really tall order due to that distance, so it's not going to get any damage done.
Well, it's still some great effort coming across, but Champs are actually finding the kill over on the side of Next Play Predator, and they are having free loots right out in the open. Well, great work coming in from Champs, who actually got themselves 2 chicken dinner yesterday. Now we're looking at Carbon Gaming's Descarte, spotting out some movements as some of all these players are slowly driving in towards Los Higos. So, it's a big gamble if you were to choose between the 2 segments, where it's going to be the hills right here where Carbon Gaming is at, or the southern island that we talked about earlier on. And now Zayahai, being in the middle of the highway, spraying on towards the side of WB.
This is one of the ways to get yourself ran over, but the highway is pretty clear. And he's taking a really big gamble, trying to go for the spray onto Wasted Boys, but Shogun himself will try. The vehicle's gonna drive by, he does set one on fire, and he will kill off Didargus. As Didargus does disembark, but dies anyway due to a fall, and Shogun is not done yet. Zayahai meanwhile finishes up Aoki. Champ fighting on 2 fronts. And you can see the Kevlar, he desperately wants to get away, but Shogun is not letting him off the hook without doing much damage. So FFG, a rough start. Zayahai will finish off Kevlar as well. This is not a smooth sail for them. Roulette also gets a bit of tag onto the residents down there. It's going to be Rikta, but Rikta will also fire back. Omen meanwhile gets down by Dawn.
Of course, Champ actually dealing the most damage thus far. We're seeing a little bit of spray down right in the middle of open once again. A great pickoff coming off from the side of Bosco as we see 24K going in for that commitment as well, as it's going to be able to actually knock out Pop Bicep. But here comes Dream Try-R. He sees that enemy right across. His M0 needs a little bit of helping hand. And that's going to be a little bit of damage being done right across, as it's going to be returning the favor as well, as Skyco is now being stuck right behind that broken vehicle.
Yeah, Skyco needs to make a run for it. It's not in a condition to fight. He did take a heap of damage, so 2 smoke grenades drop, and he's going to try and gain some distance, but Dreams YR still has his scope onto him. The crosshair is there. He gets on his bike and he drives to safety. Probably tries to reconvene with the rest of his team as Moscow Esports. They were split up from the get-go, but meanwhile, off-screen Zayahai does down Narpim and El Satan to finish him off. Champ, they've already gotten a couple of frags in this phase 1.
Yeah, and it's a really great start for them. And despite all these challenges of the entirety of this region, they have managed to find a great place to actually camp out and catch so many of all these passerbys. Now, speaking of passing by, I think FTW is going to be trying to do exactly the same. So from this angle, they might just actually get some really good picks as Next Play Predator is at it once again. But now they're only down to 1 member. PJ is still playing so aggressively. But of course, this is going to be pretty much of an awkward angle for them to actually go in to challenge champs, which have the bigger numbers, while phase 2 is closing out in less than a minute.
And you can see Ross XD also finds a target. Also spray a bit of a decent control, and he manages to find a headshot onto OGP. But Eman is there for the backup though, so Ross XD not really having that luxury. Wasted Boy Spamcop actually steals that away, and it seems like they might want to challenge Eman on the clip as well. But we'll see how this is going to work out for them. Meanwhile, Carbon Gaming did establish themselves in the settlement. Pretty much empty. Wasted Boys. Ross XD, where's your truck going? Goodbye.
It's rolling downhill. I guess like it shouldn't be a problem. But if in the case if there's gonna be any snipers already setting sights on towards Ross XD, then well, we might just say goodbye to him. But as it stands, we are looking at DK Esports still sitting pretty with 66 points, only 3 points of difference against Archangel Predator. Recta is going on foot alongside with the rest of Ophion Gaming, trying to actually get by from the western side of the following phase. So this is where things get a little bit rough as we look in towards the center. Well, to no surprise, it's always going to be Archangel Predator right smack in the middle. But CG, they are pretty close by to Killa, so he's got to be extremely careful. Well, over on towards the corners of Chumachera, we do see Kitsui being all alone right there, while the AWM is pretty much up for grabs here. And OG, they are spotting out Ronin.
Yep, and there's also Pendragon in the vicinity as well. Meanwhile, Dreams did get killed off by one Hida. I believe at the same time, 24K Gaming also is near Archangel Predator and Carbon Gaming, but this standout is going to be pretty tense. I don't think Pendragon realizes that someone is opposite just yet. Just wants to get a bit of an info, as they do hear the gunshots from Rikta. It's not going to be able to do much damage, but that is enough to create a bit of a distraction, as the rest of Ophion Gaming, they are in the vicinity of the safe zone. Frax does get lobbed out, but I think they're just going to play this slow.
You definitely have to play it a little bit slower. We do see some lead coming from the top side of the hill. OGs are finding it a little bit more difficult to perhaps secure anything much from that sort of sector, as the circle, of course, does not favor to the likes of the Southern Island region. And we talked about Ross XD, and I didn't mean to jinx him, but yes, that happened.
Yes. Yeah, if only his truck didn't roll down the hill. So he got knocked down. He's bleeding out. Wasted Boys, I don't think they are near him to pick him up, and if they are, they need to make it quick, because this blue zone has already... Nope, never mind. He's out. So Whisper Boy is now down to 2 members. Going to be Pendragon and Bamcop trying to make it into the circle. M0 manages to heal up a bit, but he's not out of the woods just yet, as one healer did take out their teammate. As meanwhile, PJCM gets caught by Pendragon and Next Play Predator. They see an early exit.
Now, Pendragon being stuck behind a broken bus. And he still has his vehicle up, but, you know, soaking way too much damage right outside of the zone. This is definitely going to hurt them a lot more, and there's not many places that they can cut through, unless if they go in towards Chupachera and go by the hills. That might just be a safe spot for them, but here comes the spray down coming from Pocoyo. Not really hitting much on towards that smoking buggy over on the side. FTW. Oh my goodness, the final tap. There we go. Ahida's down.
And meanwhile, Grissom, yep, the classic. It's just always him and Zaya High. They have a tendency to run over each other, but I'm pretty sure they had a talk about that, and they're still working on it. Hopefully, still stand by my suggestion to have that mechanic implemented, where the driver's license is a factor when it comes to piloting all these vehicles. So Champ, we haven't seen much of them so far. They are still under the radar as Art God. Oh, a couple of taps onto Shogun, and Shogun did not see them coming. And speak of the devil, Bramble Gaming, they are also in a pretty decent spot to at least survive through this next phase.
Same goes to the side of Gold Army Factory. Spotting out DK Esports. DK Esports is unfazed with this challenge, while Shogun here is, of course, asking for help. So Yaha is going to be arriving to the scene, but he's going to be in trouble as well as using that vehicle to block it. So they're going to be losing some tires from this point. This is going to be pretty rough, but over the side of a Legion bot, this is going to be him just trying to pick off some hits from the top side of the hill. So for now, the side of Archangel does not seem to be going in for those high kill volumes as of yet, but things might change in a little bit more.
Yep. The fact that there's shelter in the territory that they control, and the circle does include that, means that I think Archangel Predator should feel pretty comfortable staying there, as Edmund will be picked up by his buddy. Bamcop though runs into Nebu, and he has no idea what's coming. FTW Philippines should be able to secure this kill, because Bangkok is pretty far away from his buddy. We did talk about the other teammate being Pendragon, but Pendragon is not even there. Mamonji though will be able to take out Nebu, as OG will wipe out Ronin PUBG. And I think Ronin PUBG did not see that coming at all.
Yeah, definitely did not see that one coming. As now we're looking at the side of WB. They are definitely going to be having a really hard time getting out of this. Sayuri already locking in those angles with some good spray. This might just be 2 kills and back for the side of Sayuri. Nebu's going to be getting his health back up before trying to actually pull in some assistance. But there we go. Great taps coming in, and that's going to be into the spray over on the side of members of WB. Pendragon, of course, down on all fours. Bamcop's not going to be able to survive. That's 2 kills in the back for FTW, and Wasted Boys got wasted out.
What a spray from Sayuri, just instantly taking out Bamcop. The moment he runs out of the smoke, he just instantly gets down. I think Bamcop wanted to be a diversion, but it didn't really work out. Circle now closing a bit more towards the northern side. Still with Archangel Predator at the edge as the gatekeeper. They have Carbon Gaming right in front of them, and I think Carbon Gaming will find it pretty challenging to cut into the circle with Archangel Predator having the vantage point and also having a bit more cover when it comes to that. Georgie though, meanwhile off screen, does get down by Ezo as DK Esports. They will engage in a full gunfight against 24K Gaming, but it seems like they are winning out. Limitless and Maestro will get 2 secure kills on their end, and 24K, they are kind of burning out the gas.
Yeah, and looking at more and more teams trying to actually make their way in, especially from the southern side, it looks way too overcrowded, and there is already a spot being set up by the Yakuzas. Now, a couple of sort of smokes have been set up for the side of DK while they hold on towards their position. While we look at Carbon Gaming going for multiple pickups there. Hard Goose already taken out, and now the champs are in danger as Gold Army Factory storms their way through. They've already got those knocks in, and this is kill being secured for the side of GEF, and perhaps but they might actually get some great position right after this.
Meanwhile, 24K Gaming eliminated by DK Esports. They were able to down Georgie, I believe, with a nade, but there was no confirmed kill. So DK Esports still 4 men, being super healthy, able to continue this run to be the top competitors. CJ and Wolf, they did lose their members early on as Ruler does find Nebu. Pasha also gets knocked by CJ, and this is the advantage that we talk about for Archangel Predator, having the high ground, being in that circle. And CJ and Wolf, Pasha will have to find some cover for now. Ruler does finish off Nebu off screen eventually.
This is going to be pretty hard for Slidity to do much from this point onwards. So CGMove might be able to be playing it out as a solo unit. But FTW is going up close and personal against Ophion Gaming. Now Ferns is going to be trying to actually take this one off. Sayud is going to be knocked out. And there it goes. FTW's down and out. Ophion Gaming today performing absolutely stellar. And they will be able to still go in for the revival. ALJ and Bots has been perhaps getting a little bit of rest on day one, but today he is coming back up online once again. Grism's going to be able to actually secure the kill over on the side of OG Don as well. So as it gets a little bit more tighter upon these valleys of the hills, we're going to be seeing a lot of deaths happening over the southeast side once again.
Yep, and things starting to get a little bit heated up. FTW was a good job setting up that ambush with both members prone on different ends, but CJ now finally engaged in combat with DK Esports. Primes that nade, tosses it over. It does go off, but not enough to confirm any downs as Riktar will be eliminated by LC Tannis. Meanwhile, this is just an absolute fiesta with different teams going at each other's throat. Killer and CJ, they're going to retreat downhill as DK Esports will claim a bit of their ground on this upper quadrant. With that lone buggy there, I don't think any one of them wants to take it as the circle is towards the western side. They just want to make it into the safe zone, but DK Esports are forced to make a huge rotation to reconvene themselves before pushing into Arcade Predator possibly.
Now, over on the sides of Carbon Gaming, they definitely are forced to find an alternative way because they know that there's somebody out there. Definitely going to be a tough uphill challenge for them if they were to still force their way in towards that issue that they do have. The great Adis could be able to actually find that tap upon Champs, and El Satanas gets removed from quite a distance. Now back towards the side of Beaufoy, already securing 1 kill in a total of 2 added alongside with Descartes. Now, Beaufoy's going to be soaking a little bit more coming towards his angle, and there he goes. He gets knocked out by Maestro. Ooh, that definitely hurts.
From 2 different angles. Champ, before going down, they did manage to finish off the great AD, so they actually went. So they actually were able to get those 10 kills. The first team to achieve 10 kills today so far, but that is just a bad scenario to be in with 2 different teams shooting at you. But now Carbon Gaming, he did find Georgie as Maestro nades him with that frag. They do trade 1 back. Waiting for that confirmed just yet. DK Esports not given a single second to breathe as they're constantly engaged in this gunfight. Maestro will finally take out Descartes. This is probably a good start for DK Esports to push even further into that safe zone.
Now, we're seeing even more of that pressure going on for the side of Carbon Gaming as we look at more members on the side of DK giving that commitment. See James Wolf's
He's
going to
walking
be
through the
on
molly.
head place, but oh no! He gets burned out, and there's no way that he can survive that. Pasha's going to be able to get that 1 pointer, but there's so many of all these bullets flying towards the top side of the hill as we see both the Yakuzas as well as Archangel Predator are trying to find a way to pick off DK Esports as well as Carbon Gaming.
DK Esports, they are under heavy fire. You can see the nade being tossed up by Oman. The upward trajectory should be able to confirm the kill pretty soon. Namsel is holding his back. He's the one who got a nade by Oman. Let's take a bit of that painkiller. He doesn't have much left to work with. Gonna apply the bandage to patch himself up. But with DK Esports right beside him, I think he might not have long to live. But DK Esports now temporarily occupied because Bahama Gaming is in front of them. Joji just get knocked out by Mr. Chan. So Namsia will have a bit more time to figure out what to do. He does have the cover of the smoke grenade. Now he's going to take a big risk to run right through. He's going to immediately run into Maestro and steal that kill away. Ambushing from behind. He finally gets taken down by Yakuza. But he does manage to do a bit of damage to DK Esports. Fruity also will be confirmed by Shinryu-ji.
Oh, that's a long distance covered by the side of Georgie, but Dami's going to be getting that one. But he will still be knocked out in that sort of sense. Now, we're looking at Gold Army Factory being in the corners of the circle, but they need to still find a little bit more cover as Archangel Predator is securing half the map over on the right side of the circle, as Maddock and the rest of them are trying to actually put down even more of all these players across from the Yakuza. So Yahai is going to be tapping it through with the SLR as we see Mr. Chan here takes out Yakuza.
Archangel Predator have yet to get a single frag, so a very slow start for them. But Champ already 10 kills, and they're not stopping. They want to go for more. Just looking for more targets, and they do see Yakuza in a cover in the shack, barely within the circle though. So Champs are the one that should start running. They have Dami 42 down there acting as the cover, as the two surviving members of Champ will stick together. They'll have to run through this middle of the hill, and they're gonna start getting gunned down by Dami 42 as well.
Dami does have a ditch to work with, but Champs over the top side, of course, will get a little bit more of that angle, but they are pretty much low in terms of numbers. Gold Army Factory possibly will be able to actually find a couple of taps towards the side of Archangel, while Champs will go out at 6th place. This will be your top 5 still on the board. Bahama Gaming, Yakuza's, Gold Army Factory, as well as Bosco. But we haven't really seen Bosco doing all too much, but here comes the dates. Whoa! Holy gets on God, and now he's going to be dropping another blow up towards the top side of the hill. Perhaps it might just be a little bit more of that, something that he might just be able to get from that sort of angle, but the second name doesn't really connect, so there's still time for the Champs to still go in for the rescue. Same goes to Bahama Gaming.
And with that being said, at the same time, Rullet, he does down 9 Holy, Gold Army Factory, but being forced into the spotlight. Archangel Predator, we talk about them having a pretty slow start, but they're gonna drive straight into Yakuza, and Rullet is ready. Cover of that smoke grenade, he immediately sees Mad Dog, and he's gonna down him and finish him off straight away. Archangel Predator being intercepted as Bahama Gaming also chipping in as well. Killer does get the trade onto Xavier, but he needs to confirm kill as they do lose Arjun Bot. He is down as well. You can see CJ and Killer both are super low, and Yakuza, they're driving in. They're driving straight to revive the teammate and probably get the kill. Killer, he is prone down there, and Ruler knows that. Able to duck behind a vehicle to patch himself up. Killer also being pretty patient, tossing their money to force Rullet out into the open. Now he gets a sprayed out through the grass, but it's not gonna matter. He will be eliminated because Bahama Gaming, they also want a piece of the pie.
Seems like Bahama Gaming is giving them a little bit of a helping hand as Yakuza's will survive to tell the tale. 4 more teams left on the table here. Gold Army Factory, though they do only have 1 kill. We already talked about some of these teams only having 3 plays to play out. This could be a little bit of that flash going in, and there, kaboom! This might just be the days numbered for the side of Bosco, but they are still having a little bit more time inside the hut. But they are being driven down, and Bosco will be in flames, leaving only 3 more left. It's Yakuza's, Bahamut, as well as Gold Army Factory.
Well, Gold Army Factory turned that shack into a furnace, and there's nowhere for Bosco Esports to go. They did go in 4th, but they've not been active in this first round, so this placement is not going to be as impressive as they wanted it to be. But because of that, Bahama Gaming now, they are the ones with the control. And look at this turret, is so unfavorable for both Gold Army Factory and the Yakuza to play on. Bahama Gaming will always be able to see the targets moving uphill because of this circle. And they have this tough uphill climb.
Yeah, this is definitely a little bit harder for the rest of the teams to actually find a way through against Bahamut Gaming, but they first have to take down Shinruji first before anything else. If they were to actually storm in, they did get one pick off. KMF will find Arcot in the head. Well, Arcot trades back. He gets 9 holy, and now KMF almost getting it as well. He gets knocked down, which only leaves Wolf Elena trying to actually go in for the support, but the rest of the members of Yakuza are coming in from the right flank, and that will be one member dead from the side of Bahamut Gaming in the form of Mr. Chen. Only 8 players left, and this is going to be it. Your top 3, and oh my! KMF1 will find Arcot once again.
Yep, Arcot bleeds out to death. Bahamut Gaming with only one guy left alive. It's going to be Shinruji going up against both Yakuza and Go Army Factory. We might see the first Malaysian team to take that chicken dinner in this playoff. It's going to be a tough contest. 2 Malaysian teams left remaining and 1 Philippine. Shinruji now going to fall backwards, and Go Army Factory, they're going for a really wide rotation all the way from behind. And Shinruji, he has to know about this because this is pretty dangerous for him to be in. They're going to start things off with Molly to force him out, but Flashbang is used as well. KMFY will be blinded. Holy now, it's his turn to chip in some utility. Trying to find the target. The frag doesn't really land onto Shinruji, but Shinruji will be spotted out and weeded out. Holy will eliminate Bahamut Gaming, and now it's between Go Army Factory and the Yakuzas.
Now you've said it right. It's going to be the very first Malaysian chicken dinner right here, as the Yakuzas will have to fend off against Go Army Factory. Go Army Factory will desperately need the points a lot more, while Yakuzas are finding their way to the top of the podium. They are currently in the top 5, so if they do get that chicken dinner, that will definitely mean a whole lot to find themselves perhaps in the top 4 at the very least. Now, Savior holding on towards his SLR. He's got a 6 times with him as well. He knows that there's about 2 members out there. Oh no! He gets a little bit of damage through, and of course he might be able to utilize some of the smokes.tf. Alina's going to be saving Line Holy for the 2nd time coming, and perhaps the left flank coming from KMF might be doing wonders against Yakuza.
Yakuza, unlike Go Army Factory, who are clumped up, Yakuza are pretty much spread apart. They want all this isolated engagement, but utilities will start to be expanded. Roulette on the right does have the plethora smoke grenades, Molly being tossed out as well. So Roulette has little space to work with. You can see that Go Army Factory, they just want to flush him out, and they're going to find him. Roulette have nowhere else to run, and KMF1 will start things off by finishing him off, but Dami 42 will trade right back. Alina will find Dami, and it's up to the last member of Yakuza to possibly touch this out. Savior does find Alina, but it's going to be Go Army Factory that survives until the very end. They take that first chicken dinner for Malaysia.
It wasn't down so close for the Yakuzas, but Go Army Factory will claim the very first chicken dinner for Malaysia as they secure a total of 8 kills in the bag. So congratulations to them as they are finding their way back on track. While Yakuzas, of course, they also finished about the same number of kills. Well, just 1 less, if I, of course, calculate correctly right here. While Bahamut Gaming with 3rd place finisher here, I believe that they should be somewhere higher ranked as compared to Archangel Predator, perhaps.
Yeah, and you also have to give a bit of credit to Go Army Factory. They played with 3 members, and they were able to get the chicken dinner with 8 kills. Champ in 6th place, but they're the only team to get a double-digit frag in this round 1. Archangel Predator, a slow start, as I mentioned, only 2 kills in 5th place, and 5th place, excuse me. Bosco Esports, even though they ended up in 4th, but their lack of proactiveness netted them 0 frags at all. So they're walking away with a little bit of placement points, but they shouldn't feel too happy about that because because this is not the result that you should be getting when you are in the top few spots of every round.
Well, of course, each of these rounds sometimes can be a little bit more unpredictable when it comes to all these circumstances. But the good news is that there's still 5 more games to be played out for the entirety of today as Go Army Factory secures the very first chicken dinner of the day. Congratulations to the Malaysian side, of course. And with that being said, we're going to be having so much more of all these games to be played out, of course. But, things have been extremely exciting from day one all the way up to game two, and that was just our entree coming in for game number one. So game number two, I do expect a higher tempo coming in from the top dogs, and for those who are on the bottom of the pack, you can already see that they are doubling down their effort to climb up in their own ways. So with that being said, we later on we'll see how the scores will tally as we slowly tabulate the results for the leaderboards coming up next. So Husky, game one as compared to day one, how are you feeling about this? The tempo of it so far seems to be pretty good.
Yeah, and I do agree with that. But if you compare to yesterday, I feel like maybe today is slightly slower. Maybe because it is the weekend, so some players do feel a little bit woozy when it comes to that. Nonetheless, we've seen slow and steady wins the race for some of those teams. Maybe teams like Archangel Predator, who are known to be slow starters, will eventually get their gears churning as we go dive deeper into the next few rounds. But until that happens, we're gonna go take a short commercial break, and when we come back, we'll hop right back into Miramar for the second round of the second day of playoffs. We'll be right back.
Yet been able to find their entry into this circle wildcard. Oh, sharp shot! You seat swapping son of a gun into the back seat of the buggy onto his butt and spraying down onto.
이쪽에 NN이 맞춰거든요. 자, 기절을 못 시켰어요. 바로 못 시켰어요. NN 고각 수류탄. 자 위로. 오우. 자 이제 하나 와! 슈퍼 플레이 나오네요. 진짜 울트라.
Hey, you guys remember that Carnage had just a second ago? They're about to have some company and vehicles just come rolling. No, not Budgie. What? He lived somehow, some way. It's a little This is chaos incarnate. Microphone gets taken down.
厉害！这个厕所里面有人，
我俩
不知道一个飞身进去。
哎呀，好痛！这种角度真的很痛。
关键是他还是背着进去的，这是倒车入库。
背刺达人，我俩。
最后他
兄弟又来一个，补吗？
补
一手灯打底，
补的话，
没子弹了，还有12发，哇！
啊，第三个人呢？
你在干什么呀？
여욱 선수가 좀 혼자 남아있고 여기 살리고 연막적으로 소리 들렸죠 방금? 여기 있나요? 지금 불편한 동거를 같은 몰랐어요.
Have the numbers, which is starting to come back on the side. And Stacy's just holding the angle. He does go down from some good shots from McCoy. He jumps out of the building. His grenades go through. He spins back around on his angle. Steps around back behind him. Picks up another one. All right, McCoy. I see what you're working with. Happy birthday to you. And he picks up a fourth.
I'm trying to throw the pan. They're trying to pan him. They're actually trying to pan him. They got him! H3 got him!
Is an SLR. What are you trying to achieve here? Run him over. What are you trying?
He's flipped the car. He's flipped the car over.
Oh
my god, this is 10 head.
Phenomenal.
Yay! Oh no, two heads, 10 heads.
What is
Hello.
Kill him.
Rồi Long Bồn, hồi bây giờ
ม่งเข้ามาแล้วจังหวะนี้เขาไปยัดเข้ามา
有一点问题啊，跟上 Sister 要揉点，但是 IFG 老揉点，
一定是看跳伞的一个技巧的，直接拿枪出来打，
全是没枪的，
对方喷子连子弹都还没有换好，
哎呀，
暴揍啊！这是上 Sister。做個名打損勢，活動幫幫寫寫曬損沙包cùng với các thành viên ở bên phía DIC. Ép lên rất nhanh đến từ đội DIC, nhưng DIC đã bắt 2 người và có vẻ chỉ còn là một mình anh quân Moni ở đây thôi. Giờ thì Sa Bao làm gì? Tiếp tục đổi mạng tới từ vị trí anh quân. Rất loạn đến từ các thành viên ở bên phía DVX cũng như là đội của DIC và quả nét rất đẹp tới từ vị trí của em. 지금
자, 하세요.
이거 못 볼까는
하세요.
못 볼까는 수도 있어요. 엔투스 클났다. 열렸어. 와.
하나 더.
개수. 젠지.
야!
这波开到人家脸上去了，直接切座位跳车想反打，哇！干得稳！
จะโมงเข้ามาในหลุมเดี๋ยวดูนะให้จอดชนมาตรงนี้แล้วลงมาไม่ไหวแล้วครับดูเขาเจ้าแมน후가 뚫다가요 혹시라도 후가打掉第一个，这是一个慢动作哦。
And now it's getting back up, but Gem T, he can't make it count when it matters. And now Vascu left to find 2. He gets the tag on 1, but now he's down to almost no bullets. I think he's only got 20 in that 1 mag, and that's it. And then he's over to the mini, and well, what can you do with that? 17 bullets, 2 kills to find. It'd be a miracle for Vascu, but he's trying his best. Anything he has would be valuable here. He's considering, is it time for the blue? Can I do any damage? Oh my word, 5 bullets is all he's got to play with, and he's done it!
I'm going to die. With still having the main island having a little bit of control on there, a couple of these guys can make their way through and find himself getting knocked from.
It's really interesting because actually like the Team Liquid guys, super nice dudes. A grenade up to Hygwin. Hygwin the hero, but right on top of him.
来看一下这边3名成员不比推进面对 Harry 的架枪，直接打第1支、第2支、第2支、第3支，连串漂亮。什么东西啊
Well, he's gonna have to work his way forward. They're next to each other. He's actually just gone around him. Gaxi, turn around. He's behind you. They have no idea how close they are right now. Gaxi is a centimeter away, and inch by inch they walk forward in unison. Ghoststar just came out of the smoke. He has no idea that Ghoststar is still behind him. Both prone. Ghoststar to the prone. Oh my god, he might go down.
We'll see Ghoststar, but it's not quite enough. K-Man gets him down. K-Man goes for Fuzz. Fuzz forced to go down. He's going to stick to the spray. He's got no bullets left. Mini falls in. Oh my word.
とそしてリラクシドリー特殊部隊サンシスターを沈めに参ります。ケンです下手投げグレネード一旦ここが出て当たってる外っぽのダウン裏回って降りて外側1人目ダウン3人目いけるか3人目全部取れるか倒した
So many teams now piling up from the south. T-Bone. Oh my word, T-Bone's right next to them. He's gonna fly.
And welcome back, everybody, to the PUBG Grand Finals of the C Series. My name is Aaron Contrachan, and alongside with Brian Husky, we are in for some great games here. And of course, if you guys haven't hit the like and share button, or even subscribe, go ahead and do so. Of course, all these brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Geek Events, as well as K&K Revolution, Cost and Effect.
Exactly, and we just finished round number 1. Things gone by pretty quickly, with Go Army Factory being the first Malaysian team to grab a chicken dinner, and I believe throughout the entirety of the group stage, there has not been a single Malaysian team, but I could be wrong. But at least for the playoffs, Malaysia, the nation, has been able to show a bit. Go Army Factory, like you said, they really needed that chicken dinner a bit more than the Yakuza, and they got themselves just that. The other teams, we looked at the teams that were dominant yesterday: Arcade Predator, Bamwood Gaming, DK Esports. Slow start to game number 1. Bamwood Gaming, did make it the furthest, but it was Champ who ended up being the only team with 10 kills or double-digit frags. So let's take a look at the stats from game number 1. It's going to be Go Army Factory with that 18 points, 10 points for placements, and of course 8 kills. The Yakuza closing in with 13, Champ with 12 because they got an amazing 10 frags, Bamboo Gaming with 10 points, DK Esports with 7, Arcade Predator and Ophion Gaming tying up with 5 points, Bosco Esports tying up with Carmen Gaming with 4 points.
What I really like about Champ is that they had a lot of great setup in the early game to actually achieve that double-digit mark of kills in this matchup itself. But of course, to wrap things up from 9th place to the 16th, we have Carbon Gaming with 4 points, 3 points each for CGM Wolf as well as FTW Philippines. West Boys will come in with 2 points, 1 point being shared between 24K, FFG, Next Play Predator, and unfortunately for Ronin, seems like an extreme slow start for them for today. They didn't manage to salvage any single point in match number 1. But of course, we'll move into our total leaderboards and a little bit more to see who will be the one topping the charts right now. And of course, we're going to be having the flight coming in our way. Go Army Factory is our very first victor here in map number 1 of Miramar, but we are already going in towards map 2, ladies and gentlemen. So sit tight as we are about to actually take flight. So buckle up for this as we are looking for so much more. So we're going to be looking at into the total leaderboards right now, with the top 5 being DK Esports, Archangel Predator, Bahamut Gaming, Champ, as well as the Yakuza.
Yep, and you can see Go Army Factory, they barely scraped by the bottom of the barrel, now with 28 points. They have set themselves up in 13th place. So before this, they only have 10 points. It's a tough uphill climb, but starting to gain the momentum. Ophion Gaming now knocked down to 14th place. Definitely still underwhelming performance considering their group stage run. Running PUBG and CJ and Wolf down to 7th and 8th. 24K Gaming making a bit of a resurgence up to 6th place with 47, but the Yakuza, they are catching up with 49 points, followed by the top 4 with Champ in 4th place, 54. Batman Gaming still remaining in 3rd place with 67 points. 1 point away from Arcade Predator, who has 68 points. As DK Esports, they will widen the gap a bit more with their 5-point differential as they now sit on 73 points in the first place.
Yeah, and of course, I thought that Bahamut might just actually tie it in a little bit more. I mentioned them a lot as if I'm a big fanboy, but of course, I'm just looking at the race between some of all these top gunners out there. DK Esports still being absolutely phenomenal, and mind you, they all only have 1 chicken dinner each, while the rest of them are still trying to look for the chicken dinners. While even on the second half of the page, of course, we do have Carbon Gaming as well as Guami Factory, who did manage to secure 1 chicken dinner each. So I'm looking at Next Play Predator. What seems to be the issue here for them? Like yesterday's runs on the second half of the games, it seems like a very dismal run from them, where it was sort of like a burnout. Today, it seemed to be pretty okay for them as a starter, but they didn't really rake in all too much. But still, 31 points, not too much of an issue if they can get at least 2 good games for today.
Yeah, and I think Next Wave Predator, they definitely have that potential, but it feels like they've hit a roadblock, which is preventing them from performing better than they should be. Hopefully, they get that sorted out because we did see them having those fragging potential. We did see them taking initiatives and engaging in those fights, but it just did not feel like most of them was working out. So that's definitely an issue that Next Wave Predator would have to find a solution to ASAP. But other than that, I think in terms of the decision making, I would say that they are making the necessary moves. They're making the I would say the better moves or the most the safest decision. Just that maybe it's just not their luck just yet.
Yeah, perhaps so. Maybe they were just a few steps behind as compared to some of the other teams that are, already in the circle or so. Like you look at Archangel Predator, they're always smacking towards the center every single time from phase 1 all the way up to phase 5, if I must say. But of course, with that being said, we are taking flight all the way from the northern section all down south and towards the corners of Los Leones. But hey, there's a lot of options on the table. It's going to be El Pozo that's slightly off limits, as we are looking at a lot of all these teams securing pretty much a sector here. I'm looking at San Martin being a really good spot for them to actually get right in, as Next Play Predator is folding across alongside with FTW Philippines. Well, we are seeing pretty much a trend here for some of all these players to be rotating more towards the western side of the map, of course. But we'll have to see how the phase 1 is going to be treating them. Yesterday, we see Circle loitering around the corners of Tori, Akumada, as well as some right in between some of these hills as well. But, it can be pretty much another place where it does have a slight percentage of water. Of course, we'll just have to wait and see.
Yep, and the first circle on, in the previous round, did dip down to the prison area in for the first phase before closing in onto the mainland. We'll see if this first circle for this round is going to be as treacherous as its predecessors in round 1. The Yakuza's a slightly late drop, considering we are already almost a full minute in, but they did manage to safely land and find themselves a vehicle, so it's allowed them to reposition themselves to that compound nearby. As Champ, like we said, they always like to take these isolated areas at the edge of the map, and they're gonna do the same as well for this round.
Yeah, both parties, so definitely gives them a lot of loot advantage in that sort of sense, especially when the loot numbers are increased in esports mode anyway. So they should be having no problems whatsoever to secure their favorite weaponry. While inside of Hacienda del Patron, we're looking at Bahamut Gaming, preferring to stay somewhere more towards the central north of the map. And we can already see Next Play Predator is not too far away from them. So they are slowly keeping their distance. Hope you guys are keeping a distance as well during this time of pandemic. But of course, FFG. Yesterday we see quite a number of impressive games from them in terms of frags, but they had a couple of games where they came pretty close to the chicken dinner, but they kind of fell flat when the moment mattered the most.
Yeah, and I think partially it's just because maybe the late game scenario is their biggest hurdle that they've yet to find a way to get over. Archangel Predator, we talked about how game 1 is a slow game for them. They only ended the round with, I believe, 2 frags. So the position that they're in didn't matter too much. They could have done slightly more, considering that they ended up in the center of the circle. But boy, we get another circle. This time, it takes us right into the open with 50% of the circle being ocean. Well, excluding the a bit of the islands right there, but no teams are near the coastline, so you can expect most of this squads or even all of them to trickle in from this western side. And it's going to be absolutely messy. Bosco Esports and CGM will at least they found their heaven in the middle of it all.
Yeah, I'm looking at DK Esports actually having some advantages to gatekeep some of these guys coming from the northwest side, but we're looking at DK, of course, so as we speak with their names, they're already going on for the straight out against FFG. Now, a couple of tabs are being sent across towards the side of Limitless as well. He has to actually force his way through, but look at him, he doesn't really have the best of loots as he's still wearing level 1 vest as well as a broken helmet already, but they are getting evaded by Die Doctors, and here comes Limitless trying to actually hold on by himself. He doesn't really have that much of a support as they are all crashing in. This is going to be looking pretty tough for him as we are storming right through. Limitless will have nothing left for him to actually hold on for.
Slightly unlucky for Limitless. He went for the spray, I believe, onto Kevlar. It's either Kevlar or Ketsui, but he missed all of his shots. He gets tagged in the head by a rifle. Afterwards, Didakus crashes right in. He finds the angle to get a upfront spray, but damage was not enough to take out Didakus, and the rest of FFG just swarmed that compound. And this is also, exploiting DK Esports' playstyle. They like to spread out, kind of a bit like Archangel Predator, but normally they go in a two-man formation. So the fact that Limitless is alone is slightly out of the ordinary, and it did cost him his life.
Yeah, of course. It definitely was costly, but he was just taking his chances. He did not really expect a full team to just rush by in, as he was scouting his way through. But such is the life of some of these scouters that are playing their roles in the map, where you're just looking for information, but sometimes when the opportunity arises, you really want to take it. Well, we're looking in towards the other sections here, as we have Ophion Gaming now facing into trouble here, as we see Archangel Predator being right across the street. So this seems to be very much a familiar situation as compared to what it was yesterday, where Archangel Predator really likes this sort of compound to hold on to. And Ophion was, once again, their friendly neighbors, or should I say not so friendly after all.
Archangel Predator, they do know that Ophion Gaming is right across. This is the exact same building that we saw in the second last round yesterday, where Killer was kind of isolated at the corner, acting as the scout, but Go Army Factory, they also are going to make a pit stop around this compound. Pretty abandoned for now, but OG is going to open up onto Go Army Factory, and KCS will be the first victim. This is his first game in PSS, but he immediately gets taken out, and Holy will be able to trade Rikta back with the help of Alina. At least it's a 1-for-1 trade. He's going to go for more though. The Great AD downs Holy. The Great AD downs Alina. Gets the confirmed kill. Go Army Factory losing out on this, but there's still one last member of Go Army Factory left on the right side. Great AD doesn't really care too much about that. He already took out the majority of GAF, and Ophion Gaming, they should be happy with this.
Yeah, absolutely ecstatic for sure. Ophion Gaming has been desperate for those sort of points, as they are currently sitting at 14th place in terms of overall ranking. So every single point matters from this point onwards, as they are trying to make their climb in, while Mad Dog's going to be able to pick off one in terms of Ophion. At the moment that we talk about Ophion here, and of course, Archangel Predator did hear a lot of noise being created in that commotion, and now Bahamut's going to go at it as well. While Mr. Chan spring into its the top side of the hill. I mean, he's just trying his luck for sure. He's already got a couple of taps over on towards his helmet for a little bit, but he's going to be able to still secure himself some safety in it.
Well, Alginbot does take out the Great AD, so Ophion Gaming, they're still not out of the woods yet. Bahamut Gaming also possibly caught in a tight situation where they might have to fight through. This see Mr. Chan is getting sight of Alginbot, but not able to land the necessary shots. Bit of a frustration taps right there, perhaps. And Ophion Gaming now, with only Dawn left alive, he will just drive away and lay low and watch and just observe how the next few circles is going to be.
Grows inside the back with it 8 times, but I don't recommend anyone to actually put this anywhere close to each other. But of course, you can't really equip the AR with an 8 times from now. But here's a little quote from DK Esports. A little bit of interesting fact about our team is that we kill and kill every time, and the style we play is just we like to go to the edge of the circle every single time. So this is a little bit of that sort of the tactics being played by teams. You know, like you see a new phase, get to the corner of it, not the center, and you are ready for takeoffs. Which is why DK Esports have one of the highest kill volumes. Like you are flipping from the corners all the way in towards the center.
Yeah, and I definitely agree, and this is an observation that I did make early on as both boys decided to take a dip into the ocean just to avoid El Satanas, but Carbon Gaming will be split apart. If you look at this circle now, because of so much coverage of the ocean, it's going to be hard for teams who are trying to get into the safe zone through the coastline. There's definitely going to be gatekeepers. Champ is one of those teams that drop at the corner at the very corner. When they parachuted down, so they're gonna gatekeep as well. Like DK Esports mentioned themselves. Look at the map right now. They are still playing near junkyard, near the corner. Even though if they cannot get kills through gatekeeping, they will always stick to that edge of the circle, and that was how they stole that chicken dinner away from CGM Wolf yesterday.
Yeah, and that definitely was quite a sight to spectate, and we were baffled on how exactly CGM did not really land the final blows, but they opted to do something which was a little bit more questionable. But hey, back towards the side of Zayahai, he's lining up for that headshot, and there we go! Descartes down! And of course, Carbon Gaming can only find who exactly is the culprit. As for now, Zayahai just keeping himself pretty much secured in the distance. Well, Namxiao might just see a little bit more lead hitting his way, while that grenade being tossed towards his section will not do anything at all. Satanas, he did get Bofoy, but it's IC that takes him down as well. Another member being down is Zayahai, pretty much close to death, as we are looking at him at 20% of HP.
Yep, Arvin's forced with death, but Shinruji, they are engaged with Next Predator off screen. Wasted Boys now Ross XD, not in a good place as well. Pendragon will have to keep his eye on Skyco. Ross XD does get down by Die Darker, so you do have a third party. Meanwhile, the frag does get slopped down. Carbon Gaming, they need to brute force to Champ, and they are able to do so. Grism also gets down as well, with Shogun being that Overwatch with the sniper rifle. It should be pretty easy for Champ to still gatekeep this area, as Carbon Gaming, they have to take some time to recuperate.
Well, Carbon Gaming can actually secure the kill by now, but he chooses to burn them alive. Not willing to actually unload those sled, while Shogun is standing by, hoping to at least pick one off before anything else happens to Yahai. Now coordinate against Isu. Isu already senses the danger as he strafes across, now headed towards the corners of Bufoy. Well, El Satanas is just hiding by. And that possibly would be a really huge surprise if they were to actually cut corners. But there we go, a little bit more attacks coming from Zayahai to knock out Bufoy. And this is getting even more interesting as it goes. While Zayahai knows that there's only Isu inside, he's going to be opening up the mollies, and he might just be actually burn them off. This is going to be putting them out, and there we go, Carbon Gaming is out. Well, Zayahai will secure even more kills for Tams.
Yeah, there's no way that they can get away from that molly. It just barbecued them alive. And meanwhile, DK Esports, they do take out one man from the side of Arcade Predator to even out the playing field, as they did lose Limitless early on. And you can see Arcade Predator, we just spoke about them. And precise communication and patience are the few best part of our team. And I couldn't agree more. They do have one of the most consistent runs so far. And not to anyone's surprise, because they are one of the favorites coming into PUBG C series, and they also are one of the teams that got the highest frags out of the entire qualifiers with more than 100 frags. So even now the standings, they are in second place, but they can easily just overtake DK Esports if they have one good game. And that, Fruity, Gonna see some target driving by it. What to run him down? Slide DD! What was that? He takes out Fruity, but Georgie will get the knockdown, and he should be able to confirm that. But oh man, Slide DD styling on Fruity. Darkus might want to chip in as well. Maestro finishes him off. The frag from behind. Darkus taking a bit of chip damage, but CJM Wolf and FFG, yeah, pretty much locked in a three-way combat. Kesui does down Hahagus. Kevlar trying to look for an angle in. Poco is just upstream, uphill, but he's not getting the vision. Hahagus will be secured, and Darkus now will go for a direct push. You can see that there's just kill feed, just people dying left and right. Pasha down Darkus, but CJM Wolf will be wiped out as Kesui will put out the finishing touch.
Beautiful touches indeed, and I gotta say, if Slide ED's hands and eyes were real quick in towards the action, the moment he steps out of his Mirado, he puts those bullets straight in towards their heads. But unfortunately, he wasn't really in the best of position, so the rest of the teams slowly gets picked off right after that. But Yakuza's now, they're getting prepared against Arcadian Predator. Here comes the spray coming from Savior. He might just actually knock him out of the vehicle as we see a perfect blow over on the side of LJ and Bots. But he knows that there's still somebody up there before he keeps his eyes over on towards the knock member. But Dami's going to be getting that kill secured for the side of Savior, as the rest of AAP battered and bruised, but not out as of now. Still 14 teams still alive.
Yep, and Arcadian Predator not having a good run so far. They did lose one of their members, and they're gonna lose CJ as well. Maestro catches him as he tries to drive into the circle, and he's gonna die a painful death. Killer is just nowhere nearby. Arcadian Predator, they always spread out all four men and rely on their individual skills, but this time they get punished by multiple teams. Obez did find a hit of M0. Of Ezzo, excuse me, but Arcadian Predator alongside DK Esports, the front runners, they are now being crippled. Georgie does climb up here to see, but M0 will finally bleed CJ out. Georgie does ambush Dreams YR, so 24K Gaming. They should know that DK Esports are nearby.
DK Esports secures yet in some high kill volumes in the early phases of the game, but hey, they're only down to 2 men, and this circle is definitely brutal for them. They are looking to find a way to salvage what they can, but now cutting across the corners of Impala is going to be a little bit hard. Shogun's going for this way down as well. This might just be the demise of DK Esports, but Shogun, he drops right down below. This is looking pretty bad. They are soaking a little bit of that blue damage, but here comes Maestro, finishing it off, and Champs will finish off 14 plays. Oh my, too close for comfort right there.
Yeah, Maestro, he needed to go for the push, and he knows the exact stakes that the situation that they're in. He now has to immediately heal out and revive his teammate. But yeah, production team, we feel you. We feel you. Just a bit of a context. The our production group did blow up yesterday after that mishap, but man, Maestro having trouble piloting that bike, not able to save his teammate. He might bleed out to this blue zone though. So we just have to see if he can make it out alive. He has to go for this really gruesome rotation. He has to probably make another stop to heal himself back up. This blue zone does hurt.
Oh yeah, right now phase 4, of course, taking pretty much high damage per second if you're still gonna be outside the blue zone. But hey, you know, I gotta agree with the production team. You know, yesterday a lot of the Malaysian fans were waiting for that chicken dinner as well, and you know, CJ and Wolf were like the best one possible to actually get it. But here comes Roulette though, yet another Malaysian counterpart here from the Yakuzas, hoping to connect some shots against 24K Bio.
Well, unfortunately, despite the slow departure of the Mirado, Roulette wasn't able to get the shots in. But this circle is getting more and more brutal. It does skill away from the coastline, but it means that teams will now have to face each other. Killer, he is isolated, taking a lot of fire. And this is really not looking good for Arcadian Predator. Yakuza, they're also hunting. Maestro will be picked up as he drives into the safe zone alongside Killer. Both the front runners are eliminated in respectively 11th and 12th place. Now, oh man, waiting for Narpin to show his head. Just a little pick will do. This is holding onto a trigger finger, but Narpin this is whack-a-mole. Pull the trigger.
Come on,
come on.
He's already got it right there. But it seems like he's being very, very patient. Like, Once upon a time, a dear friend of mine named Cyclops says, some of these guys are like monks, like they are against brutalities in some point of time. But sometimes you just have to pull the trigger. But in a certain occasion where if you're not exactly in the circle, it's wiser not to do so. Especially for WB right now, we have Pendragon, Ross XD, as well as Bamcop trying to find a way to squeeze through these corners here for phase number 5.
There's a resemblance to the situation where you want to swat a mosquito, but you have to be really patient because the mosquito just keeps ducking around the entirety of your body. That's pretty much the situation that I think Omen is in. We're still trying to look for Narpim as Wasted Boys now. They're forced to push in. They might run into Bio62. That's the only survivor of 24K Gaming. He's just going to camp himself in that abandoned building. But luckily for him, Wasted Boys, it's highly unlikely that they would check that, as Bio62 would just have to hold his ground for a bit more. Maybe not. Bamcop, he smells something. Okay, never mind.
It's going to be lobbing on the other corner instead. So here comes Ross
Oh
XC.
no!
Going by, and now he's bugging himself and said, "Oh no! wait. What? Oh, okay.
Oh,
he knew that the danger, and Ross XD is down.
Oh, that is
quite the worst way to
that is
go
just
out.
unlucky. That was just unlucky.
Not only unlucky. Well, you look at Pendragon as well. They're getting one after another, and now it's only down to Bamcop. And
Bio62.
Ross XD possibly will bite the dust. He's going to be able to find Pendragon. And all of a sudden, from 3 men, it's only down to 1. And yet again, we have Bio still standing.
Yeah, Ross XD, so he drove his buggy right in. I think it crashed, like he ran into the left side of the wall, and Bio62 was on the right. So Bio62 had a easy time taking him out. But Wasted Boys didn't expect anyone to be in there. As now we lay our eyes on the KMF1, the lone survivor of Go Army Factory. They got the chicken dinner last round, but he might be out. They can outrun this blue zone. 5 damage per second. This is a lot, and he's out in the open. We just have to check in on him in a bit more.
When things were looking slightly good for the Wasted Boys, seems like they did have a wasted opportunity. Ross XT though, the interesting part about that entirety battle against Bio was actually by the corner, and he reached out a couple of bullets into his tire, and he was just left proning. But Gold Army Factory will be the next one out, as Art God's gonna be landing the final blow against Kevlar, while Yakuza is still keeping his sights against 24K.
Yep, and Gold Army Factory, they bow out. KMF1 not able to outrun the blue zone, unfortunately, even with those med kits. But my boy has a great vision over Darkus. He's just ready for him to pop back up. Mr. Chan will also use that buggy to quickly get into that circle. They should be fine for now. They're running into a hostile team right in front of them, but this remaining member of Wasted Boys, Bamcop, watching his teammates getting obliterated by Bio62, who, by the way, is still alive up till now. Still pretty much near Wasted Boys, but right. Yes, I don't like bad drivers in game and on the road. But Darkus will be taken out, and FFG will be out.
I can second that. I mean, we've been talking about this since day one, and fun fact, I mean, we hung out together before. We've been on the road, and yeah, we've seen a lot of bad drivers even in real life. And of course, put your signals on. Make sure you follow the speed limit, and if you don't, you're gonna flip over like some of these guys here in this match. Well, Wasted Boys going down and out. Well, my boy's going to be getting that kill against 24K, and they will sit over on 6th place. So, not too shabby a run for Bio 64, 62. Did I get the number here correct? So, fun fact about me, I'm bad at maths, but hey, I'm I hope I'm still a good caster for some of you guys back at home.
Bio 62. And fun fact is I don't drive in PUBG. That is like the one thing that I won't do. Last time I drive, I flipped the bike, so no more. I prefer to not drive at all.
So you're kind of contradicting your statement as well. You hate bad drivers, and now you're saying you're a bad driver yourself. So
I'm a bad. At least I don't drive. Like I know my limits, right? I don't run over my own teammates. That's like the silver lining.
I guess so. But now back to the top 5 situation. We're looking at this circle. Of course, very happy with these guys in the middle. Oh my goodness, that was so good. Savior though, Yakuza at it once again. Shiruchi getting tapped over once more. But Bahamut Gaming's got that 7 frags already in for themselves. But this long-range warfare between the Ronins as well as Yakuzas, felt like it was teams from the Japanese region trying to, outdo each other. But in actual fact, it's from the Philippines and Malaysia.
Yeah. But I mean, Xavier was previously from Battle Arena Elite, so you definitely cannot underestimate his performance. Team Yakuza made it to the finals with 56, just 4 points more than Resonance and Renaissance, and Huruhara. And that's what I did point out yesterday at the start of the broadcast, where Yakuza, they barely just made it onto shore into this top 16, because when we checked on them during the last final few rounds of the group stage, they were really hanging in the balance. It could have been any other team, but luckily they made it in, and they're trying to prove their worth, because you can kind of dismiss them as, oh, they were lucky that other teams didn't get enough points, but they are slowly pulling their wave now with 5 kills. They might just go for more with all 4 members still pretty much alive.
Now Ronins having all 4 members intact. This is going to be a little bit of Molotov being thrown over by Yakuzas here. As a lot of smokes have been set up, a little bit too close for comfort, almost landing over the side of Savior as well as Old Man. But they are already making their move. They've got those vehicles in, and they're on for that rotation. But Bahamut has already got their eyes set as well. Bullets flying in the air. Next play really wants that as well. Next play might just actually get a better glimpse of this one against the Ronins. And who knows what might actually happen from here, as the circle is going to be pretty tough for the Yakuzas. More bullets flying in over the side of Mamaji, as Roulette's going to be able to find Chizukima lost out with Old Man.
Yeah, this is a tough situation. You want to outrun the blue zone, you want to get into the safe zone, and you are facing 2 different teams. This is the first class seat. This is the front seat for Bahamut Gaming. They are watching everything unfold and deciding where they want to chip in. This is one of the examples. OGP, he gets taken now as well. So Ronin PUBG, they're down to the last 2 members, as this blue zone is just so unforgiving. It doesn't give anyone any space to breathe. Roulette tosses out their molly, but it's going to get tagged by Banana Bus. Has to dip back down to the Enclave. Yakuza finally making it into the safe zone, but look at the circle, still closing in favor of Bahamut Gaming, as Old Man will get down as he tries to jaywalk across the highway, and RPM will punish him by taking his life away. And frag still kind of coming out. This is going to be more and more intense for these teams to get the chicken dinner.
Yep. Quick mats here. 5 kills in the back for Shin Ryuji. Not too desperate for a tutor yet, but definitely welcoming those donations coming in towards play. While my boys here are going to be going for those taps as well with the 8 times in hand. So this is going to be some great high ground advantage for some of these members from the side of Bahamut. But looking at the side of Yakuza here, they're slowly finding themselves in towards phase number 8, which is going to be closing by in a minute. But oh no, it seems to be that it's going to be Dami on the ground, while Narpim's going to be going in for that random spray, but he does get it though for our god.
Oh my, Bahamut Gaming reaching 10 frags. He tracks him through the trees. My goodness, the Yakuza, they will be eliminated, but they're in a super bad spot. They had to run across the highway, onto this other side of the safe zone, and it is pretty hard to work out, especially when they didn't have much more grenades to work with. They had to get past next Predator, with Bahamut Gaming watching from the far end and now it's going to be a 4 versus 2. Next Week Predator, they have the luxury of the building, but Bahamut Gaming, they have the luxury of the terrain. So we just have to see if Bahamut Gaming can actually find the weak point of Next Week Predator. With all 4 members, they're swarming every single angle. This next circle is going to be pretty pivotal as they will force Next Week Predator out of the building, and you can see it has completely gone. Next Week Predator, they have to think quick on their feet.
My boy still trying to line it through those window panes, as we do see some of these members of Next Play now by the edge of the circle. They really got to move quick. Bahamut already dominating all these corners, and they know that they actually have the highest of advantage. Now looking at the highest rank, it's going to be Bahamut Gaming here, securing winner chicken dinner number 2 of today with total of 13 kills.
Yep, second chicken dinner of the playoffs. Welcome back, Bahamut Gaming. It's been too long with 13 frags and a chicken dinner. And I think, after last round, you called it that they are going to catch up to Archangel Predator. I believe after this round, they pretty much overtook both Archangel Predator and DK Esports as well, as you do have Next Week Predator in second place. Sure, they are still kind of in the middle of the pack. They got the second place, but those 2 frags is not going to pay off much for them. The Yakuza pulling their way with 7 frags and the 3rd place. Ronin PUBG, they were the first one to go out in the previous game, but at least this game, even though with 1 frags, they managed to secure the 4th place. FTW Philippines in 5th. 24K, all these teams that are in the second half of the leaderboard, well, they're getting the top 8 spot at least.
And of course, fantastic performance coming in from Bahamut Gaming. And I'm looking at another team like that you just mentioned, the Yakuza. So far, of course, that phase number 8 circle being so brutal to them, they definitely have to bow out. But hey, we're looking at them consistently making that top 5 finisher, to say the very least. In the previous run, it was a top 2 finish, so they should be placed very well in the total rankings in that sense. So far, I'm liking what I'm seeing from both the Malaysian side as well as the Philippines, as we see not only great representation, like in this match itself, another blunders round. If we do have the highlights over on the side of Ross XD, sometimes you gotta be careful with those buggies going into buildings. But hey, Golami Factory has gotten the first chicken dinner. If you guys missed Game 1 and inside map number 2, we finally found ourselves another victor, and it's going to be Bahamut Gaming who just got it in. And with this a great finisher, they might just be on the top of the podium, like you said, Husky.
Yep, and as Wise Man once said, bad crap does happen in game, and that was what happened to Wasted Boys. But however, they did bow out at the same time as 24K Gaming, so all hope it isn't really that bad, considering the fact that Bio62 was able to kill off both of the teammates. That final circle was definitely brutal to the remaining 4 teams: Next Week Predator, Bahamut Gaming, Ronin PUBG, and the Yakuza, especially for Ronin PUBG, who was right in front of the Next Week Predator. Even though they are in the safe zone, you can see that they were forced to take drastic measures. They had to drive straight into the building, but it didn't work out, even with the cover of the smoke grenade, because Xavier just didn't want to let Ronin PUBG get away. And subsequently, they tried to jaywalk and they got punished for it as well. So congratulations to Bahamut Gaming for their second chicken dinner of the Grand Finals. We still have more PUBG actions coming out. 4 more rounds to go, 1 on Miramar and 3 on Erangel. We'll go for a short commercial break, and when we come back, we will take a final round in Miramar for more PUBG in the Southeast Asia series. Don't go anywhere.
I'm going to die. With still having the main island having a little bit of control on there, a couple of these guys can make their way through, and he'll find himself getting knocked from.
It's really interesting because, yeah, actually, like, the Team Liquid guys, super nice dudes. A grenade up to Highwind. Highwind's a hero, but right on top of him.
来看一下这边3名成员不比推进面对 Henry 的架枪，直接打第1支、第2支、第3支，连串漂亮。
He's
gonna have to work his way forward. They're next to each other. He's actually just gone around him. Gaxi, turn around. He's behind you. They have no idea how close they are right now. Gaxi is a centimeter away. And inch by inch, they walk forward in unison. Ghoststar just came out of the smoke. He has no idea that Ghoststar is still behind him. Both prone. Ghoststar's in the blue. Oh my god, he might go down.
See Ghoststar, but it's not quite enough. K-Man gets him down. K-Man goes for Fuzz. Fuzz forced to go down. He's going to stick to the spray. He's got no bullets left. Mini falls in. Oh my word!
とそしてリラックスストーリー特殊部隊サンシスターを沈めに参ります。ケイデス下手投げグレネード一旦ここが出て当たってるさあドッポロダウン裏回って降りて外側1人目ダウン3人目いけるか3人目ああセーフ取れるか倒した
So many teams now piling up from the south. T-Bone. Oh my word, T-Bone's right next to them. He's gonna fly.
Gonna be coming right here, and William is just waiting, and there we have it.
5시 지역, 서클의 5시 지역에 붙어있는 두 팀인데
위키드가 욕심이 좀 많아요. 봤어요. 인디고 맞고.
네.
Arena, I guess you would call it. Tagged up once, tags up two. Secure this entire side of the circle, finds the third. What a hell! Oversprayed. Rubbed over the roof. It's gonna bounce up and over. Somehow no kill confirmed on that one either. They don't know about Iroh's position. They have no idea that there's one inside. That one's gonna bounce up and over and take him down. He's gonna have to hop off the roof. Vard is tagged up. Vard finds one more. Great shooting. Molotov's thrown forward now as well. Now they have to back off and run the hell out of here. Iroh finds one, and that's the third kill.
不要慌，当然还是得看后续。哇，这个起来了，被空在了。
Imaju lijepu poziciju ovdje, Marv radi dosta damage-a, međutim neće on moći ovo vjerojatno priđeti. Kako?
Molotov down as well. Spots one bus face. Takes one to the face, falls down immediately after 20 bullets left. Get through this. Trying to stay alive, and no Molotov yourself, but now he jumps off. Catch his AC Reds and a healing, and he gets him. 2 straight on through. Full wide. I think. Valias. Oopsie doopsie. There's a lot of flashbang. What? How much do you want to ruin his eyes? Stop throwing flashbangs, guys! That's 7 flashbangs. They threw flashing orange. Orange finds one. He's gonna go down and return, but at one.
하니까 체력이 너무 없다. 바로 내려. 흰치.
숨은 쉬어야죠.
네.
그쵸?
오심은 못 줘도 커피는 주고 싶네요.
케이치!
Welcome back, survivors. One of the most requested features from the community has been a proper ranked mode, where players can put their skills to the test against others. We're happy to announce that an official ranked mode is finally coming to PUBG with update 7.2. But what is ranked mode? How do you play it? And what else do you need to know? Let's dive in and take a look. Ranked mode replaces the old survival title system, and is a separate queue from normal PUBG matches, featuring its own unique characteristics and rule set. To play a ranked match, navigate to the play button on the main menu, and find the ranked button in the sub-menu. In an effort to keep cheating out a ranked play, you'll need to link an SMS device before you're allowed to participate. Ranked games have a maximum of 64 players and can be played in FPP or TPP squads, though players do have the option of going in with fewer than 4 people. You'll first need to play 5 placement matches to determine your starting tier and division. Tiers progress from bronze to silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and master, with 5 divisions between each tier. As you play games, you'll earn and lose rank points, or RP, which move you up and down the rankings. Once you reach the end of Division 1 in any tier, your next win will promote you to the lowest division of the next tier. But be aware that poor performance can also lower your rank. When a game starts, your map will be randomly selected from Erangel, Miramar, or Sanhok. Ranked matches have their own rule set, which pulls from both normal and esports super settings. These settings mean more loot, a heavier focus on competitive weapons like ARs, altered blue zone settings to encourage more conflicts, and by very popular demand, no red zones. To check out the full rule set, visit our ranked mode dev letter linked below. Now that you know how you'll be fighting, let's dive into what's at stake. Ranked mode features unique rewards that you can't get anywhere else, and you start to earn them by simply finishing your placement matches. These initial rewards are special add-ons for your PUBG ID, but the bulk of the rewards are earned once you reach gold tier and consist of unique skins with a competitive ranked theme. For those who go above and beyond, there's a special PUBG ID reward for ranked players who finish in the top 500 of their territory. You can check out our new and improved leaderboard to see where everyone stands and how they got there. We've put a lot of thought into how to make ranked mode great, and your feedback has been invaluable here as well. A couple other things to go over before we wrap up. First of all, we want to reiterate that bots will not be in any ranked games. And as we stated before, we're putting a stronger focus on authentication to help prevent cheating. This means you might have to connect to your account to a cell phone or reach a certain level of mastery before being able to play ranked. We hope these measures will help keep ranked matches focused on pure competitive gameplay and skill. Ranked mode is coming with update 7.2, so get the squad together and get ready to show the battlegrounds what you're made of.
And welcome back once again to the PUBG C-Series Grand Finals, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, survivors of the PUBG. My name is Contra, alongside with Brian Husky Ung. We're going to be taking you through yet another Miramar matchup here, but of course, we've seen some great stuff coming in for 2 of the games that has gone through, and we'll break it down to you guys if you guys might have blinked an eye or who have just tuned in. So, Husky, last match, it was pretty much an interesting affair when it comes down to where the signal was and how some of all these teams who have finally found their way back up online, they are definitely making a mark right now, and we see a big shift come in to the standings right now.
Yep, and right off the bat, Bahamut Gaming, they got their second chicken dinner of this grand finals. They got one yesterday, and they got one just now in the previous round, and also 23 points to in total. They had 13 kills. The only team to get a double-digit frag that round. Yakuza came in second in terms of points, but it's not even close. It's just 12 points. Next Wave Predator, they were the one who finished out in second place, but they only got 8. 10-4K Gaming with 6, FFG with 6, Ronin PUBG, Champ, FTW Philippines respectively with 5 points, and of course DK Esports and Wasted Boys not looking too hot with 4 points themselves. Ophion Gaming still struggling as they only got 3. RK2 Predator still with a slow start with 2 points alongside Carbon Gaming.
Yeah, we're looking at a lot of all these teams really having some really huge swing coming in with momentum that we talked about. So these are the teams that have won the previous couple of matches, which will be Go Army Factory with Game 1, and that's the very first win for Malaysia, followed by Bahamut Gaming in Miramar.
Yep, we still have one more round of Miramar coming up, so we'll see if no, we are going to see a repeat of chicken dinner, or will another team take it all the way. And so far, in terms of playoffs, only the champ have gotten 2 chicken dinners in a single day. We expected teams like Archangel Predator and DK Esports to really perform more on Miramar, because that's what happened yesterday. But it seems like starting on Miramar in the first half, it's not really making them comfortable, as there's a shift in the standings. The total leaderboard, Bahamut Gaming leading by a mile after that previous game. Same amount of frags as DK Esports, but they are leading with 13 points advantage, totaling up to 90 points, as DK Esports only has 77. Archangel Predator now pushed down to 3rd place with 70 points. The Yakuza catching up in the 4th place with 61. Champ with 59 points in the 5th place. 24K Gaming also climbing up with 53 points in 6th place. Ronin PUBG struggling at 7th place with 42 points. And of course, next week Predator in 8th place with only 39 points.
And of course, we've seen a lot of great games so far coming out from teams like CGM Wolf, but today not exactly so. It seems like they're having another slow start once again. FTW Philippines definitely had pretty much a decent one in the previous game, while as for some of the likes of Carbon Gaming, they still have what it takes to at least climb back up towards the first half of the leaderboard. But if you're talking about chasing the top dog, it's 90 points. They're about to hit the triple digit mark already. So this is going to be a little bit more concerning for those that are maybe around 14 plays, or even all the way up to the bottom right. So that's definitely going to be a little bit tougher. But hey, we are definitely going to be bringing you all these schedules for the entirety of the weekend, and you guys do not want to miss out anything at all. Of course, we're already halfway there, as we are going in towards match number 3, and of course later on we'll be playing inside Arangel. Tomorrow it's going to be same time, same place, as we'll be starting off the matches at 7:30 p.m. GMT +8.
Yep. And of course, tomorrow's rotation will be the same as yesterday. We start things off with 3 rounds on Erangel, before moving on to 3 rounds of Miramar. So it's definitely going to be pretty interesting to see how these teams are going to adapt back into the original cycle, as no better way to put it. But right now, I think starting off with a map that demands more aggressiveness on Miramar compared to Erangel. I think it definitely does put a bit more stress onto teams that did perform well yesterday in the second half to bring that A game right off the bat. So I think maybe this is what happened to DK Esports and Archangel Predator. DK Esports, they played like how they mentioned, on the edge of the circle. Didn't really work out for them. Archangel Predator, they play slow and steady with communication and teamwork. That somehow didn't work out as well. And in fact, in that second round, their usual strategy of spreading out and relying on that individual prowess got them heavily punished and knocked out early on.
Yeah, it was definitely punishing in those sort of circumstances. And I'm looking at a whole lot more options for some of these teams on how they could possibly turn the tides around when it comes down to the upcoming Arangel runs as well. And of course, when we talk about Arangel, we'll still have another total of 6 more matches of Arangel, as we will slowly get ourselves there. But hey, Miramar has been so challenging for the likes of many, especially we'll talk about that previous game, right, where it was 50% water. It was the cross section of land and ocean in between Impala and absolutely nothing, right? So eventually the circle ended up far north, where it's close towards the church side. It was up on top of those hills where Bahamut Gaming, they knew how to actually cover themselves well by the edge of the circle and get themselves a little bit of that high ground and some creases of the hill to perhaps give them a little bit more leverage on safety. So they could actually go in for that long haul battles that we saw them go against the likes of Next Play Predator. They went up against the Yakuzas as well, and slowly winning one after the other. So I'm thinking that more of these teams really want to play to the advantage of their surroundings at times than to, brute force their way. Okay, this is a center circle. I'm just going to go in the center circle all the time, that sort of thing. But even if you think about that, there's going to be Archangel Predator 5 steps ahead of anyone in the center of the circle anyways.
I mean, for Arcade Predator, sometimes this is it's not their decision to be in the center. The circle just somehow likes to center itself around them. But we have seen so far across these 2 rounds that the circle has not been kind to anyone. We started off the first round on the very, very western side, and then with 40% ocean. And the second round, the circle decided to make it even worse on the eastern side. So if we get a full Oasis circle again, I think it's proven that the esports mode is just there to really make life hard for these pro players. But it's definitely one of their jobs to improvise and adapt, and of course eventually overcome. We just see if Archangel Predator specifically can pull themselves back. We don't need to go too much into DK esports just yet, just because we've already seen how it turned out for them in the previous 2 rounds. But Archangel Predator have been cold so far, so maybe they need a bit more of that action or a bit more of that spotlight to see what they're up to.
Yeah, I do think that they are masters in positioning, and of course, they do have heavy talents as well, like Mad Dog, CJ. These dynamic duos are inseparable in a certain way, and we do see them actually playing formations like a 2-2 split. Sometimes the diamond formation being brought out as well. Same goes to some of the other teams. So a couple of things that I do learn out of some of these teams, like maybe previous teams that I'm very familiar with, like say Battle Arena Elites, which unfortunately isn't really playing in this current tournament run, but we do hope to actually see even more of those faces coming back here. So some of these teams, when they do actually do make a couple of rotations, when you are actually going as a convoy unit, like maybe you secure 3 to 4 cars, ideally, or if you want one guy to be a gunner, put that somewhere either in the middle or the last, so that the first guy would maybe tank a couple of hits, and after that you will be able to actually secure yourself into safety after that. So unpopular opinion on a screen, teammates who prioritize reviving their teammates instead of taking fights should be awarded with medical degrees. Yep, pretty sure they should be receiving the highest honors, even maybe a PhD in medical care. So
medicine,
of course, yeah, so medicine. Thanks for correcting myself, Husky. So I believe that we're going to be getting our show underway. So, of course, expecting a whole lot more inside of the deserts of Miramar, as we'll be slowly getting ourselves headed in towards our flight. So, Husky, do take us through to the flight when it does take off, as it might just have a little bit of turbulence right now.
Yeah, and since since production brought that point up, just a quick shout out to production. They've been collecting our thoughts, without us noticing, and we did not consent to our thoughts being shared off on the record. But it's okay. I think it's good to have that out there, and also as a bit of entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
But I just thought of a pretty interesting question, or should I say, sometimes it's kind of important. How do you balance out whether you should take a fight or whether you should revive your teammate? Since production did bring out that topic just now.
Yeah, and I think I do hang out with a couple of all these professional PUBG players from time to time. They do evaluate the situation. Sometimes your teammate is just crying for help in unsavable situations. Then it's gonna be really hard. But there are times where that hey, maybe you still have a little bit of advantage to fight. Then perhaps you can still try to salvage your teammate that's down on all fours, right? So now, of course, with that being said, it really depends on whether or not is there a level of danger that is way too high to actually go in for the revival. But speaking of which, we are already seeing the flight dispersed. with all the teams all around. Well, Arcade Predator having CJ, the first one to pull the trigger here, as we see another Grand Theft Auto scene on the loose.
CJ is pretty angsty from the get-go. He just couldn't wait to before opening fire. But with that iron sight, it's always tricky to land the shots or even get a lucky tag. So Arcade Predator getting control of this huge warehouse is definitely pretty for them at least. It's something that they would like. I think Arcade Predator thrives in a huge play area, so that is a convenient spot for them to start off with. However, they won't have a vehicle to work with, so someone will have to go out and scout for one.
Well, we're looking at the vicinities of Los Leones being the slightly above center of the, the circle. And once again, I'm looking at a lot of ocean coverage here, which is, very unlikely most of the time when you play on a classic matchup instead of competitive. So again, this is going to be really hard for certain teams. Like the urban warfare inside of Los Leones, if it potentially goes there, once you get yourself in there, it's very hard to get yourself out. If the circle shifts elsewhere, but if it goes into the city, great. You do have all the covers you need. You're going to have extra supplies, maybe a couple of helmets lying around if you do have it. Having been wear and tear, Pendragon now giving a little bit of pot shots over the side of Yakuza, but Pendragon's going to be fine.
Yeah, it's I think this circle again is pretty deadly. Only 3 squads are fully in there, and this is probably the worst start for some of the teams in terms of the circle, because you have teams far up in the very north. You have Roller alone in that oasis, and you can see the amount of terrain that they have to traverse to get into that circle. You can expect a lot of late rotations from some of these teams, because I think on the second round is probably the round that we saw all teams before phase 1 even passes the halfway point. Everyone is already in the circle, but with how things are right now, it's going to take a while for teams like the Yakuza, Ronin PUBG, and Wasted Boys to even get close to the edge of that safe zone.
Yeah, I'm just staring at them right now. Like they must be scratching their heads. Like, okay, how are we supposed to really work our ways out of this one? But to my surprise, look at how Archangel Predator are positioning. They are taking multiple places, like you see LJ and Bots all by himself on the upper section of El Azhar, and the rest of them are pretty much around a kilometer grid against each other. But seems like the convoys has already been set up for the side of Gold Army Factory to make an early move, because they know they are way too far from the first phase, and they got to do something about that. But we talked about Archangel Predator. Now CJ's on the hunt, and let's see what he's up to.
Yep, Archangel Predator, they also one of the teams that is caught on the outside of the circle. They did start off with a pretty empty area for them to get their resources and ammunitions. So it's time to put that to good use as Bofoy lines up his shot. Go Army Factory. Oof. That's the first tag. Pretty perfect. The second one also lands. Bofoy really on fire. As you can see, Go Army Factory. Now they're weaving their vehicles on the road just to throw him off. But he needs to keep his eye onto one single target. Somehow pretty much distracted from time to time, and he's not able to finish off any members from Go Army Factory, but his presence is now well made known. And another shot through the windshield. Bofoy really putting it in onto Go Army Factory.
That's a lot of work coming in from Bofoy himself. Not too sure about the rest though. Carbon Gaming having the steady of snipers in their hands, and Bofoy single-handedly stopped some of all these members of GEF on their tracks. Oh boy.
Oh man.
Well, at this rate, I'm expecting somebody to go down from here, but at least a little bit of wear and tear is going to be doing wonders for them.
Oh.
Unfortunately, has to go in for the reload. That was possibly a centimeter away from knocking him down.
Go Army Factory, they want to get away, but they're pinned down at the same time. Bofoy is stopping at least 2 members from Go Army Factory, and now Go Army Factory, they've had enough. They finally want to fight right back, but DK Esports starting things off with a bang, and it's going to be Aoki being claimed by Georgie. The first frag of the day going over to DK Esports. They draw this first blood. Meanwhile, Wolfoy still dragging Gold Army Factory along for a gruesome ride as he finally gives up on that. But he is isolated, and thank God no one is nearby. But PUBG Bicep not so lucky. You get knocked by Pasha from across the plains.
Now, PUBG possibly will definitely get a little bit of assistance. But this is a very popular angle right below the corners of Los Leones, where you do have a little bit of those hills to work with. And right in the front, if you can see pretty much a big ditch right across the highway. Well, of course, a little bit more of that infographics right down below. During the group stage day 3 AC match, of course, we did see DK finish first with the high volume of kills of 62 kills and 110 points, whereas the second team, CGM Wolf, at the point of time, only had 64. Like, this is how scary it is that DK Esports, as a team, or even as solo units. What's going on right here? Actually, I was getting a little bit surprised by the farm, and McDonald, not so pleased.
Yep, that's definitely not a tame beast in the stable, but you can see both of the individuals panicking when they ran into each other. But Champ, they're taking this straight onto Carbon Gaming. However, Shogun is under fire from on top of the mountain. You can see him just panicking, running across and entering the same compound as Numcell. So they will eventually run into each other. As I see Gem Wolf StyDD pretty much aware of Bosco Esports' presence. You can see LC Tennis taking out Bofoy on the kill feed. So we can expect one team to get eliminated pretty early on in this first phase.
Yeah, and we're looking at SlyDD here already trying to find his way out to perhaps flank towards the side of Bosco, but Shogun's still holding on, and he's trying to actually take down the sole member of Carbon Gaming. Lobbing one nade by the corners of the wall, hoping that it won't bounce towards his side, and yes it does, and now Numcell is down. Champs possibly won't get that 1 point in the back because the rest of Carbon Gaming pretty much way too scattered for the time being. So, yep, gonna be staring him down. Are they gonna bring out the pen? It might just be. They are just looking right at him. They're not even trying to finish him off. Like,
get your buddies.
Okay.
They're healing in front of. They're like, here's an adrenaline shot, but it's not for you.
It's like,
what a
you need some healing. He's like taunting him so hard, like he's like, I'm not even sure if I could get my teammates anywhere here, and he's already dropped everything on the ground. Like, okay, take whatever you need. Like, you can have my back.
Yeah.
But he's like, hey, I don't need some cheap high school bag. It's just a level 1 bag, anyways. So that's just something leaving him out to bleed. These guys are savages. They're not only champs, they're just play savages.
Props to Shogun though. That rebound was on point. And wow, Georgie, what a shot onto PUBG Bicep. That's 94 damage. So close to taking him out. And DK Esports, they haven't had a decent round 1 and round 2, but seems like they are making it slightly better. You can see her Numcell finally bleeds out after being left out to dry. But that circle a bit further away from the ocean, we won't have too much water to work with, but still pretty treacherous onto the very south side. As Archangel Predator, they've already made it into the edge. They have a lot of ground to cover. Luckily for them, there's not much team nearby. As fun fact, pop on screen, thanks to production. Did you know that Winner Chicken Dinner phrase came from an old-time alley crap, where people used to play craps in the alley and use money in gambling? And the person wins it, it meant that he could afford chicken dinner, and is used by Mr. Green in Battle Royale. Good to know. We learn something new every day.
Yeah, I feel like my IQ has increased by tenfolds already by today. Possibly I'll feel much smarter by match number 6. Of course, Ophion Gaming having done, trying to get himself some cover after revealing himself with those couple of taps. Now, Yakuza Now moving downwards, they were the furthest one away, and I'm glad that they finally made themselves across by the corners of the blue zone.
The gatekeepers there though, Archangel, and this Archangel Predator, the worst toll that you have to go through, the toll that you cannot pay the price to get past, and you can see that they're going to make a detour and crash in the building right opposite Archangel Predator. And Yakuza, they're actually spread out. They have two more members on the outskirts who are trying to rotate from the eastern side, trying to catch Archangel Predator off guard, and they definitely have AAP outnumbered. They just need to find a way to get to them. Killer is the vanguard with CJ backing him up, as Archangel Predator, as usual, will be spread out across the terrain.
Roulette pulls out the SLR, almost giving a little bit more damage over the side of Archangel Predator. Yakuza now over on the lower side is going to be having a difficult time to provide assistance towards the side of Roulette, but they are still going to try no matter what. Now a little bit of push coming in from Roulette with the barrel already in hand. He's going to be getting some angles in, but he did drop him down low. He did not get the knock, but now he's going to be on his knees instead. Malaysian bot tries to actually secures the kill, but this is not going to be the right time because there's still danger looking up ahead. A little bit of a high volley. Interesting angles, but he actually catches fire. Killer actually burning himself with that, and Malaysian bot will be able to actually get that over on the side of Dami, as Old Man will be knocked out as well. Now it's only up to Roulette as well as Savior, while Old Man is suffering a little bit more. Roulette now burning himself out. Oh, 14 more history. 14, get his spot. Oh no, he does not. He gets knocked out, and it's only going to be Savior left. Now, LJ and bot definitely can go in for the push as well. Two members there, and I'm not too sure can Savior pull a clutch out of this one.
Yeah, and the same position that they were in the previous game, just call out on the other side of the highway, but instead of being in the top 4, they might be the first team to get knocked out. CJ fighting fire with fire, and he wins out in the very end. He gets picked back out by his buddy, Archangel Predator. Now they're going to make a retreat because Savior is trapped outside that blue zone. So Archangel Predator, they just need to get into the circle. They have gatekeepers as well. So if Savior shows himself, they're going to gun him down. And I think Yakuza, they might not, this team might just go out first. Savior might not survive for long.
And now, maybe Archangel might pay another toll for themselves too. But at the corners of the eyes of 24K Gaming, we're seeing a little bit of that standoff between Ezo as well as some opposing factors by the edge. Archangel Predator is definitely suffering a little bit outside the blue, as well as we are looking at a lack of mobility, as we are currently looking at Killa still being on foot. They are really far away. They don't really want to take that sort of risk to head downwards because Savior might just be marking on those vehicles that is by the corners of the highway. Now, over the side of FTW Philippines.
FTW Philippines having a good eye onto next week Predator, who are literally on the beach, but now they have to make it into the safe zone, and it's going to be a long run. There's no cover provided as Aisu tries to catch Bamcom, and he will catch him despite that fancy footwork. And this should be a confirmed kill for Carbon Gaming. Pendragon just not able to get to his buddy in time, and I think Wasted Boys will have to move away from that vicinity. And Nebu just perfect accuracy, and goodbye Mananabas. He will bleed right out, and Nebu is still not done yet. Tries to spray through the smoke, not able to land the finishing touches, but he should be happy that he has crippled next week Predator. Wanhida also wants to join in as well, trying to get a bit of an vantage point as this blue zone just moving pretty fast. So next week Predator, they really need to move uphill, and you can see Wanhida just gets a freebie onto Narpim, and Narpim is not even going to try to crawl to safety. They are down to one last member. Arvin's trying to do his best. He does Wanhida, but he'll be taken out by Nebu, and next week Predator, they are the first team to go out.
Very unfortunate bout right there, as Wanhida was actually going in for the reload, but of course we do have Nebu coming in for that perfect cover, and we look at some of these members running outside, and once again Nebu had that perfect spray. Arcot now so far doing some great taps there, gonna be landing that perfect nade over the side of Killer. Perhaps it's gonna be taking some time for them to slowly bleed out anyways. But you know, Nebu kind of made up for what happened yesterday when he had a perfect angle spray, but sort of miss it. But he's so much better with that DMR.
Yeah, the most unfortunate spray in the history, or at least in PUBG C series, where he somehow just misses every single bullet. Like the gun was not friendly, recoil was not working out for him. But Archangel Predator being caught out by Bahamut Gaming, this is, I think, one of the points that we did discuss, slightly touched on, regarding the edge of the circle when we're playing on the very corners of the map, where you have all these terrains that is so disadvantageous for teams that didn't get into the circle in the early stages. And that's what happened to Archangel Predator, that's what happened to Yakuza and Next Wave Predator as well. Ophion Gaming at the same time is going to be knocked out. You can see Limitless, pretty aggressive maneuver 4. He does throw out a bit of a flashbang. He's rushing into 2 members of Bosco though, so he has to be really careful. Limitless, he did clutch out yesterday against DJ Wolf. He's going to peek, he's going to find Nerman though, but he's going to lose his head to Skyco. Limitless will not have to go for a retreat. Backup is pretty far away. DK Esports, they might lose this one member who tries to go in as the Vanguard. Meanwhile, OGP, he does take down and eliminate Alina. As you can see, the kill feed is now just lighting up. Nebu dies to his own explosion. Algebot takes out Sayuri. Maestro uses that Mirado to block a line of sight to revive Limitless, but he also has to prep for the upcoming engage against Bosco.
Trying to stay 4-man strong. Bosco right now being covered by smokes. Norman possibly will not really get all too much of a sight from this corner right there. But DK Esports possibly has a little bit more advantage as we see a little bit more pressing attacks coming from different sort of angles as well. Rodden right now dealing with another situation as we are seeing some of all these members inside, which will be Gold Army Factory, just waiting for Ronin to actually come by, and perhaps they could just easily punish them through. Manji though, locking in the angles from the entry points, and now he's going to be able to actually spot one out, still getting the damage from 37 HP, and this is going to be double taps coming in from both ends. And Ronin's having OGP, but Manji goes down! Only TZQ left! My goodness me! Ronin is now wiped away! Perfect swing coming in from GAF!
Oh my goodness, Ronin PUBG, what a terrible mistake. So they made it, they rushed one member of GAF, which is understandable, but no one was doing flank wash, and KCS just ran in and wiped everyone out. Bio62 finds a hit onto Descarte. Carbon Gaming caught on the edge of the circle as well. Bio now cooking up that frag, just toss it out, but he's slightly away from Aisu, so he's not going to land onto him, but he has one more to go. He's going to try stuck once more. Not really the correct angle though, so Aisu should be safe, but he does have his scope ready if Aisu ever shows his face. That's the last member of Carbon Gaming trying to survive against the gunfire, the firepower of 24K Gaming, and also the wilderness.
Seems to me that, after all that sort of commotion, we are now only left with 31 players in phase number 5. Well, the good news is that we still have 11 teams still on board with us. Well, as for the likes of Bosco, they are only having 2 members alongside with the Wasted Boys, while some of them are still having about 3 members with them at their average. But the one with the lowest member will be Champs there, but right down below we're already seeing trade-offs coming in for the side of Champs, as Wasted Boys will be able to actually clip off El Satanas right down below.
Yep, and suddenly we're down to 10 teams as Maestro taken out by my boy, but Nine Holy will steal that away as JF they escaped. That pin set attack from Ronin PUBG. They're gonna reward themselves, excuse me. A bit of a kills onto DK Esports, and DK Esports down to 2 men as Archangel Predator down to the final 1. The rush from Kevlar, he jumps right down and he dunks on Elgin Bot. And a bad Archangel Predator did not see that coming, as Fruity also taken out by Mr. Chan from Bahamut Gaming. The front runners, or at least the front runners from yesterday, are being torn apart, and Champ will be eliminated. Meanwhile, by 24K Gaming, you can see on the kill feed, this is just total chaos as Georgie gets his revenge onto KMF1, and Ardgod and Shinryuji, on the other hand, will eliminate Bosco Esports.
Seems to be that Champs will have to settle for 4th place alongside with Yakuza with 61 points right after falling flat right there. And I only 1 HP! Oh! My boy is definitely going to get one, but KCS now getting knocked out as well. Go Army Factory now biting the dust, getting a taste of their own medicine, just like how some of all these guys did earlier on when we saw Momonji and Co. falling flat with that sort of invasion. But hey, now Phase 5 itself looking like there's just way too little players left on the field.
Yeah, Georgie's gonna get lit up by all these teams. He has no cover, minimal cover, no vehicle, and he has to run into that circle, which is right across this very, very empty country road, and he has to literally brute force his way through. There's no way that he can make it further in without showing himself, and you can see that Georgie, he's surrounded by Bahamut Gaming, which is the team that took down the most of his buddies before Go Army Factory decided to stick their finger in as well. So Georgie, he was like Limitless, one of the members of DK Esports who clutched out yesterday. Now it's his turn to prove himself.
Bahamut Gaming only 2 points to the triple-digit mark. The 100-point finisher will be pretty much a feat for Bahamut. And we talked about Archangel Predator. Now they're only down to 1. So I think that it's going to be some tough chance, but they are trying to actually chase in against DK Esports at the very least, as we slowly see them slide towards the third spot of the overall leaderboards. Now, speaking of which, we're already seeing Darkus here, so he has some damage. And now he's running through the direction of Mad Dog. Mad Dog says, thank you very much for that 1 point.
Thank Darkus. Not really sure if he knew that Mad Dog was there, but that rush was super risky. Now Mad Dog, he goes on the run himself. He ducks right down, gets through. He's looking for his body, but he's not able to land his shot. Just a bit of a misaccuracy. Mad Dog still able to outrun the bullets somehow. But FFG, they're not letting this slip. They want the honor of taking down Archangel Predator. However, they are being shot at by DK. They're being shot at by Bahamut Gaming as Georgie is fighting his way through. He takes down Edzo. You can see Mad Dog now making his way uphill. Mr. Chan does down Hahagus. But Bahamut Gaming, they might run into this Archangel Predator. It's pretty much risky. Hahagus will be eliminated. And meanwhile, a bit of a fun fact about Miramar. So there's 452 vehicles in total. But Georgie, now the main focus is up on against 3 members of 24K Gaming. Can he really make this true?
Well, I've seen Georgie clutch it all before. Now he might just actually pull another significant clutch right here. He's looking for one. He's getting some hit shots right there. 12 more HP on the clock. And of course, we are having a little flank coming on the right side. He might just actually get that knockdown, but he is out of luck as he's out of bullets as well. DK Esports 6th place. Well, which means the top 5 finishers here will have to work their way up for this chicken eater.
Oh man, he ran out of bullets. He had no time to heal. You can't fault him for that. He did his best as Kevlar will be flushed out by Shinryuji, and Bahamut Gaming, they are still on an absolute roll. All 3 members alive. 24K have all 4. Mr. Chan gets taken out by Dreams YR. So now Bahamut Gaming, they are trying to withstand the firepower from 24K Gaming. Mad Dog still lying in wait in the shadows. He can be the difference maker, as the closest member to him is definitely Arch God from Bahamut Gaming. But Mad Dog needs to make his way into the circle, and judging from where all the remaining teams are, they are gatekept by Bahamut Gaming.
Seems like it's a country road separating these 2 teams right now. CGM having absolute good cover, but I'm looking at both sides not really having the circle to their favor, so both really have to make a truce to actually get by. But Archangel Predator's Mad Dog is still on the loose right down below. Arcot does not seem to actually spot him out. Of course, he's preparing his barrel to actually secure that kill, but he's actually walking on towards the lower side. So this is going to be roughly a little bit dangerous. But now he does have a clue, as we see Mad Dog slowly approaching in. But he's just trying to squeeze his way. Mad Dog needs to actually get into the circle. So there's only very little angles for him to actually get by. And he does not really have much bets. And Shady Gem Wolf, 5th place.
Yeah, and another double-digit frag for Bahamut Gaming. Mad Dog, like you said, he needs to make it to the circle, and he has to fight through Art God. a tough order for him to pull off. But FFG, they are causing a lot of trouble for Bahamut Gaming.
Wow.
Argot finishes off Ketsui, so FFG will bow out in 4th place as Argot tries to rush to his teammate Shinruji, makes it 10 times.
What?
So Shinruji will be able to pick back up, but Mad Dog, he picks his head out and he's gonna fight Shinruji. Ketsui will also land ahead as well. And Bahamut Gaming, they get caught by Archangel Predator and Mad Dog takes them out. Suddenly, we're down to 2 teams, but it's 24k, 4 members up against this one Mad Dog from Archangel Predator. And Mad Dog, he's not going to say die. He does have vision of 24k gaming, but can he touch this out? Steve's one on the tree, does take a shot in the head. Has a pretty little room to heal himself up, but 24k gaming, they know they have this in the bag. They go for immediate rush, so Mad Dog really has to pull a miracle. Ezzo has him in scope, slash and thrown in as well. Mad Dog walks out into the open, and 24k gaming will seal the deal, and they will take that 3rd chicken dinner of this evening.
What an unbelievable round. We look at 24 Gaming here securing this winner chicken dinner for Malaysia. And of course, I did not expect Archangel Predator to even get by 2nd place. Like, he was all alone. Archgot was actually on the watch. But yet again, Bahamut Gaming actually faltered right before ending at all. And of course, all thanks to 24K Gaming here that managed to actually pummel them through and of course secure this big win for themselves. And of course, hats off to them. But boy oh boy, like we saw, like all the other teams had more members, had more firepower. Mad Dog, with so much of all these challenges put against him, and yet again he survived till 2nd place. He could have been put down by some of all these members of Boss Goal or even FFG much earlier on, but hey, he survived to tell the tale till the very end until 24K came after him.
Yeah, and you also have to give FFG a pat on the back because Argot, like you mentioned, he was in the perfect position to kill a Mad Dog the moment Mad Dog goes up the cliff. But FFG, I think Ketsui, he downed Shinruji, so Argot, he was forced to rush to give his buddy some revive, and the moment he left his post, Mad Dog just popped his head out and took out Bahamut Gaming. So slightly unfortunate circumstances for Bahamut Gaming. They did not see that coming, but 24k after 3 days of seemingly hiatus in terms of performance, they finally make it back to the top, and this is, I think, their first chicken dinner in the entire series from group stage until now.
Yeah, this is definitely their best run so far that I'm looking at. 24K finally making their mark here in day 2 of the Grand Final. So after this, we are moving in towards our 3 maps, in towards Arangel. So maybe this is going to be a little bit more different as compared to what we saw for the first half of the day. Yesterday, we see a very dominant run from the Philippine side where it's all Filipino representation on the winner chicken dinner list. But today seems like there's a little bit of that change going on. 2 Malaysian teams have managed to actually make their way to the top of the scoreboard for each individual match, of course, but still, it's still going to be quite a climb for some of all these guys to get close to teams like DK Esports, Bahamut Gaming, Archangel Predator. But hey, we're looking at Archangel Predator already climbing their way back up. They are not down and out as of yet, and we are definitely going to be looking for more PUBG action right after this. So, Husky, this game itself, I think this is the highest pace that we are looking at of all the Miramar matches, because by phase 5, we only had about 30 players already. So it's like half the population was already gone by that sort of moment. And it might just be because of the circle leading all the way down south, with most teams actually making their home bases somewhere towards the northern point as well as central.
Yeah, exactly. And I think yesterday was a tale about DK Esports and Archangel Predator, but today it's a tale about Bahamut Gaming and, of course, the rise of this Malaysian team such as Go Ori Factory and 24K Esports. But we are finally done with Miramar, but we still have 3 more rounds left. So we're going to go take a short commercial break. And when we come back, we'll take a trip to the countryside of Erangel and see what these teams have up their sleeves. Don't go anywhere.
제가 빅캔디를 개발했을 때 당시에는 내부적으로 뭔가 이 초보자들을 케어해야 된다는 생각이 많았어요. 그래서 초보자들을 케어하려면 우리가 어떤 식으로 이렇게 월드를 제작해야 될까라는 고민이 많았고.
We had a very chaotic and really fast gameplay in Sanhok, and we have a very slow-paced gameplay for Miramar and also Erangel. And we had players that loved Erangel and loved Miramar, others that absolutely loved Sanhok. And so we wanted to have a common battleground.
유저분들의 피드백이 곧 저희의 책찍질이죠. 뭐. 이래라고 이래라 펍지 항상 이러시잖아요.
When we designed the candy, we wanted to create a different map experience. I think we introduced new features in the candy, like the traceable footprints or the new vehicles with new mechanics. And I think all that together contributed to renew the interest of players in our game. We decided that we could improve the experience in the candy.
네, 일단 눈이 거의 빅캔디의 3분의 2가 눈으로 원래 덮여 있었는데 이게 특징이기도 하고 그래서 빅캔디만의 아름다움이 눈으로 표현된다고 생각을 했어요. 근데 아무래도 그렇다고 해도 게임 플레이에 지장이 되면은 아무리 예뻐도 힘드니까 눈이 필요하면은 게임에 집중할 수가 없잖아요.
We wanted to do a very beautiful map and see how much we could push our limits. We didn't expect that snow would be such a big problem for the players as well. We reduced the amount of trees. The amount of snow have decreased. The terrain has been also modified for gameplay reasons. So now we don't have so many flat areas. We try to make the terrain a little more bumpy so you can cover behind it.
그러니까 원래 빅캔디는 3분의 2가 눈으로 완전 덮여 있었다면 오픈데브 때는 3분의 2 눈 중에서 그 중에서 반 정도가 덜어진 것 같고요.
The main complaints were the brightness of the snow and the performance. So now with this remaster also we try to improve that. Keep in mind that we needed also to improve the performance because we are adding new stuff, like the new Dinoland. That is huge, and the train that will affect performance as well. So we needed to balance all that. We reworked almost every building, I will say, and every location. We reduced the tree count, the materials, textures, everything. We are trying to keep the same looking and the same quality.
Everything is more pleasant to the eye.
빅캔디에서 기차는 사실상 저희 빅캔디를 개발할 초기에 이미 아이디어는 나와 있었어요. 실제로 기차를 넣었으면 좋겠다. 그때 아마 세국열차가 영화가 나왔었을 때고 그래서 빅캔디에 기차가 들어갔으면 좋겠다는 얘기가 나왔었는데 사실상 그걸 개발할 시간이 없었던 거고 그걸 막 같이 월드를 개발하면서 그 기차까지 새로 신규로 만들어서 넣기까지 시간이 부족했던 거고 이번에 그걸 준비해서 이제 넣게 됐는데요.
There are 11 stations. You have two different lines, one that goes around the island, outside the island, and then you have two internal lines with multiple trains that go back and forth.
I'm really looking forward to see how players use it. The good thing is that you know where the train goes and where the lines are, so you can plan your next move, hoping that the train will add new unexpected and funny moments. But you have complete freedom, you don't need to drive, so you are free to fight. Dinoland is what was previously known as Dino Park. We looked at American theme parks from the 60s. It is about 4 times bigger than the old Dino Park.
Dino Park was already an area that was beloved by the players. When we started to work on Vikendi, we organized a trip to Slovenia. That was our main inspiration for the map.
And we were traveling and we passed by an actual abandoned dinosaur park. that looked super creepy, but amazing. We added a lot of verticality, so you can actually climb even to the top of the volcano. Dinoland kept this chaotic feeling with these maintenance areas, for example, that you can access from the back part of the stores or restaurants. And you can run into an unexpected fight with a team that was on the other side of the park by accessing to these areas. So that will keep that chaotic feeling.
이게 뭐 게임 판도라는 게 시시각각 변하고 유저들의 취향도 정말 다이나믹해가지고 그때그때 맞춰서 유저 취향이랑 개발자들의 로망이 합쳐져서 나오는 게 게임이라고 생각을 하거든요.
Fan feedback is one of the PUBG core values. And if you look at the Vikendi remaster, you will see that all the changes were made to improve the fan experience. And all the changes were made based on their thoughts. And you can clearly see that. Because we truly believe that the best way to offer the best game for our players is listening to them.
Hi, this is Annie of Weekly PCS. With the grand finals of PCS Europe Charity Showdown held last week, the PCS Charity Showdown has come to an end. First, let's see which team became the champion in Europe. After 18 matches of grand finals, Northern Lights won the PCS Europe Charity Showdown. Northern Lights performed well from partner events and PGS qualifiers in early 2020, and they also ranked 5th in the group stage of PCS Europe Charity Showdown. They could take 4 chicken dinners out of 18 matches, showing their strength in the grand finals. They gained remarkable kill points as well as high placement points so that they could end up first with 39 point gaps from the second place. Tornado Energy, who finished second, is a team that has been playing in the PUBG esports scene since 2018. They barely made it to the grand finals by placing the 15th in the group stage, but they could recover their performance in the grand finals. Navi placed second with only 7 points away from Northern Lights until the second day, but they failed to pull up their scores further enough on the last day and finished third from the PCS Europe Charity Showdown. PCS Charity Showdown across from all regions have finished, and I would like to introduce our champions. Congratulations to all! PCS Charity Showdown is over, but don't be sad. Now we're on our way to PCS 1. PCS 1 qualifiers and regional leagues are underway from the global. Let's take a look at the participating teams, schedules, and more of each region. In Europe, 24 teams will participate in the group stage, and only 16 teams will advance to PCS 1. First, total of 12 teams already secured their tickets for PCS 1 group stage. And remaining 12 tickets for group stage will be decided by regional qualifiers from Europe.
And welcome back. This is the PUBG C series. You're with me, Contra, as well as Husky here, bringing you the rest of the rounds as we have already concluded 3 matches inside of Miramar, and now we are looking for it for the greeneries inside of Arangel. So we are definitely happy to see so many more teams emerging in towards the winner chicken dinner list, and 24K Gaming is our new name in towards what we saw earlier on to secure the last map of Arangel. Oh, sorry, Miramar.
Yeah.
Got my tongue tied for a bit. And, yeah, my mind's ringing a little bit off.
But welcome back, welcome back, 24K Gaming to the Big Boy League. I've been waiting for them to show up. Of course, getting that one chicken chicken dinner might not seem like a big deal for them. Might not seem like a big deal to other people, but I think for 24K gaming in general, it is pretty important that they they find reassurance in how good they actually are, and giving themselves a little bit of boost in that leaderboard. But this is the result from that previous round. 24K Gaming 11 kills and first place, giving themselves that 21 points. Bahammer Gaming also same as 24K Gaming with 11 frags, but they finished third with 16 points in total. Archangel Predator of a wonderful performance, managing to get that second spot placement point and getting themselves 12 points in total. DK Esports finishing fourth with 8 points and FFG with 7. So the front runners are still there, but now 24K Gaming joined the list.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see more and more new winners coming in as well. So far, of course, we definitely have a little bit of shift in terms of gameplay as we are in for another crash course in towards Arangel. Now, of course, looking in towards the charts here, we see the Yakuzas, of course, having to pay a hefty fine to actually enter zone early on against the likes of Archangel Predator. But hey, it was them just getting nailed down after such a rough run. But now looking towards the upcoming 3 matches that's going to be inside Erangel, like we covered early on, Gold Army Factory got the first win, followed by Bahamut Gaming as well as 24K Gaming. Once again, thanks to PUBG Corporations as well as Geek Events, PNK Revolution, Cost Effect for having us here for this beautiful show of PlayerUnknown's background. So now, Husky, we're going to be having you do the honors to, of course, wrap up the total leaderboards of the first half of the day.
Oh, thank you very much. But here we go. Bama Gaming extending their lead once more. 21 point in terms of differential between them and DK Esports, who only have 85. 3 points ahead of Archangel Predator at 82. 24K Gaming catching up with the chicken dinner, now nailing themselves at 74 points. They knocked the Yakuza down to 6th place alongside Champ, who both have 61. Ronnie PUBG with 43, CGM Wolf with 42, FFG KXS with 41, Next Wave Predator and FTW Philippines. We haven't seen too much of these two teams, but they currently sit in 10th place with 40 points.
Well, of course, some of all these teams are still playing catching up. Carbon Gaming is doing pretty well. Like early on, we did see some very amazing shots coming in from the M24s being pulled out. And of course, I'm definitely hoping to witness more of that. Even though Gold Army Factory as well as Carbon Gaming both had that chicken dinner, to me, they are still lurking around 12th and 13th position, which is something that I feel is quite a surprise. Where they've been playing quite okay, but usually it's the hurdle to the finish line that is the main issue that they are facing right here. Like Carbon Gaming, they have done it once. They can't actually do it again. Same goes to Gold Army Factory today in the very initial round. So they need to make sure that their gas is still pretty much pumped, at least through this halfway point. Now that they are going towards Arangel, they really have to be careful, especially when it comes to those early rotations as well as engagements.
Yep, but finally we are jumping right in. Away from the scorching desert, we are going to find a bit of cool air on the countryside, the breeze of Erangel, as we jump into the very first round of this second half. Map number 4, with the plane deciding to fly from the eastern side towards the west, pretty close to that military island. But the circle so far we've seen is pretty mischievous, ducking towards the ocean, really liking the coastlines. We'll see if that's the case for this round again. And we also need to put a bit of emphasis onto teams such as Bosco Esports and Wasted Boys, because remember, if we look at the overall result from the group stage standing, the Yakuza, they were placed last with 54 points, but now the Yakuzas are actually at 6th place, whereas teams such as Wasted Boys and Bosco Esports, they had better placings during the group stage, but is not reflecting in their current performance during the playoffs where they have less than 20 points.
I would agree as well. I really hope to see some of them pop off yet again, because they did really well in the group stages. But now when they are facing some of the better half of the teams that have qualified through the group stages, they are suffering quite a lot of hits as well. So I wouldn't say jitters are still there for the teams. Like, they've been playing so many rounds already. Pasha, well, just like a little bit of a paragliding for now, but not for long when you see an SLR coming in the way. He's trying to actually line this up with the iron side, but, you know, Kevlar only have 10 bullets in the chamber each time, but, oh! Boy, it's 41 damage being put out. There's even more bullets flying up the air. 16 more, so they are down to half health. This is looking pretty bad for Pasha. Retreat. They really gotta pull this one out.
Oh man, Pasha,
boy.
come on. They have multiple people shooting at him. Titan goes for a spray with the iron sight. Not the best gun to do that, and Pasha, he somehow manages to survive that, and see Dreadwood with such a late landing. They should be lucky that they lost no one and just catching a few bullets. But top kills right now from Bama Gaming, Argot and Shinryuji, Maestro as well, leading kills with a total of 21 kills over 9 maps. You gotta keep your eyes on these guys. And well, there's a reason why they are in the top 5, and this is one of it.
Yeah, I guess like if you really want to get yourself in the front page news, you gotta be a top fragger for your team, or your whole team has to be fragging it out all the time. Like I remember covering quite a number of the events. Like in an average 3-day run, if you can actually secure about 30 kills, in an average of 10 kills per day, you know, like it could possibly put you pretty high up in the standings. As we can see, like, you know, if you stash up each kill a point, it's going to be pretty much 3 chicken dinners in the back already. But it's easier to be said than done for the very least. So when you are facing against some of the best of Southeast Asia, or even Asia or the world, it's going to be a pretty tough one. Oh, Sayuri knows that there is a little bit of that danger lurking inside the garage. Shots being fired, but this is not going to be much for FT to do. Oh, one more hit, and he does get that knock.
What? Oh man, the side of the railings, he somehow lands that crucial headshot. Oh, Arvin's gonna feel pretty bad about that. But DK Esports, they also lost one of the guys, fully taken out by this Carbon Gaming with pinpoint accuracy, being able to cripple DK Esports from the get-go. But man, Arvin won't be able to play PUBG at least for the next 30 minutes.
Well, 30 minutes or so, give or take. Of course, he's probably gonna be considering his options. Like, oh man, this is gonna be a tilting. I might just hit the ultimate F4 button sometimes, you know. But hey, just jokes aside, usually when you are down and out, you can still spectate your teammates, right? And comms is especially vital. Whatever information that you get, even if you get taken down alone, it is definitely going to be something that is very, very crucial. Every single information that you can provide to your teammates is an edge for you to win some wars.
Yep. Now Champ still playing on the side as Mananabas catches the bullet in his head and burns! Oh man, outguns him. He leaps out of the vehicle and he turns his crosshair onto Mananabas. That's next play Predator losing one of their members. This is not the day. The same situation. Arvin gets his head taken off and Mananabas gets turned around as he tries to go for an ambush. And look at El Satanas. He has his side on Skyko. Skyko has no idea. His back is turned. Yeah, he also passing by, and Skyko only has a tree to protect him. Now, 2 members in view, and El Satan is just going to start unloading, but he's missing his shots. My man, you need to land those shots, and he's not going to get any down. And now, Bosco Esports, they're gonna start driving away. They say, we're gonna let you fire at us. And it seems like Satanas is not gonna give up. Nerman taking heavy fire. Here comes the spray. He just needs one bullet to land, and that one will definitely connect. Nerman is down, so Bosco Esports, they're going to lose this guy. Park the Bicep, he wants to turn around to save his buddy, but I don't think that's a good decision because Satanas is not going to give up on this, and it seems like Nerman is going to bleed out to death. Meanwhile, Dawn also catches Skyco during the rotation. Two teams camping the bridge, and Bosco Esports caught in a hot zone.
Now, towards the side of FFG, they are having a little bit of that hills for them to actually work with. Darkers will be able to actually find M0, so a little bit of that danger being negated as we are looking at Kevlar here, hoping to actually cover the other right side of the flank. But, you know, Bosco has been doing very questionable moves. What exactly are they thinking, stopping at that corner where, in most logical answer, somebody will be up that hill? They should have checked twice before going in for those vehicle takes, and yeah, they got marked for so long, and unfortunately enough, they will have to lose Norman. So there's a little bit more Erangel 101 right down below. And then Erangel was inspired by the creator Brendan Green's daughter, Erin. So combine Erin with Angel gives us one of the most recognizable plays by any gamer who has ever played PUBG Mobile. Sorry, PUBG PC.
But that's good to know though that that the creators definitely put a lot of thought into this, and well, I didn't know that that this inspiration was drawn. Now this gives much more meaning. It definitely, I'm pretty sure the representation is there. You know, there's so much greenery, good scenery as well, and all these fun facts. It's great to dig them out once in a while, but Bosco Esports are still not out of the woods just yet. I mean, they are out of the woods, but not out of danger. They are now caught in the middle of the bridge. Where's the vehicle? What? They should be driving away, but now they know that they're caught in between, you know, the mainland and the island with only the ocean in between. This is a tough spot for them to get out of.
Driving straight in towards the shore, and lucky enough he lands safely, but Sayuri instead getting that sort of takedown over on a slide ED. Now Darkus still looking up ahead. FFG has already lost 2 members right here, so I guess it wasn't well worth it for them to actually heavily commit to that. And like I said, Bosco doing very questionable moves, and now they have to pay the price.
They are going to run into Ophion Gaming, and with 2 members left, this is actually going to be a 2 versus 2 because both Sever and Dawn have already started to cover more ground. They're going to leave the Great AD and Rictard to deal with both with the remaining survivors of Bosco Esports. So if they can somehow fight their way through, this is going to give them a huge advantage. But it seems like they don't want any of this, as both of them are just going to scale this cliff and hopefully sneak past Ophion Gaming. This is really going to take a while. As you see, yeah, he's not really that well versed in mountain climbing. It's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, maybe Biceps might have a chance though. I mean, he definitely can put those muscles to work, but I don't see that happening anytime soon, especially by the corners. But hey, phase 2 is not going to be too painful to tank at the very least, so they can still somewhat find their way out. But the question is, do they have vehicles by the end of the shore? So speaking of the shore as well as the ocean, champs are actually making their way by the Quarters to Blue as well. So they're just stopping by, hoping to perhaps refuel and then get themselves in towards the respective territories. But looking at the side of FTW Philippines, yesterday Ferns did exceptionally well. Today, FTW Philippines has been relatively quiet, and today, majority of the circles still has some percentage of water, and this time around, it's actually in the form of a river.
And well, luckily for Bosco Esports, they managed to make it onto mainland, onto dry land. And Ophion Gaming, they got tired of waiting, so they're just going to make their way into that safe zone, as they might run into Carbon Gaming. One member of Carbon Gaming is actually isolated. It's going to be Aisu. You can see Dawn has his crosshair onto him. Truck drives by, but Ophion Gaming decide to not take that shot just yet. They want to continue. There's no clear angle, unfortunately, so Dawn will just have to give this up. He has the buggy with him. Just gonna wait a bit more to catch out any possible stragglers, but fortunately enough, no teams will be caught by the crossfire, as Yakuza will also be able to drive far away from Pocoyo.
Now, with that sort of update heading in towards Yasnaya as well as Razak, and of course the midsection in between it, the lake's gonna be pretty much occupied by visitors like CGM Wolf as well as Yakuza. Both Malaysian side actually taking each other down right now, while we also have a little bit of that sort of the commotion coming in from Next Play Predator as well as FTW Philippines that are inside of the city scapes. And of course, as for Next Play, look at how they are all scattered apart. Narpim as well as PJCM. They are pretty much 3 buildings away from each other. 2.
Yep.
Yeah, like I said,
This,
maths pretty bad on my side.
But Rika is going to be taken out. Unfortunately, that's pretty much it. Ophion Gaming, they lose 1 guy, but they take out the entirety of Champ. That's already 4 frags to start off this round. Maybe a sign of resurgence for Ophion Gaming, who has not been showing up at all for the past 9 rounds that they played. If we include yesterday's performance, CJ Wolf now be caught on the coastline, pretty much isolated. They are spread out as individual watchdogs for teams that are trying to cross that river. And in this case, it's only going to be a single squad. But they had Next Play Predator to deal with in front of them, as this circle is just going to just shrink further into the middle, but still retaining that very, very important bridge that Go Army Factory will have to eventually pass.
I'm looking at Gold Army Factory. They are definitely having some interesting angles to guard, hoping that maybe there's going to be passerbys to actually catch off from. But now we're going to see with the boys hoping to actually catch a perfect line of sight against CJ, who's on the move. Fasha trying to break down this Dacia, but you know, it's better to save some of these bullets on this chamber. Now FTW possibly gonna be parking that bike inside of that apartment, as Bufelina still holding on towards the opposing side. But if the chances allow Gold Army Factory to still have to circle in the next phase, they can absolutely dominate this entirety of the corners of the river.
Yeah, and this is probably a more special case as well. Yeah, we got that on clip. Got him. This Carty, you are officially having your driver's license suspended, but now the action continues in the jungle as Pocoyo tries to open it up onto a very alone member, I believe, of Ophion Gaming. Not able to land any important shots or fatal ones, so he's able to get away from that.
Well, now looking towards the map, and of course, pretty much very interesting rotations as we see a little bit more of that density of the circle coming right by, and towards the eastern side of Razak, as Aoki tries to actually land it in towards the corners of the Wizard Tower, as he's getting traded back as well. Now, there's going to be a lot of open fields for him to actually cover on the back, and Ronin, using an ad mini 14, is possibly going to be moving out. He knows that he can't really hold his position for way too long, so going to be finding himself a new home.
Absolutely, and FFG now caught up in the middle of nowhere. That's also another spot that generally you want to abandon as soon as you can. It's not the great spot to camp out when you have enemy teams right in front of you, and especially multiple squads who have already found shelter. So FFG is going to have a little bit of problem traversing that, but K-Bytes at the same time will also try to find a bit of a shot onto FFG. Not able to do that. Ophion Gaming caught out on the other side of the river. The only team that is there alongside Go Army Factory, as this circle just commands them to move past the bridge, and K-Bytes finds the shot onto Yehi's head, and now Park Jab Bicep will have to decide whether he wants to take this fight or revive his buddy, but it seems like revival will be the decision for now. They have the cover of the smoke grenade.
Well, Smoke's definitely going to be able to actually secure them, but it seems to me that Circle really loves Archangel Predator a little bit way too much. They're smack in the center, but with a little bit more pressure coming from the Hamlet Gaming, things are looking a little bit more concerning. But DK Esports, once again, by the edge of the circle, trying to actually sweepstake over on the side of CG. Now, they're going to be having a little bit of a peeling riding on that like, well, Emmons trying to actually line that shot right by the corner of that rock. Of course, the Bucky's not going to be helping as CJ will be able to find Roulette of Yakuza.
Yep, and Roulette, the member from the side of Yakuza that we did want to put our eyes on, but maybe not for this. Yakuza down to the last man as Saber gets taken out. You can see Emma also goes for a spray. He actually fights Darby, and Darby gets ran over by his own car, but you can't blame him for that. The vehicle has lost his driver, so he falls to his death, and it's just unfortunate. But right now, Sayudi down with the Molly up to the second floor, and we talk about this. You don't want to be in there because there's nowhere to run. The fragment is in as well, and Yuki gets barbecue, but FTW knows that someone is there, and they're immediately going to fight Darkus as he tries to escape but into the hands of Sayudi. And there goes FMG, and Hida, never mind. Gets ran over by Nebu. It's well, at least they took out FFG, so there's no one there to confirm the kill, but come on.
Yeah, at the very least. Now,
yeah,
moving on towards the side of Bosco. Box up bicep. Knows that K-Bytes is just right across. Seems like K-Bytes has gotten himself a little bit of a PC upgrade, I believe. As we are looking at some of all these guys who are trying to actually make their way in. Limitless. Taps after taps, not really having any sort of connection at all. You still have plenty of smokes left on his side, but Savior is just going to be washing some dirt off his shoulders by the edge of this river. But hey, he's got the circle though, so no complaints.
Yeah, I mean, Savior has not been having the best outing with the rest of his team. He's always the last guy left alive. A lot on his shoulders, but that's the state of the round, at least for now. I think even the last round, he was the last guy alive, trying to survive the onslaught of Archangel Predator. And speaking of Archangel Predator, they are still trying to look for teams making further into the safe zone. They are in the middle, in the center of it as usual. DK Esports have yet to register a kill so far. Probably one of the slowest starts that they had in this playoffs, but they are going to eventually run into Carbon Gaming, and Maestro, he might want to park himself somewhere where he can go for a flank, and that's exactly what he would do. Also, a bit of a looting can be done in this compound.
K-Bytes now gets some free taps onto Pucked Up Bicep, and Bosco will lose one. And seems like troubles. What? Oh wait, what? He was turning round and round, and he misses multiple shots. Bicep.
Yeah. Man, playing with the hitbox, but he does bleed out to death. And Nine Holy, well, now it's his turn to find those pixel shots. It's just one more. He hits the tire, he hits the buggy. He might consider spraying down that vehicle though. That vehicle is starting to smoke up, and Nine Holy decides that he's going to take a chill pill for now. And as they do have Next Wave Predator near them, and Go Army Factory will have to fight their way through this.
Well, at the very least, it causes a little bit of a psychological warfare towards the side of Savior, so he's like pretty much alarmed. So he doesn't really have to push in from that sort of direction, so he doesn't seem to have a clue how exactly to get in. But Gold Army Factory now having to actually force their issue against Next Play. They are just by the edge of the circle, and more of these bullets flying towards the side of Savior as well. The Yakuza, unfortunately, will have to just bite the dust. K-Bytes, nailing him down.
I mean, for a Savior, he knows that there's no way he's making it in. So instead of giving one free point, he just commits suicide in that blue zone. Probably the most honorable thing a Yakuza can do, seppuku. So that's what he did. So hats off to him. But Yakuza getting a 12th place finish, not really what they wanted. But with how this circle is right now, we are getting a mixture of paddy field warfare and of course guerrilla warfare in this jungle, as where Go Army Factory are at right now. Tokyo opening up onto PDCM and instantly gets that down. CGM Wolf, they still want to be a part of this party.
Pocoyo has a little bit of an elevation on the top side of the roof now. PJCM seems to be down and out, of course. Narpim doesn't have enough time to actually go in for the rescue while Wolf Elena looking towards the grasses. There's going to be a little bit of snakes right down below. He's still marking towards the rock. Now, there is a little bit of cover with those sort of the vehicles right down there. But oh, perfect knock as Evan is down and Gold Army Factory might just get another point right here.
Yep, and there is a smoke grenade to cover him, but I don't think his buddy can make. Yeah, the blue zone is there, so Eman is pretty much toasted. Nine Homely will also find a kill onto Narpim. Archangel Predator, they are the only team so far in this hot zone who has a compound to be in. 24K Gaming as well. All 4 members alive, pretty much comfy in that shelter. So these two teams will try to pick up as much stragglers as they can as the rest of the squads try to push in. CJ with a very ambitious lob off that frag. Does it catch up to Momonji? Actually tags him for 36 damage, and CJ is going to try again. Another frag primed up. Momonji not in a good spot. This one doesn't hit, but Momonji is also pretty much going to be roasted pretty soon. He's on the edge of this blue zone. Man, he's still looking for him.
Used to be okay. Okay, he got caught out by Goami Factory. Fair play, fair play. Like Goami Factory has been looking at the same angle for a long time. Like Momonji used to be back in Archangel Predators, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere back in the days, and it's just quite cruel that CJ, forces him out of the way, but eventually lands on the side of JEF. But now over on the side of 24K Gaming, getting some view.
It's actually Bio62 who downs KSS, but now, well, in fact, they try to provide cover. Yeah, KSS is not going to make it. The blue zone is already there. So pretty much unfortunate as Shinryuji does go for spray. He does Killer, and Argo to finish him off. The coordination from Bama Gaming is perfect. Mad Dog with his frag will down Shinryuji. But you still have 3 members alive from Bama Gaming to try to make something happen. You can see all the frags are being primed. Mr. Chan's gonna lob one himself right towards CJ. Is this gonna land on? Mad Dog is there as well. This one's not gonna connect, but Mr. Chan, he will try it for round number 2 with smoke grenade trying to protect CJ. Number 3 is also coming up, and CJ will eventually bleed to death because of those shot nodes. Mad Dog also has to make its way out. That one's not gonna hit him. So Bama Gaming having a really good leverage over Archangel Predator, as Namcell will also be engaged in the fight against FTW.
Hiding behind some of these tanks for covers. Well, there is a couple of ditch for FTW, but it will not cover up to the side of Ferns as we see. Wolfelina, this game really having so much firepower in his hands as he gets one more in the back. Now here comes LJ Buffbucks. Oh no, too many of the members coming in from the side of Bahamut to shut him down. And now over the side of DK Esports, there might just be some little bit of a free pickoff against JF.
Yeah, they have a lot of options to go on, but they really have to pick their fight right now. Bama Gaming will be able to find some room to breathe as this car will now try to unload his bullets onto the members of CGM Wolf as Pocoyo is caught out in the blue zone, but luckily for him, this car has to go for a bit of a reload, but he's still going to try though. Pocoyo might not be able to make it in alive. He's trying to crawl. Gonna throw some smoke grenades, but he's gonna be caught out eventually. Alina definitely finds Mad Dog. Archangel Predator will be out as Dreams by R does. Barbecue Pasha. Maestro will find a headshot to Numcell. This is just an absolute battlefield for all of these teams.
With Circle favoring the side of DK Esports as well as Gold Army Factory. It might just be another win for the side of Gold Army Factory for this one if they can hold on towards so many of these teams that are on their way in towards the circle. But of course, this is not going to be easy for those on the outskirts with 24K now landing over the side of Pasha. M0 is going to be having to cover the HUD, but now looking towards the side of Carbon Gaming. They are opponent up north, and 24K is suffering so many blows, and Carbon Gaming gets one more off.
Yeah, and Bama Gaming also chipped in as well. Escarte has to get away. Carbon Gaming now, they're caught on the outskirts. They had to go through FTW and CGM Wolf, the 2 teams in between them, but Hargwitz is the only member left alive. 24K and DK Esports just constantly laying down those suppressing fires onto the squads that are not in the cover of, that does not have a cover of the shelters. So this is going to be pretty tough. Bama Gaming also needs to kind of make it into the circle as well. They did get a little bit of room to breathe after taking out Arcade Predator, but the fight has just begun for them. 2 members down. Mr. Chan is going to be down as well. Wolf Alina will find that kill, and Shinryuji taken out. Carbon Gaming chipping in as well. But 24k, they will bow out as this card they will finish everyone off. Meanwhile, Maestro will fight to himself onto both Night Holy and KMF1. This is just messy for all of this team involved.
Now we're looking at so many of all these teams just having a bloodbath here with that open field terrains. And now more nades being left here coming in from the corners of Carbon Gaming over the side of FTW Philippines. They're all marching their way. DK Esports also want a piece of the pie as well. Now Georgie's going to be stocking up, but he doesn't really have much time for that. A little bit of that smoke covering some of these opposing members. And oh my, they're all surrounded. FTW, what could they possibly do? They're still on the proning position as we see Carbon Gaming here. We'll still have the circle, but DK Limitless possibly will have a little bit of a hard time. Gold Army Factory is down and out.
They almost saw, I think, FTW on the right side. Georgie's going to find the head of Art God. It might be a showdown between DK Esports and Bama Gaming. DK Esports, they want this leaderboard back in their favor. You can see this Maestro fighting everyone, and Gold Army Factory will finally be taken out. FTW as well. And we might get the showdown that we've been looking for. Carbon Gaming is still all 4 members alive. 2 of them are down. Bama Gaming is right across the plains, but with the smokes providing cover, I don't think Carbon Gaming is going to lose any member. DK Esports will also have some room to slow down as well with their 3 members, but they're facing down the barrel of Carbon Gaming. The headshot does come in, but my boy is going to return the favor as well. Bama Gaming, they don't want to say die just yet. DK Esports, they have to focus on BMG before turning their attention onto Carbon Gaming.
This top 4 could be anyone's game here. Goes still by the corner of the haystack. Now sneaking his way through while Bahamut Gaming is going to be doing exactly the same. This is a little bit tricky to actually deal against DK Esports as we are looking at Georgie here on the hunt. He's right behind that Dacia, and now there's a little bit more tap scoring over the side of my boy as well. Isu. Oh my, here comes Reggie! Reggie gets one! Georgie goes down! Oh my goodness me! And that's going to be a pretty sick clutch, but the rest of the members of DK Esports is now alerted, and it's only down to Limitless right now on the other corner.
What was Georgie thinking? He walked forward like that and look at Carbon Gaming. They were like, this is our time to shine. They got there in both for it. They are stepping forward. They're also firing from long angles as Hahagus is right behind Isu. Isu has no idea. CJ and Wolf, is this the play? Is this the play to redeem their failures from yesterday? We might just find out as Hahagus. He's breathing right behind Isu. How can he not realize there's a free kill right in front? The blue zone, just right on the edge. The tense moment for this remaining member of CGM Wolf, but Bama Gaming still locked in this standoff against DK Esports on the other side with Carbon Gaming providing suppressing fire. Here comes Hahagus. He pops his head out. He's gonna find one onto Isu. He confirm this. He's gonna confirm this straight away. Now uses the haystacks to cover himself. Also gets the smoke grenade in the process, but Carbon Gaming, they are not in the position to respond to Hahagus.
Perfect timing for Hahagus to actually take him out as he is finally steered clear of danger, but now Bahamut Gaming is pretty much well occupied against Carbon Gaming. So it might just be high time for Hahagus to actually get one more off. And it's in the form of Shinruji as well. Oh my word. We are looking at CGM Wolf making their mark in towards top 3, and this is 10 kills in the back for Carbon Gaming. Now, with the final member left of DK Esports. It's going to be Limitless right there by the corners of the smoke, and we are looking at before going in for the spray down. This is your winner chicken dinner for Carbon Gaming.
And Carbon Gaming makes their mark once more. They got one chicken dinner yesterday. They're going to get one today as well with 11 kills. CGM Wolf barely scraping the 10k the 10k stat with I believe Hahagus as well. So this is definitely a amazing feat, but Carbon Gaming definitely sticking it through until the very end. Bama Gaming, they put up a good fight, but they were just caught off guard. So slightly unfortunate right there. DK Esports also making it into the 2nd place, but only with 5 frags. This is Carbon Gaming probably at the best throughout this entire evening.
Yes, this is definitely the best one so far, and now we're looking at so many of all these teams still are chasing their way in. CGM Wolf so far having Haha Gusu actually pull their way through, and he just times it off so well. And I thought he would possibly be a goner right there by the edge of the blue, but Hammond Gaming would have had a better chance to survive. But yet again, it seems like Haha Gus definitely had the last laugh.
Yeah, and you can see the amount of patience that Hahagus had in that final few moments where he took out Aisu. Karma Gaming was not in a position to respond to that. He took out Bama Gaming, and as a token of appreciation, Carbon Gaming decided to take him out instead before turning their attention onto DK Esports. So this is a chain of events has been favoring Carbon Gaming for the entirety of that final phase because they had all 4 members alive. Bama Gaming and DK Esports were just in this tug of war, just slaughtering each other, trying to get that top spot. But in the end, none of them got it, and it was Carbon Gaming who stuck it until the very end.
Yes, indeed. And of course, with that game concluded, we're still going to be having more runs inside of Erangel. But of course, we're going to be going on a break later on before we get ourselves ready for the next one. We need a little bit of time to actually tabulate the scores and, of course, give the players time to juice up with a little bit more of that sort of the drinks, as well as hopefully a little bit more snacks to last the entire evening, because it's going to be a long haul evening for themselves, because there's going to be possibly 6 games every single day, and now we're already reaching possibly the penultimate round in the next run. So of course, our thoughts here are definitely thinking who exactly will be the champion of the PUBG C Series Grand Finals between both these nations, the Malaysians as well as the Philippines. So, of course, Husky, any words to say before we go on a break?
I think compared to yesterday, today is slightly more explosive. The teams that we want to see, I did mention early on, is starting to make a bit of a resurgence, or to likely pull it an improvement in terms of performance. Now the standing is even shakier compared to yesterday. Yesterday there was a huge gap, but now the gap has been slightly shortened in terms of the 2nd to 8th place. I think top 1 is still going to be in Bama Gaming's favor. They had an amazing lead, almost more than 20 points. But we'll see if that's going to change. 2 more rounds of Erangel to go. We'll take a short commercial break, and when we come back, more PUBG action will continue in this C series. Don't go anywhere.
I'm going to die. With still having the main island having a little bit of control on there, a couple of these guys can make their way through, and Phil finding himself getting knocked from.
It's really interesting because, yeah, actually, like, the Team Liquid guys, super nice dudes. A grenade up to Highwind. Highwind, the hero, but right on top of him.
来看一下这边3名成员不必推进，面对 Harry 的架枪，直接打第1支、第2支、第3支，直接串漂亮。
He's gonna have to work his way forward. They're next to each other. He's actually just gone around him. Gaxi, turn around. He's behind you. They have no idea how close they are right now. Gaxi is a centimeter away, and inch by inch they walk forward in unison. Ghoststar just came out of the smoke. He has no idea that Ghoststar is still behind him. Both prone. Ghoststar. Ghostar's in the boat. Oh my god, he might go down.
Let's see Ghoststar, but it's not quite enough. K-Man gets him down. K-Man goes for Fuzz. Fuzz forced to go down. He's going to stick to the spray. He's got no bullets left. Mini Fountain. Oh my word.
とそしてリラックス取り特殊部隊サンシスターを沈めに参ります。ケンです下手投げグレネード一旦効果出て当たってるそのポロダウン裏回って降りて外側2人目ダウン3人目いけるか3人目あ全部取れるか倒した
So many teams now piling up from the south. T-Bone. Oh my word, T-Bone's right next to them. He's gonna fly.
star is gonna be coming right here, and Boogie is just waiting, and there we have it.
5시 지역, 서클의 5시 지역에 붙어있는 두 팀인데
위키드가 욕심이 좀 많아요. 봤어요. 인디고 맞고.
네.
Arena, I guess you would call it. Tagged up once, tags up two. Secure this entire side of the circle, finds the third, what a hell! Oversprayed. Rubbed over the roof, it's gonna bounce up and over. Somehow no kill confirmed on that one either. They don't know about Iroh's position. They have no idea that there's one inside. That one's gonna bounce up and over and take him down. He's gonna have to hop off the roof. Vard is tagged up. Vard finds one more. Great shooting. Molotov thrown forward now as well. Now they have to back off and run the hell out of here. Iroh finds one, and that's the third kill.
不要慌，当然还是得看后续。哇，这个起来了，被空摘了。
Imaju lijepu poziciju ovdje, Marv radi dosta damage-a, međutim neće on moći ovo vjerojatno preživjeti. Kako?
Molotov down as well. Spots one bus face. Takes one to the face, falls down immediately after 20 bullets left. Get the face. Tried to stay alive and don't Molotov yourself. And now he jumps off, catches AIDS, he runs out of healing and he gets him. 2v1. Flash straight on through. Full wide. I think. Valius. Oopsie doopsie. There's a lot of flashbang. What? How much do you want to ruin his eyes? Stop throwing flashbangs, guys! That's 7 flashbangs. They threw flashing orange. Orange finds one. He's gonna go down and return, but it's one.
하니까 체력이 너무 없다. 바로 내려. 김치.
숨은 쉬어야죠. 그쵸?
오시면 못 줘도 커피는 주고 싶네요.
김치!
Welcome back, survivors. One of the most requested features from the community has been a proper ranked mode, where players can put their skills to the test against others. We're happy to announce that an official ranked mode is finally coming to PUBG with update 7.2. But what is ranked mode? How do you play it? And what else do you need to know? Let's dive in and take a look. Ranked mode replaces the old survival title system and is a separate queue from normal PUBG matches, featuring its own unique characteristics and rule set. To play a ranked match, navigate to the play button on the main menu and find the ranked button in the sub-menu. In an effort to keep cheating out of ranked play, you'll need to link an SMS device before you're allowed to participate. Ranked games have a maximum of 64 players and can be played in FPP or TPP squads, though players do have the option of going in with fewer than 4 people. You'll first need to play 5 placement matches to determine your starting tier and division. Tiers progress from bronze to silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and master, with 5 divisions between each tier. As you play games, you'll earn and lose rank points, or RP, which move you up and down the rankings. Once you reach the end of Division 1 in any tier, your next win will promote you to the lowest division of the next tier. But be aware that poor performance can also lower your rank. When a game starts, your map will be randomly selected from Erangel, Miramar, or Sanhok. Ranked matches have their own rule set, which pulls from both normal and esports super settings. These settings mean more loot, a heavier focus on competitive weapons like ARs, altered blue zone settings to encourage more conflicts, and by very popular demand, no red zones. To check out the full rule set, visit our ranked mode dev letter linked below. Now that you know how you'll be fighting, let's dive into what's at stake. Ranked mode features unique rewards that you can't get anywhere else, and you start to earn them by simply finishing your placement matches. These initial rewards are special add-ons for your PUBG ID, but the bulk of the rewards are earned once you reach gold tier and consist of unique skins with a competitive ranked theme. For those who go above and beyond, there's a special PUBG ID reward for ranked players who finish in the top 500 of their territory. You can check out our new and improved leaderboard to see where everyone stands and how they got there. We've put a lot of thought into how to make ranked mode great, and your feedback has been invaluable here as well. A couple other things to go over before we wrap up. First of all, we want to reiterate that bots will not be in any ranked games. And as we stated before, we're putting a stronger focus on authentication to help prevent cheating. This means you might have to connect to your account to a cell phone or reach a certain level of mastery before being able to play ranked. We hope these measures will help keep ranked matches focused on pure competitive gameplay and skill. Ranked mode is coming with update 7.2, so get the squad together and get ready to show the battlegrounds what you're made of.
And welcome back, survivors. This is the PUBG C Series Grand Finals. It's day 2, and we are heading in towards game number 5. Husky, so far, we've seen some repeated winners, and of course, new faces to actually hit the winner chicken dinner board. But hey, there's still 2 more games to go. Then this is the penultimate round before we head in towards yet another run inside of Erangel. But you know, that match inside of the open fields of the south side of Yasnaya, relatively very, very interesting. Like, we saw the likes of CGM Wolves, Haha Goose there, really outlasting many of these teams that I actually thought would have actually did the best of that sort of situation. But, you know, some of them actually bite the dust way earlier. And speaking of which, let's go through some of these recaps here. As we saw, Carbon Gaming, of course, taking that win. And the top 2 will be DK Esports, followed by Bahamut Gaming, who both shared an 11-pointer.
Yep, and after that you have Go Army Factory and FDW Philippines with 9 points each, CGM Wolf with 8, Ophion Gaming with 5, and all 5 of them came from frags. 24K Gaming with 4 points, and the rest, as you can see, Archangel Predator not doing too hard with only 3. Ronin PUBG, Champ, and Wasted Boys all share the same points of 2 points. FFG KXS and Next Predator with 1. Bosco Esports and the Yakuza, they bow out with none.
Yeah, but both of them will definitely need to actually do a little bit better. Early on, we see something really interesting coming in. Packed up bicep got knocked, but he was getting tapped a couple of times, but he was just spinning round and round, and he did not get tapped for some reason. But eventually, he did actually bleed out. But of course, we hope to see better coming from Yakuza as well as Bosco. It is 2 rounds in a row where Yakuza's really didn't really get anything at all. Where we saw in the final round of Miramar, it was technically a very similar fate where we saw them go out and about. But Carbon Gaming yesterday they saw a win. Same goes for today as well. But Helmet Gaming, of course, has been playing exceptionally well as compared to many other teams that are playing today. Of course, oh, we're not discounting the fact that DK Esports as well as Arcade Predator have their good runs as well, but so far, Bahamut Gaming seems to be the shining star of the tournament as they are currently placed on top of the table and the only team that has break it in towards the triple digit mark with a total of 2 chicken dinners as well as 170 points. But DK Esports might just actually come in pretty closely with another 4 points to break that 100-point mark.
Yeah, and at the same time, by the end of round four, round three, DK Esports and Arcade Predator, they were only separated by 1 point, but you can see the gap has now widened, 11-point differential between DK Esports and Arcade Predator, and Bahamut Gaming is still maintaining that more than 20-point lead over DK Esports with a 21-point difference. 24K Gaming with 78. Slightly catching up to Arcade Predator, Champ as well following close behind with 63 points. The Yakuza also, even though they were bumped out to 6th place, but they are pretty close to that top 5 as well with 61s, and followed by Carbon Gaming with 57 and CGM with 50 points. FTW Philippines, Ronin PUBG, Go Army Factory, FFG KXS, and Next Week Predator are all within that 40 to 50 point range. I think if today they definitely won't be able to catch up to top 5, but they should be able to break even and make it into the first half of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I'm looking at the middle of the pack. They are actually being extremely competitive, but they can't seem to be hitting those sort of the stellar runs as compared to the ones that are currently in the top 4 per se. But of course, with that being said, we are now taking our flight towards our penultimate round here. Gold Army Factory is going to be taking the front seat of the plane. Hopefully they can actually take the front seat again when it comes down to surviving till the very end. As we are looking at this flight path here, very interesting. Coming in from shooting range all the way down towards Nova Rep.
I'm expecting Champ to drop on the island. That is one of their favorite spots. Yep, there we go. They're going to drop alongside Bosco Esports. These two teams always share the Sosnovka Island with each other, but they have this hidden gentleman agreement to not fight until they get into like the safe zone. So much respect to both teams, but this time it's going to be Champ that takes over the military base. As you can see, Carbon Gaming as well, one of the teams that likes to be on the edge of the map. They're going to take over the north side as FTW this time pretty much spread out.
Yeah, we're looking at FTW here, coming with a very different kind of approach, and Georgie goes straight in towards the bunkers of the shelter. I love the new paints on shelter. Of course, the reworked Erangel looks pretty beautiful, I must say. And I'm looking at the side of Wasted Boys so far, coping very decently. Ophion Gaming having Recta still looking for a gun. He's like, okay, I found a Molotov, but you know, that's not exactly the best thing that's available right now. There is a SMG on the ground, but it seems like Recta does not want to succumb for something that's less in his own eyes than things like a DMR or even an AR.
And you gotta make do what you have. But a little bit of fun fact, Mr. Chan from Bahamut Gaming, highest damage dealer so far in the grand finals. 3.5k total damage and an average of almost 400 damage per map over the course of this playoff. He also appeared on the stats for the highest kills, highest damage dealt, and I believe highest DBNO from the qualifier. So you can't underestimate Bahamut Gaming, and he's also one of the few guys that is almost always the last survivor for the team before they get the chicken dinner or they get wiped out. He always survives until the very last phase of every single round. So this guy has been one of the pivotal members for Bahamut Gaming.
Yeah, and I'm at this point, I feel like he might just have really close ties to Jackie Chan at some point. Like we see Mr. Chan actually getting at almost an average of 4 kills per game. So that amount, when you gather it up, it definitely will be pretty much a very good and healthy rate for you to actually get a whole lot of points for your own team in that sense. But we're looking at CJ Wolf so far. Of course, we saw some highlights coming from Hahagus. Pasha has been suffering a lot lately as we see him usually being the first guy getting taken out coming in from the side of CJ Wolf. So I feel like he just needs to be a little bit more careful.
Oh yeah, I think CJ Wolf, you can't really call yesterday, a fluke. I honestly believe that they can repeat that performance. Hahagus already did that. They just need to kind of play together more. I think they need to be a bit more synchronized with how they approach this mid phase, and probably this middle game is where phase 3 to phase 5 is where most teams start to struggle in terms of rotation, in terms of decision making, and is the phase of the game where it really widens the gap between teams that are better and teams who are still trying to find their footing. As you can look at this circle this time, finally a more proper one that revolves around the mainland instead of compared to the last 4 rounds. We might have a little bit of bridge camping though from Opion Gaming.
Yep, we're possibly going to be working a couple of wonders for Opion. While Bosco possibly knows for the fact that this is going to be very challenging. Last game, they have suffered the same fate as Opion Gaming has set up shop by the corner of the opposing side of the bridge, where they were camping up top of the left side of the hill, and they got severely punished and had to actually suffer for that long rotation. Erangel is the second most played map in the gaming world, first being Dust 2 from CSGO. Very, very interesting fact.
I mean, to be fair, if Erangel is played more than Dust 2, then we have an issue. Like the CSGO community won't be that happy, as Dust 2 has been the classic. This is like the tradition, of FPS back in the days. Whereas PUBG, if you compare the history, it's definitely not as long. But it's good to know that Erangel has climbed up in terms of popularity when it comes to maps and on a different genre. Speaking about that, the one thing that has not changed is friendly runovers, as Lina now tastes the strength of the Jago Army Factory's vehicle.
I guess they're testing tire strengths as well. Like, if I run over a human being, a character in PUBG, please don't do that in real life, of course. Will the tire pop? If you can't pop it with bullets, who knows? Some of these guys might just be Iron Men. And some others, they are just doing Iron Man challenges without those vehicles running across the map. While we do have a little bit of that MK14 inside the crate, which is very, very close by the corners of the hills of school. So I'm pretty sure that this one possibly will be for the taking for some of these teams. While DK Esports hasn't really got themselves kills in the phase 1, which is absolutely normal. My boy. Now bring out that Mini 14. It's going to be landing a little bit of the damage going through.
Not going to do much as of now, but now that you brought up the point of vehicles running over characters in PUBG, I'm surprised that when the vehicle collides into someone, the bumper is just unscratched. Like there's this little damage. PUBG physics probably defies what Einstein, Newton, and the rest of the scientists have established from centuries ago. But good to know that they are trying to keep up in terms of the ragdoll. At least the ragdoll motion is pretty much crips, but Tydarkus does find a bit of a shot, not able to land those though. Next Big Predator again within the crosshair of FFG.
Ketsui using the M16 here. Hasn't been seeing M16 coming in towards the meta for quite a while, but hey, some saying it's kind of like a knockoff Mini 14 in a sense, but Arvin's going in for the spray, doing quite a lot. 50% more health over on passerbys as we are looking at next play Predator. Of course, sometimes it's a hit, sometimes it's a miss, but over to the next play, this time around, they will pull things up, and of course, they will find Aisu down on the ground as well. Make that 2 in a row, coming in from RP as well as PJ. But there's still more trouble lurking up ahead as we are seeing some of these shots coming over as well. But PJCM, he's not going to be putting down his gun just yet.
Yep, next play Predator, they're not having any of this. They've had enough. They're done with being taken out early on. The knockoff gun. Oh, it's good enough as long as the shots land. But DK Esports will also be a bit of a suppression from across the planes as well. Pretty long shot, but Maestro has the 8x scope, so we'll see if DK Esports can pull this out again. They're doing the same 2-man formation. You can see Georgia and Limina sticking together out in the open, whereas Maestro and Fruity will have the compound of those shelters to protect them. You know, Banana Bus does down Namsel, but not able to secure him just yet. Carbon Gaming, they're down to 2 members, and this is going to be a rough run for them, considering that they got that chicken dinner in the previous round.
That's right. Now, smoking it up is a good practice before you actually load up, because over in this corner of the ledge, it's not really the safest place to be at. But next play Predator, of course, having some great pickoffs as we see those very, very unfortunate players actually try to secure this compound, which has already been occupied. Now, Circle leaning more towards the corners of farm, as well as the Medusa intersection has way too many of all these visitors. My boy having a little bit of a flip over, but over the side of Pasha might just be able to actually go in for the spray as he goes in for the attempt, but a very high recall on that barrel of that really is a little bit more ambitious, as Limitless will be actually getting a little bit more taps. And Norman, oh boy, a little bit of a flip over the side of Bakja bicep, and you know, sometimes you just gotta blame your teammates a little bit. Like, could you just be a little bit safer?
Yeah, dangerous driving. I mean, I know it's a virtual war, but come on, like there's prize money on the line. The mass migration, everyone is actually driving into the circle, so these gatekeepers are gonna have a field day, and yeah, he will be the victim of Enzo. Bio is gonna confirm that kill, excuse me, as Arvin will be down. Killer will find Grism as well. All these cars driving into the center of the circle, and we're gonna have some of them punished. Rullet also finds his shot onto Kevlar, but just brings attention over to the remainder of FFG. As you can see, FFG, they're driving straight. They want to ambush us. They're going for the push. They say, you want to fight at us? We're gonna challenge you straight up. As you can see, Ketsui and Kevlar, they're running up the stairs. Rullet will jump up the window. He needs to create a bit of distance. Outnumbered. He's gonna look around the corner, gets the first one on the Ketsui. Ketsui not really expecting that, but explosion is gonna happen. Vehicle blows up, but Rullet still pretty much healthy. You see Kevlar is watching the window, going for a spray. He's preoccupied, and Rullet cooks out the frag grenade. Gonna peek, and he'll go tosses it right in. Kevlar, he has no idea. The frag grenade is gonna go off, and Rullet finds the second one, and he's just popping up right now. Yakuza, they come in to back him up, and Kevlar's gonna lose his life. What a performance from Rullet.
He just had that perfectly, and I don't know. Kevlar should have seen this one coming as well. Rullet, immediately when he sensed the danger, he hopped right down the window and slowly maneuvered his way towards the left side, hearing those footsteps, and he detected and expected it all too well. But now, over the side of Bosco, of course, early on there was absolute chaos, and now it's just pure peace for the side of Bosco, while Aoki, I guess this is the last breath, and only Ty Dark is going to be left for now for FFG.
Oh man, that direct challenge was a disaster, and right now is, well, for FFG, they're gonna struggle considering that they lost 3 guys so early on. But you can see that the middle part of the safe zone is pretty much still empty. DK Esports somehow able to survive those heavy suppressing fire that we saw earlier on. They're covering 3 different routes, so this is pretty high risk considering that they are spreading their manpower thin, but it's also going to reward them if they were able to get the necessary frags in. But it seems like Limitless and Georgie will reconvene with the other two teammates as they will have Ophion Gaming to deal right in front of them. And in fact, I think Georgie is driving right into OG. Might have to make a detour backwards.
Oh my, and yes, he does need to actually get himself hiding behind the backs as we see DK Esports actually giving back a little bit of a trade-off right there. Don trying to actually snipe them off that car, but they could not actually pursue even longer as we see him going in for the reload. Great Alley's going to be pulling off a little bit more of that sort of coverage. Now, back towards the side of Wasted Boys. Seems like Pendragon is having a little bit of distance between Ross XD as well as K-Bytes, but as for OG, the situation has not dissolved as they are still right inside of the shelter bunkers. They haven't really left the shelter all too long as DK Esports has been there from the get-go.
Yep, and Skyco not finding those confirmed shots. Pretty... It's not going to cost him too much. That's not too big of a kill just yet, but you can see that DK Esports, because of how they position themselves, they now have to really go head-to-head against Ophion Gaming. The Yakuza now is going to give DK Esports a piece of the mind as well, with Old Man shooting out the window, taking out the tires. DK Esports, they have to abandon that truck at UAZ and find a way to get past this plane. They will have to brute force their way against Ophion Gaming.
Ophion Gaming defending really well now towards the side of these guys here. It seems like there will be a little bit of restock coming in. And GM, oh my, from downtown, it's Bacha here getting that headshot. CGM will teach 24K a lesson.
And they're able to revive him with that smoke as cover, but attention on to Bahamut Gaming. They have been laying pretty low so far. At the farm area with Bosco Esports right across, we see Skyco being tagged on his vehicle earlier on, but he was able to make it to the rest of his team. And they are now staring right across this farm on the at the strongest team by far in terms of ranking. And Ophion Gaming, they were able to get out of away from the conflict from DK Esports, but they're not really safe yet. And meanwhile, if you use cheat in PUBG, you get spanked by the banhammer for 100 years. I did not know that it's 100 years. That's basically your entire lifetime.
Yes, indeed. I remember some of all these guys who actually cheated. They posted on Reddit and stuff like that. Like, you get banned for 100 years. Like, no joke. Like, imagine if you were like 16 years old or 13 years old. Like, yeah, you hope to live till you're 113. Which...
I mean,
most likely the case. Yeah. I'm not sure if that's even possible, but you know, that might just go through this book of records in that sort of case. But hey, back to the action. We see Ophion Gaming getting some action here.
I mean, it's a gamer thing, right? Instead of saying you're banned forever, they just give you an impossible time limit that you're not going to live through. I think I've seen like a 1,000-year ban as well, but so far, the middle of the safe zone is being occupied by the Yakuza. Shelter and farm is pretty hot right now with DK Esports, Next Week Predator, and Ophion Gaming on the shelter area. GAF, they're also coming in with Carbon Gaming as the gatekeeper on that eastern side. But it seems like Archangel Predator, they are also engaged in a bit of a gunfight with Bosco Esports. Wasted Boys and Next Week Predator on that farm area. So Park Jabaise will start things off by taking out the head of Pendragon.
Speaking of which, K-Bytes is having a fall. I'm not too sure from where. But, you know, the only thing that he's hoping to fall is to fall in love. And while Oddgod's going to be burning down K-Bytes. Oof, that's going to be another explosion coming in the way as we are looking at Nebu there. Getting a headshot over the side of Limitless. Now OGP. So far, Ronin's today has been a little bit more quiet than usual. Well, Friends gets another knock over the side of Sibir.
CJ Wu also out in the open as well. You can see the down from Friends onto Don, and Don Not expecting man can be taken out, but Wasted Boys will be eliminated. The first turns around and takes out center. Oh my goodness. What a man. You gave him the compliment and Fence is like, I'll take it and I'll prove it with my skills. And he's done a couple of these stunts that you would have thought was impossible throughout the entire playoffs, and he's doing this. There was Kaiko almost gets run over by the bumper of the car. Now it's gonna prime out the fragment, tosses in. It's gonna be on guard right in that building, but he's taking fire from the side as well. Dami 42 just gonna interrupt his attempt to take out Bamut Gaming, and Skyco, he will go out with the rest of Bosco Esports.
Well, I gotta say he ran out of luck right there. With the great Addy right now pointing the gun right on top of those hills, hoping to actually catch a glimpse on who's behind that buggy. Well, Cam F1's possibly gonna be not enjoying this as we are looking at another Molly right across the corner. Well, 71 HP over the side of Cam F1. Oh boy, that's gonna be hurting him so much.
Oh man, that was so unfortunate. Has to dodge the molly, has to dodge the shot, and he gets naded right behind. Arvis going for the push. Smoke grenades getting laid out. Arvis knows that there's no one that can help him right now. And KMF1 is probably gonna get gunned now. Flashbang being tossed out. You can see KMF1 trying to crawl using the cover of the smoke. Arvin is still looking for him. And now he's gonna slowly back up. He's gonna find a hit of Nine Holy. He knocks him down. As KSS now needs to bring KMF1 back. Arvin's gonna confirm that first kill. He's gonna look to the right side, but he's not gonna see him. The smoke is just too thick. But Arvin's just gonna back off. But go Army Factory. They don't want to let him get away scot-free, but he will make it out with his life.
They should go in for the revival right now and not really pursue any further. Carbon Gaming having Namsel going up for those taps, and it seems like Namsel will be able to actually secure the kill over on the side of KMF1. And with that being said, Gold Army Factory have to bite the dust as you see OG Recta. Wow, he gets Napo as well as Sayuri in a row as Arvins goes ahead to actually wipe away the rest of Ophion Gaming. So a lot of all these commotion happening in phase number 5, which is now shrinking all the way in. There's two more minutes on the clock as Georgie frags out FTW's Ferns.
Yep, Ferns' reign of terror will be terminated by Georgie, but he had a decent run. Meanwhile, also Italia's not so lucky. FFG Ty Darkus will take him out. Champ now caught out in the wild as FFG still able to secure another the same compound that they were barbecued in that previous round, but this time they were able to make it pay off as Maestro will get headshotted by Bio62. Ajin Boss as well, trying to look for an engagement as the blue zone starts to close right in. Archangel Predator, they move towards the edge of the circle to gatekeep, but Shogun were able to find the kill actually onto Ty Darkus with the cover of the smoke, so there goes SFG, but Hagus again trying to be sneaky. This time it's not gonna work out. Cheesy Kimbap lets him taste some Korean food, and there goes CGM Wolf.
Well, Hagus is running out of gas right there, and he did claim to be the best stick in the world, but not in the eyes of Cheesy Kimbap. Got himself pretty much a good stir fry right there. Dami holding on towards the side. He sees one member of the side of Carbon Gaming running through, but it seems like this is a pretty tight spot right down south as Bahamut Gaming will have to force their way against members of Archangel.
This is pretty worrying for Bahamut Gaming, but meanwhile, for Yakuza, all 6 men left alive. Bahamut Gaming now staring down the barrel of Archangel Predator. OGP is gonna fight Fruity and confirm that, so DK Esports will have their own problems to deal with. But my boy takes a headshot from Champ. Shogun will find the knockdown. Actually, gonna try and confirm it with the spray. Mr. Chan now needs to save his fellow teammate, but my boy is not gonna make it out. Art God will be knocked down by Archangel Predator as well. Killer finds that one, so Bahamut Gaming has to fight on 2 different fronts, and it's down to both Shinruji and Mr. Chan. Can Mr. Chan really frag it out? CJ just tracks him all the way through the smoke. Mr. Chan will be out as well, and it's down to Shinruji to potentially clutch it out of Bahamut Gaming. You can see Killer just spraying into the smoke, looking for those lucky shots, and Shinruji just needs a bit of that cover, but that smoke is going to dissipate pretty soon. He sees RG Boston, he takes him down, he needs to confirm, but he needs to heal up at the same time as well. They're going to go in for the push, and CJ will take out Badman Gaming.
CJ wipes them all clean, and we are now looking at FTW out as well. The two Titans going at it, and AAP definitely have a higher chance of actually taking it all the way. DK only down to one member left, but they are still looking for those kills. Georgie, the sole survivor here, goes in for that one more frag, and they have break 101 point, not the Dalmatians.
Yep, and at the same time, Champ will be eliminated as next week Predator Arbis is the last one left alive, and Georgie's not gonna let him get away. They get knocked out in 7th place. DK Esports now down to Maestro. We talk about him being one of the top fraggers alongside Shinryu G, alongside Mr. Chan and Art God, I believe. So it's his moment to prove himself, but against the entirety of Ronin PUBG as well as Yakuza, who still have all 4 men alive, this is an insanely tough order.
Definitely a very tall order right here. Now, going in towards phase number 6, we are already looking at the circle being very heavily punished. Wait, great spray coming from the side of Killa, taking down Dreams YR. This will be another one right up above from the side of 24K. And yes, indeed, the barrel control is absolutely nuts as we are looking at another frag grenade being pulled out. It does not actually damage MB's members on the side of 24K, but here comes the flank coming from the right, but he will be neutralized as Bio62 takes LJN bots on the ground. One great flash over on the side as well. And as we can see, Killa biting the dust. Archangel Predator made a worthy run at 6th place.
Yeah, Bio62 just have a bit more cover and the advantage of the terrain. So Killer did his best. The nade did connect for almost half of Bio62's health. It didn't matter. Archangel Predator out in 7th place, but the Yakuza Savior, at least for once, he has his entire team with him. And they have the cover of the shelter as well. You can see that Ronin PUBG, all 4 members up, but they need to somehow make it through further into this circle. Yakuza, they've gotten one chicken they've gotten a really good spot before, and now they're looking for a second one. Ronin PUBG, they're gonna drive through with the buggy just to draw attention away, and Oman being forced to reload. Gonna switch for the spray, and OGP take a lot of damage from Maestro, who is behind, and OGP, he might be confirmed. Maestro takes that away, a steal from DK Esports.
DK Esports so cheekily getting one after another, and Maestro, masters of disguise, boy, once again at it. Once again, we see Maestro pulling the trigger. He's fighting like a one-man army against Ronin, as they are forced to actually go in for the revival. Yakuza's actually going to be tapping from a different angle as well. So this is stat saving grace for DK Esports, but Evan though, ooh, this is going to go down in flames as Roulette will take that tire true. And now we're swinging it right into some smoke randomly. Maestro does get Emin. And we are looking at possibly a good one coming in.
Maestro, he is taking out everyone alone as Darby finishes off Bio62. It's a killing spree for him. Emma dies to that blue zone, but now it's Momonji. He finds a headshot, double taps Maestro's head, and DK Esports finally will be taken out in 4th place.
Well, Momonji says that's enough for you, pesky DK Esports. And of course, now making it towards the top 3. This is going to matter a lot for the Ronins as well. And now there's going to be a little bit of trailing of the bullets coming from the SLR. Good tries coming in from the side of Oman. But look at Momonji. He's only down to 4 HP. And look at the amount of utilities that he has. Close to 0 as he is using one of his final few packs of first aid kits that he has available.
Urban Gaming is not the game that they want. And Xavier, he's looking. As if Bofoy picks his head up, he's going to immediately lose it. And the Yakuza, this might be the game. They might go for the second chicken dinner. They smell it. Xavier blows the door wide open. He has the frag. He throws it right in. Bofoy needs to run right out. To start with a flashbang, he runs straight into Xavier. And the Yakuza, they get this chicken dinner.
Well, the Yakuza has finally gotten it. They've came so close before. They were in second place numerous times. And now we do see Roulette, Saver, Dami, as well as Omen finally securing the top spot and surviving till the very end. Congratulations to Yakuza here, and great job for teams like Ronins as well as Carbon Gaming to survive it all the way. Now, DK Esports, of course, we saw some interesting sort of the takedowns coming in from the side of Maestro as well as Georgie, while 24K definitely went in for some really great engagements at the same time. So these are your top fives out of this match itself. So, of course, this leads to only one thing. We are later heading in towards our final game of the evening, or some places around Southeast Asia, it might just be midnight already. Of course, in a certain way, you can say good morning. But of course, once again, we look at Savior as well as Roulette being incredible fragments in this round, and I can't wait to see what's in store for the next one.
May look clean, but is it really
Yeah,
clean
and
enough?
I
Try
think at the
Sunlight
same time as
Anti-Bac
well,
now.
it's also been pretty tough for Bama Game, because this is probably the one game that they have not been able to get a decent placing. They finished off in 10th place, but with their current standing, I think they should be still feeling okay. You know, the fact that the entire day they only had this one bad round. You have to give props. Yakuza will be the third team to get that chicken dinner. In terms of being a Malaysian team to get a chicken dinner, following the footsteps of Go Army Factory and of course 24K Gaming.
Yes, indeed. And now, of course, going in towards the list of the victors of today. Of course, starting off, like you said, Go Army Factory is the first Malaysian team to secure the winner chicken dinner, followed by Bahamut Gaming in match number 2 of Miramar. And of course, 24K Gaming bounced right back at it to secure a game 3. Heading into Erangel, we had Carbon Gaming to actually secure the first game of inside of Erangel before the Yakuza takes this one. So the question now is, who will be the ones to take the final piece of chicken dinner for tonight? And of course, Husky, if you can actually choose one team to actually take that game, it could be one out of that 16. Who would that be?
I guess my money now is probably still on DK Esports for now. It's kind of a tough question, right? You've been rotating between a DK, RKJ Predator, Bama Gaming, 24K, to a certain extent the Yakuza as well. But I still think at the end of the day, if I lay out on the table, it's going to be DK Esports slightly over Archangel Predator. A lot of people might not agree with me, but that's how I see the state of the Grand Finals panning out, at least for now.
Yeah, to say the very least. But hey, all's fair in love and war, and inside of PUBG, it's pretty much the same as well. Whoever gets to outmaneuver everyone in the battlegrounds will be able to walk away with that chicken dinner. So with that being said, I believe that we are going to be heading in for a short break, and when we come back, we'll be bringing you the final game of the evening. So make sure you guys stay tuned to check out who will be the one to take it home all the way.
I'm going to die. With still having the main island having a little bit of control on there, a couple of these guys can make their way through, and himself
getting knocked from. It's really interesting because, yeah, actually, like, the Team Liquid guys, super, super nice dudes. A grenade up to Highwind. Highwind, the hero, but right on top of him.
来看一下这边3名成员不比推进面对 Henry 的架枪，直接打第一支、第二支、第二掉第三支，连串漂亮。
He's gonna have to work his way forward. They're next to each other. He's actually just gone around him. Gaxi Turn around, he's behind you. They have no idea how close they are right now. Gaxi is a centimeter away, and inch by inch they walk forward in unison. Ghoststar just came out of the smoke. He has no idea that Ghoststar is still behind him. Both prone. Ghoststar's in the prone. Oh my god, he might go down.
See Ghoststar, but it's not quite enough. K-Man gets him down. K-Man goes for Fuzz. Fuzz forced to go down. He's going to stick to the spray. He's got no bullets left. Mini falls in. Oh my word!
とそしてリラックスしとり特殊部隊サンシスターを沈めに参ります。ケイデス下手投げグレネード一旦ここが出て当たってるさあドッポロダウン裏回って降りて外側1人目ダウン3人目いけるか3人目ああセーフ取れるか倒した倒した
So many teams now piling up from the south. T-Bone. Oh my word, T-Bone's right next to them. He's going to fly.
The car is gonna be coming right here, and Woody is just waiting, and there we have it.
5시 지역, 서클의 5시 지역에 붙어있는 두 팀인데
위키드가 욕심이 좀 많아요. 봤어요. 인디고 맞고.
네.
Arena, I guess you would call it. Tagged up once, tags up two. Secure this entire side of the circle, finds the third, what a hell! Oversprayed. Dropped over the roof, it's gonna bounce up and over. Somehow no kill confirmed on that one either. They don't know about Iroh's position. They have no idea that there's one inside. That one's gonna bounce up and over and take him down. He's gonna have to hop off the roof. Vard is tagged up. Vard finds one more. Great shooting. Molotov thrown forward now as well. Now they have to back off and run the hell out of here. Iroh finds one, and that's the third kill.
不要慌，当然还是得看后续。哦，这个起来了，被空摘了。
Imaju lijepu poziciju ovdje, Marv radi dosta damage-a, međutim neće on moći ovo vjerojatno priđeti. Kako?
Molotov down as well. Spots one bus face. Takes one to the face, falls down immediately after 20 bullets left. Get the face. Trying to stay alive and don't Molotov yourself. And now he jumps off, catches AIDS, he runs out of healing and he gets him. 2 straight on through. Full wide. I think. Valius. Oopsie doopsie. There's a lot of flashbang. What? How much do you want to ruin his eyes? Stop throwing flashbangs, guys! That's 7 flashbangs. They threw flashing orange. Orange finds one. He's gonna go down and return, but it's one.
하니까 체력이 너무 없다. 바로 내려. 흰치.
숨은 쉬어야죠.
네.
그쵸?
오심은 못 줘도 커피는 주고 싶네요.
케이치!
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be your very final round of the PUBG C Series for day number 2 of the Grand Finals. But not to worry, you guys might have missed out some of all these action. We got the VODs online, so make sure you guys tune in to that if you guys really want to check out who won those chicken dinners and stuff. But of course, we're still here for our very final round to fill you in. It's me as well as Husky here casting the final match of today, and tomorrow we'll be having our last 6 rounds before we crown ourselves the champion of the PUBG C Series Grand Finals here. So Husky, of course, I'm feeling grateful here, and of course, we gotta give thanks to PUBG Corporation, Geek Events, K&K Revolution, as well as Cause and Effect. So, could you update us on the leaderboards that just concluded for match 5?
I mean, there we go. The Yakuza, they are the 3rd Malaysian team to get that chicken dinner today, and also in the playoffs, joining Go Army Factory, N24K Gaming, DK Esports, Ronin PUBG, and Carbon Gaming respectively have 10 points by the end of the previous round, with 24K Gaming following closely behind with 9 points. Arcade Predator not looking too hot with only 7. Next week Predator with 6. FTW Philippines with 5. Opion Gaming still struggling to find their footing as they only got 3 points alongside Champ and Bamboo Gaming, which I think is their worst performance so far. Bosco Esports still kind of at the bottom with 2, FFG KXS with 1, Go Army Factory, CGM Wolf, and Wasted Boys, they go up with no points at all.
Well, of course, it's quite a shame to see the Wasted Boys not really getting themselves all too much out of these 2 days. I definitely want to see them really rise up again, and hopefully, who knows, map number 6 might just be their lucky shot at it, as we will still see 6 more games to be played out for tomorrow. But this is going to be your leaderboards for the overall rankings, as Bahamut Gaming will not be moving all too much, as they still have a 14-point lead against DK Esports. On the 3rd place, we have Archangel Predator still trying to find their way to make a mark, while the Yakuzas are actually making pretty much a leap throughout those rankings here. They are in the top 5, but of course, things might still be shifting across. So, yeah, Husky, from 6 onwards, we see Carbon Gaming here actually rising up the ranks.
Yep, Carbon Gaming just barely catching up, overtaking Champ. Ronin PUBG, they've fallen pretty far behind now with only 55. FTW Philippines and CGM Wolf are almost in the same category, in the same situation that Ronin PUBG is in. 54 points for FTW Philippines and 50 points for CGM Wolf. Next play Predator, they came out guns blazing in the previous round, but that fire was pretty quickly extinguished, so they now settle for 47 in 11th place. Go Army Factory is still struggling to make it into the top 10 as well. So some of these teams still they are still struggling, but like we mentioned, we are at the final round of the day of this 2nd day of the Grand Finals, and there's a middle point is definitely the most important 6 rounds for all these teams, because it really sets the precedence. It really narrows down who has the chance to take that championship title and $10,000 back home tomorrow. And for the teams who are in the bottom 6, they have very minimal opportunity to mess up.
Yeah, of course, there's very little room for error for even the ones that are on the top of the table. And to me, today, the ones that are doing exceptionally well, I gotta give credits to the teams such as Gold Army Factory, because they started off the day strong, and there are a couple of games that they really did put up quite some numbers here. But with this flight coming in from the sort of corners of the southwest of Primas, and towards Stabler, things are looking very fair. But certain teams like Bosco, they don't really get to go to Nova Rep, so they have to find a different alternative coming in towards this map itself.
Looks like KXS just free falling, but no one's gonna spot it. Oh, he disappears. All right, Sayuri falls to his death. Pretty interesting start, but we do get a decent circle smack in the middle, as Didagus will now be the one to pull the trigger first. not connecting the shots that he needs.
Yeah, perhaps he might have run on towards a tree and fell to his knees, and rough landing for some of these guys. But hey, there is still going to be ways for their teammates to still going for revivals, as FTW, of course, won't be having too much of that issue. But hey, they just need a couple more points to actually overtake Ronin in towards the upper half of the bracket, if we must have a look in towards our left. Now, of course, windows being broken. Of course, for Archangel Predator, they just want to smash their record, which they did actually achieve in day number 1, where they had about 17 kills in the very beginning of the grand finals.
And I guess for the problem with Archangel Predator, or I say one of the more obvious issues, is that they will always have this one day where they were absolutely amazing. Not to say that today was underwhelming for them, but the stark difference between day 1 and day 2 is there if you compare, the record and statistics for Archangel Predator. But one amazing day, one amazing run for the entire day, and then they just kind of dip a little bit downwards, but not towards the bottom, and that's how they got overtaken in the.
FTW managed to actually save him in that sort of situation. So I guess they have to play 3 men for the rest of the game. Now Namsel is staring in towards thin air. Won't be able to actually catch over the side of FTW. I guess the reason why they don't really want to go in for those sort of peaks and stuff is due to the fact that there is members of the side of Carbon Gaming. And now running across the shooting range, yeah, this is gonna be really tricky.
No luck for Ferns though. Shooting range is pretty much empty. He is running bare hand. If someone starts shooting at him, he's not going to be able to fight back. Namsel also staring down. Let's see Ferns from way is already way far away, but he needs to get himself a weapon, and it's gonna take a while before that happens. Same with I think FFG KXS as well. They are circling this area, and they're gonna run straight into hostile territory. It's gonna be Opion Gaming, I believe, right in front of them.
Now Sabir slowly going in for those snipes. FFG suffering a hit. Now it's gonna be a little bit of that sort of the trailing bullets of the 7.72. Sabir so far only has that sort of the red dot with the M4 as well, so he can't really use the AR to actually go in for the spray down. And in fact, that was quite a distance, so good attempt. But this is a relatively forgiving circle for phase number 1, where it is pretty unbiased, except for the fact that Yakuza is the only team that is currently in Sonaska, while the rest of them are actually looking at the heels of Pachinki and saying, hey, maybe we could actually chop the spot, while Mad Dog is testing out his Mini 14.
Yeah, this is probably the kindest circle that we've had all day compared to the previous 5 rounds. RNG is just not giving everyone a good time, but see this area of Pochinki. 24K Gaming will make a pit stop in this abandoned chapel, and I would say 24K Gaming, they have been slowly catching back up, and showing that they do deserve the praises that they got for on the first day of the group stage. Even though there's still a little bit of holes to be patched up, but at least you can see the improvement from 24K, especially for Bio62. I think he has been really on top of his game today.
Yes, indeed, and I definitely think that he's one of that player that has always had quite a number of record of KDA in each of these tournaments that he does play. So far, not too different from this one, but I would definitely say that he's seen better days for sure. Now we are looking in towards the bridges to see where or not can Ronin actually stalk on towards that prey and perhaps secure a couple of all these pointers coming in.
Yeah, and with the care package AWM, this is a pretty juicy one. However, it's pretty far in the wild, and I don't think any teams is gonna go for it just yet. Probably Bosco Esports or Carbon Gaming might want to consider making that detour, but considering where it landed, it's pretty much a no-go for most of these squads as they're already congregating in the middle, and this is only phase 1. Bio62 is going to start opening up some shots.
Bio62. Now, having that 8 times, so he can definitely pull the trigger happily and perhaps land a couple of all these sort of bullets through. Now, over on towards this peak here. It's going to be Ronin still looking by, not really having the best of angles against Yakuza, but they do know that they are out there, so they've already set up shop. So let's see whether or not can the Yakuza survive after this.
Hey, Yakuza have to cross that bridge, and Ronin PUBG, they are making this. This is a very aggressive stance. They are basically on Baywatch, trying to scout out where the Yakuza are. Meanwhile, CGM Wolf will be staring across the street onto the FFG. CJ is going to be going a bit of taps as well. It just land on the vehicle as that four-wheeler is definitely going to be severely damaged, but not enough to go off with a bang. CJ would be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, CJ, one of the best offensive tactical players out there, hailing from the Philippines, and he has been on the run since the early days of PUBG, representing the Philippines in multiple occasions in the C Series as well as the previous C Championships across Southeast Asia. So, of course, as for Archangel Predator, they have definitely had a couple of podium finishes. Now they are in the top 3, still chasing it for that top 1 position, of course. So as for Ronins, they are with 55 points, so 11 more points for them to actually catch up against champs.
Now FFG will finally catch a bit of heat from CGM Wolf, but Kevlar will be the first one to be down by Pocoyo. Thai Darkers trying to get some return fire back, but CGM Wolf are better protected in terms of shelter, as Pendragon will be eliminated by Dawn off screen. This standoff is going to be a long one between both CGM Wolf and FFG. Dawn will help himself towards the leftovers that he earned. But you can see across this terrain, which is pretty much deep inside the safe zone, these two teams should be staying there for a long time. But far away, Nebu, you can hear the roar of his engine. That's the rest of FTW as he makes a detour, making sure that they don't pass by this hot zone.
Now, speaking of hot zones here, some areas are colder than the others. As we see, pretty much a couple of wheels being displayed by the edge of the hill. I guess they just need to get a little bit of breather here. Ever since everyone's cooked up in their own homes during this entirety of the period with COVID-19, make sure you guys actually keep yourselves safe and sheltered, and try not to actually go out as much. If you guys need to, put on that mask. Get your hands sanitized most of the time. And of course, keep your health in check, as always.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty important moment. I think, at least for Malaysia right now, things are getting slightly better. But Mamonji, though, ooh, gets a flip from the car. This is going to be a free kill. He needs to reload and then switch to and the second weapon that he has, Yakuza. They're getting caught out. This is not a good spot for them to be in. And Momonji, he smells blood. He's like, I'm coming for you, my friend. I tipped your car. We're gonna throw in some frags. Momonji wraps around the smoke, trying to look for this stray member of Yakuza. He's gonna find it. Not enough though. The damage isn't there. Isn't completed just yet. Ruler somehow still alive. They do lose OGP to Old Man Yakuza. They are fighting back. They are ruthless. Shitakima is also down as well. Momonji, he peeks over, but he's not gonna find a kill though. You can hear the utilities being thrown out as Ruler, he wants to stand his ground. We talk about this man. He's pretty deadly. To toss out the frag grenade. Ruler does finally take down Momonji. No, he will be down by Momonji instead. But Old Man will down Momonji in return, and Shitakima bleeds out. And Yakuza, it's their turn to turn on Ronin PUBG. And Emmam says, I'm out of there. I don't want to fight this. Dami will be able to bring Roulette back up.
Roulette definitely has been pulling quite a number of sick clutches, and this time around, it's Old Man to actually get that sort of the second turn point for the side of Yakuza. To me, I was really surprised that Roulette, he got his car tip over with those bullets raining upon him, and yet again, he actually turns it around. Cheesy came out getting knocked as well, and now we're looking at the side of Pukoya, removing Pakchap Bicep from play. Now, over the side of Kitsui, he's looking upon the high grounds there and hoping to actually catch something. And from the side of Archangel Predator, CJ18 has revived his teammates 8 times in the... It's the highest overall in the Grand Final. So not only is he fragging so much, he's actually playing such a supportive role in Archangel Predator.
Yeah, and you see, all he had to do was hold a damn trade. CJ revived his teammates 8 times, which was the highest overall in this Grand Final. Yep, CJ. He frags, he revives, he drives, he carries. He's the one-man army for Archangel Predator. That is for certain. That is for sure. It's an undeniable fact.
Everybody needs a CJ18 in their own team in that sort of a sense. So if you get 4 CJ18s in one team, you know you're lifting championship trophies for sure. And Banana Bus gets that alcohol for the one heat with 24k actually trip-parting that one. Very unfortunate for the side of Next Wave Predator, still ending with 0 kills.
Yeah, then, well, maybe hope the spark didn't die out from round number 5 because they did came out swinging. M0 also looking for his own shots, but meanwhile, Yakuza, they avoided one fight. Yeah, might be in for another. You can see Go Army Factory open up onto Yakuza, but they were able to traverse the terrain with this UAZ and that what do you call it? The buggy? Yes, the buggy. I kept thinking bugger. I was like, that's not the right term. But Go Army Factory managing to squeeze right through Yakuza. But they're following Go Army Factory. Look at this drive-by.
Oh no.
Go Army Factory forced out of the car and then run over. And it gets into the second time. Oh my goodness, Yakuza. This is not how you want to get go out. Oh man.
Such a disaster right there. Like you just saw all these members of Yakuza just run by the wall, but same goes towards the other corner of Go Army Factory as well. Like we just saw a cluster mess going on towards that corner, and oh boy, Yakuza, they had a stellar run to actually take out some of these guys early on, but now it's sad to see them go like that.
Yeah, Go Army Factory told Yakuza came to the wrong hood, my friends, and well, they wanted to run over at least one guy, but he managed to avoid that by going into that shack right in time. And Yakuza, the bloodlust didn't pay off. They were running and gunning as this was like a hood war, but they eventually lost out. They got punished by their own decisions.
Yes, indeed, and now we're looking towards the angles of Champ as well as Archangel Predator. Mr. Does It All, CJ18, fully boosted up with 40 bullets in the chamber. Now Mad Dog's going to be opening a lot of smokes here, trying to actually blind off that Soul member inside of the smoke right there for Champ. Well, still on the lookout, hoping to actually finish off that catch. He gets a little bit of glimmer, but not entirely getting those finishing touches correctly. Hey, they're sharing it, the sides with each other, but Mad Dog, somehow he survives. He goes proning, and somehow he is still standing, and there he goes. He is now down on the ground.
Oh man, he shows up from behind and he gets gunned down, but remember, Archangel Predator, they had that secret weapon and it's called CJ18. They're looking for El Satanas as well. Archangel Predator, they're still not out just yet. El Satanas will be finished off. Elgin Boss will confirm that. CJ just down him as Zaya High tries to fight CJ, but you don't fight CJ. No one fights CJ, and Elgin Boss will confirm the kill onto Shogun as well. I think Champs, they have bitten off more than they can chew, and Archangel Predator will make sure that that is known.
Mad Dog, though, well, he almost actually got it off right there. But he was way too fixated on towards two different angles. But whoopsie. Here comes a big grenade coming in from the side of Bahamut Gaming. Arcot did land that one towards the side of KCS. Not enough time to actually go in for the rubble. Oh my goodness, second nade coming through. That connects towards the side of 9 Holy. And JF down to 2 men for the time being. Can they actually save their fallen allies? It will be having a look to see whether or not can Wolf Alina do something about this.
Oh man, GAF just getting showered by grenades as Gargoyle will take out KCS as well. It is the one last member from GAF to go up against the 3 members. Shinryu G will nail 9 Holy with the frag just to start things off. Is it gonna find the last member? The damage isn't enough though. Argyle gets finished off by KMF1. Shinryu G should be able to nail the hit, and he will. He finds KMF1 and Go Army Factory. They bow out in 15.
Bahamut Gaming, such a clinical finish right there. But they made a lot of great bangs. And speaking of a bang, kill, bang, bang. So far, a total of 628 kills has been registered overall in this Grand Finals over course of 11 maps. So, of course, that's added into it as well. Bahamut Gaming, sharp as always. As we are looking in towards the other open territories of possibly Gatka. There is a whole lot of holes right down below. As we see, Don is just hiding by the corners of the balcony. Well, we see the member of Yakuza is just running around, and yep, that's the right angle to check for that.
Yep, found him. Archangel Predator, they do lose Killer. But with as long as CJ is alive, Archangel Predator will have a chance, and Mad Dog will find the 4th. It's going to be onto Numcell. 34K Gaming still hiding in this particular area. Carbon Gaming getting absolutely ambushed, and look at who's there. It's going to be Archangel Predator once more. CJ and Mad Dog running forward. Isu will go down straight away as the rest of Carbon Gaming gets set alight. Aljin Bosch will check the corner pretty soon. It's gonna fight the next one onto Isu. The rest of CG, they are just absolutely demolished. But Bio62 is gonna fight Mad Dog. CJ finished off the rest of Carbon Gaming first before turning to deal with the pressure from 24K Gaming.
Well, it's very interesting to see some of these guys playing by the corners of the drainage, while Roulette is now the sole surviving member of Yakuza's. LJ and Bots getting pummeled through as before it goes in for the random spray down that actually connects perfectly on the dot. Now circle into its Pachinki. This is a semi-urban warfare once again as we are looking at K-Bytes here taking down Bahamut Gaming members, and unfortunately they have to go while CJ18 has already got themselves 3 frags in the taking as Carbon Gaming will be the next team to fall.
Yep, and guess what? CJ, the one-man army, you can't count out AAP just yet. Bahamut Gaming though, they have been wiped out unfortunately. So it's going to be a great chance for teams like Archangel Predator and DK Esports to catch back up eventually. The Yakuza as well, only ruler left alive. The one man that clutches in very dire situations, but he's gonna take fire from Edzo and he has to run the other way. Meanwhile, CJ is also running on the other side as well. As
what are they doing?
Alright, having fun. What is this? Swat the fly.
Is that a map? Oh yeah. You talked about mosquitoes early on, and now we're looking at some backflips going over. The party started from the side of FFG. Wikipedia about the Yakuzas. It's a powerful Japanese criminal organization. Meanwhile, it's Friends Forever Gaming's just having a dance off. Well, if you could choose to be a Yakuza or if you could choose to be FFG, I'll take FFG any day. But party might just be over here against some of these members right down below for Bosco. Bites the dust, and they were choked out inside of the smoke.
Yeah, and there's nothing much that Bosco Esports can do, so OG will swoop in for that. Down to the last 9 teams in this 5th phase. We're closing in 10 more seconds until the 6th phase commences. So you can see CJ, he is super near the 2 hostile squads. And he knows that. He sees DK is being really patient. Edmund is still there. CJ, he sees Georgie isolated. Georgie's gonna turn around, but CJ finds his head. He's gonna turn around and it's still Edmund away from wow. 2 confirmed kills for CJ. And DK Esports now they have a challenge on their hands. It is Archangel Predator. CJ is not done yet. He's gonna make a rotation.
What a monster, CJ! That is illegal. Like, you can't just do that to some of all these players here. We see DK Esports just unwillingly let go of one of their members there. They're too far apart, of course. And with that being said, we saw they were actually peeking at the same guy that's outside the zone, but of course, CJ is just a predator on the loose. And now, over the side of Dreams YR, he knows that there's some of all these players across the wheat fields as they struggle to the haystacks. CJ18 now, losing a little bit of that helmet health, but hey, he's still doing pretty much fine, and he's so confident with his barrel in his hand.
Yeah, CJ racking up the total kills of Archangel Predator to 8 kills. 2 more until they break the double-digit threshold. As DK Esports now is going to make a huge rotation themselves, facing off against an next Predator. And you can see CJ, he's making his way uphill. He's like, unlike other teams, he's not going to, hide behind. As finally Maestro finds the right target with his car. It's going to be Banana Bus as he confirms that. Kevlar also finished off by Bio62 and FFG caught in the middle of the field, and Fruity, well, he's gonna smoke his own compound, but able to get the second one out. DK Esports is going to try to pick cover, but Arvis finds the nade in. It's onto Limitless, and immediately Fruity wants to revive his buddy, but they need to be sure there's no second frag, and it seems like there's gonna be none.
And as for FFG, they were dancing for a while, but not any longer, as they are right in the center of the wheat fields that we talked about. Arvin's now knowing that they are sharing some spot here with an enemy that is just looking up ahead. DK is just holding on for now, and how long can they keep up though?
I think DK, they might need to make a run for it. It's only Maestro right now. Pretty much alone. Next play Predator, they've completely have been isolated. And look at who's possibly joining the party is CJ. CJ is out in the wild for now. He's gonna buy time, but the circle is not favoring him, so he has to make a move again. As Bio62 will find a headshot onto Seba. Seba is behind the car. You do have other the members of FFG nearby as well. Darkus is the one getting down, but Limitless will finish off Darkus as Bio62 fights Aoki. A joint effort to take out FFG. And a bit of fun fact as well, Pendragon is carrying his team with 12 kills, while the other members are sitting with only 1, 2, and 3. This is Pendragon really showing off for Wasted Boys, and they are still in this final round.
Yes, indeed. And I gotta say, Pendragon has really been popping off throughout these past 2 days. Or currently it's day number 2, of course. So far, it's quite amusing to see like the rest of the members didn't really contribute too much in terms of points. So as long as they keep Pendragon alive, it's kind of like a certain way of training the dragon to get yourself that chicken dinner.
How to train your dragon.
Yeah. We really gotta find out from some of these guys for sure. But as for PJ, making sure that he takes double weapons of the 7.62 category, as we are looking at Arvin's there, pummeled by bullets from multiple angles, as Rudy will be able to actually knock him off his vehicle. And of course, kill secured coming in. FTW Philippines still has quite a staggering amount of points being stashed up in between 2 of these days, but hey, Nebu here trying to actually clutch it off against the side of WB. Now Ross XD is down, but Ezo here is trying to finish him off to no avail.
And Nebu also trying to possibly steal a bit of kills away as well. He's gonna start and push in. K-Byte is trying to revive Ross XD. At least 5 more seconds until Ross XD gets pushed back up. Nebu goes for a random spray through the smoke, not gonna find a target. Meanwhile, CJ down-snarps him. This man is an absolute monster, but Nebu also tries to become one himself. RP actually gets stolen away by Limitless. Nebu is shooting right in between. He's not landing the shot, but he's not going to keep up just yet. Tries to go for another attempt, but he gives away his position. Now he might need to back off. Goes for another reload of that mag. He goes for just the smoke once more. Not going to find anyone. K-Byte is now ready to return with Nebu. He actually lands a tag onto K-Byte, but the damage is still not enough. K-Byte's barely surviving, but Ross actually will be taken out by Nebu in return. As the patience did pay off, the persistence pay off. But boy, oh boy, you don't really mess this one for real. Yep, CJ or Kyle Johnson doesn't matter. He could be Chuck Norris for Arcade Predator. But Nebu is still hunting for K-Byte. K-Byte, he sees him. He sees the pixel. He lands the headshot. K-Byte pops back up. Wants to take down Nebu. Nebu now goes for the run. But meanwhile, 24K will lose the entire team to DK Esports as they landed 10 kills. But CJ, running a PJCM, he's looking the wrong way. CJ, does he know this?
Now, it's going to be next play Predator here, in for a little bit of surprise engagement against CJ though. A couple of all these certainly smokes as well as nades being primed right in towards those window panes, but let's see. PJCM is getting closer and closer. Could he actually go in for perhaps a pan? I'm not sure if they're in the same room, but oh my, it's going to be CJ here going in for that sort of takedown. Again, he actually gets one, but now he's getting in flames. He cannot actually kill himself. Unfortunately, he takes himself out. And now nobody gets to touch him. Only he can actually get himself off the game.
And PJCM, this guy, he survived the entire ordeal, and he's trying to wipe out DK Esports. No, DK Esports will be the one to take him out, but severe damage dealt by both CJ and PJCM onto DK Esports. They are now down to one last man. 24K Gaming with 3 left alive, and an FTW with 2 alive. And 24K Bio62, it's his birthday today. Happy birthday! And he, I think, still in the running as well. The best gift that they can give him right now is that chicken dinner. And we'll see if 24K can make that happen.
Of course, well, I'll definitely wish him a happy birthday right after this game is over. Well, Fertz, now, of course, priming a little bit more smokes. Trying to actually set a little bit of cover up, moving the UAZ alongside with it so that they can have a moving cover for the time being. Bio62 right now trying to actually show where exactly are the rest of the members of FTW. Here comes the spray now coming from the UAG, actually getting a little glimpse and gets that headshot over the side of Nebu as DK Esports now goes in for a second place. And like you said, 24K might just actually deliver a chicken dinner for the likes of Bio62 to perhaps celebrate his birthday right here, but of course it's too soon to tell. There's still 2 more members of the side of FTW here to actually fend them off.
This is a clinical moment. 24K, they have to move a bit forward, and FTW, even though they have a cover right now, this is going to be an open field fight. So 24K, they have the leverage of the haystack, they have the leverage of those UAZs. You can see both members of FTW, they know that they don't have much time to work with. They have to come right out into the open. Ezzo's going to see the hit of one. Tries to go for the spray down. Not going to be able to confirm the kill just yet, but FTW need to continue running with the cover of their smoke grenade. They need to run under the cover of that, and Ezzo will make a quick rotation. Bio62 will find Nebu, and he's up to one last member of FTW. First, he needs to try and bring this back. The blue zone is closing in. First, playing really carefully. He sees Ezzo. He's going to down him, but Ezzo will finish him off. And happy birthday, Bio62. 24K Gaming, they lock in the second chicken dinner of the night.
Happy birthday once again, Bio62, and this is a beautiful delivery. And the birthday boy is actually the top fragger of the final match of the day. And now 24K is setting their mark, and they are looking to dominate. And with this game itself, this means that they've got yet again another chicken dinner to stack upon what they've already have so much points of being accumulated in the span of these 2 days. So I really want to see how do they fare by, of course, the end of the calculation by tonight. Of course, for the rest of the guys like FTW as well as DK, great run, and Limitless, just 1 kill shy as compared to Bio62. It's like, maybe he's like, okay, I'm not supposed to trespass the limits here. although he's called Limitless. And of course, once again, happy birthday to Bio62.
Yeah, and right on the 12 a.m. dot. Bio62 turned
So
Bio63, I guess.
Maybe
Maybe
so.
maybe so. We'll find
Perhaps
out.
they have to change their team name as well. Maybe it might be 25K or Bio63 as the production team did. Take a guess. So far, I think that today has been absolutely great to cast for both of us. I'm pretty sure you agree with that, Husky.
Oh, I totally enjoyed today. I think this is definitely worthy of the grand finals. Yesterday, it was Champ that got 2 chicken dinners. Today, it could have gone any better for 24K Gaming. The stars aligned. They celebrated Bio62's birthday right on the 12 a.m. dot with the chicken dinner, with him as the top fragger. Production behind the scenes, they are going nuts. They were wishing that this would happen, and guess what? We got it on clip, so this will go down in history. But this is the overall result for today. 3 rounds on Miramar, 3 rounds on Erangel. Go Army Factory taking the first one, Bahama Gaming the second round on Miramar. 24K, they get the final round on Miramar, followed by Carbon Gaming to start things off on Erangel, alongside Yakuza, and 24K again closing out the day with the perfect style to celebrate Bio62's birthday.
That's right, and this is the second team to actually hit that double chicken dinner in a day itself, and of course, Bio definitely have a little bit more things to actually look forward to, and who knows, they are in the running to actually claim the top spot if they can just maybe have some great runs tomorrow with even more wins. 24K Gaming
having so much
is
fun.
actually in the running. Yeah, and I definitely love our production team for the PUBG
Oh, man.
series grand finals, and of course, not only a big shout out to them, big shout out to PUBG Corporations, Geek Events, KNK Revolution, as well as Cause Effect for making the entirety of the day happen. Tomorrow is where everyone's going to put the pedal to the metal to perhaps get their hands on towards the top spot, or maybe the money on the line as well. And who knows who exactly will it be to be able to actually take it all the way. Make sure you guys will put the comments down below, and if you guys do like our cast so far, my social media, you can follow me on at ContraCast on Facebook. And as for Husky, you can definitely do a little bit of shout out for your own page if you can. Self promotion.
At HuskyCast on Facebook, you can definitely find me there. There's only one of a kind. Just remember that my favorite dog breed is Husky, and you will be able to find me. But with that being said, I think tomorrow is the truly penultimate day, the final lap where the teams now they really fight for that $10,000 US dollars and the covenant title of calling themselves the best in Southeast Asia. Today has been an absolute wonderful day. That's the end of all 6 rounds. We're going to take a short commercial break because it's not the end just yet. We still have the results to tally up and show you guys after this. So go to the washroom and do not throw away your popcorns because we will reveal to you guys the results by the end of day 2 after this break.
Hi, this is Annie of Weekly PCS. With the grand finals of PCS Europe Charity Showdown held last week, the PCS Charity Showdown has come to an end. First, let's see which team became the champion in Europe. After 18 matches of grand finals, Northern Lights won the PCS Europe Charity Showdown. Northern Lights performed well from partner events and PGS qualifiers in early 2020, and they also ranked 5th in the group stage of PCS Europe Charity Showdown. They could take 4 chicken dinners out of 18 matches, showing their strength in the grand finals. They gained remarkable kill points as well as high placement points so that they could end up first with 39 point gaps from the second place. Tornado Energy, who finished second, is a team that has been playing in the PUBG esports scene since 2018. They barely made it to the grand finals by placing the 15th in the group stage, but they could recover their performance in the grand finals. Navi placed second with only 7 points away from Northern Lights until the second day, but they failed to pull up their scores further enough on the last day and finished third from the PCS Europe Charity Showdown. PCS Charity Showdown across from all regions have finished, and I would like to introduce our champions. Congratulations to all! PCS Charity Showdown is over, but don't be sad. Now we're on our way to PCS 1. PCS 1 qualifiers and regional leagues are underway from the global. Let's take a look at the participating teams, schedules, and more of each region. In Europe, 24 teams will participate in the group stage, and only 16 teams will advance to PCS 1. First, total of 12 teams already secured their tickets for PCS 1 group stage. And remaining 12 tickets for group stage will be decided by regional qualifiers from Europe West, Europe East, and MEA region. Find out which teams will advance to PCS 1. Let's take a look at the Asia region. Many teams have already secured their tickets to PCS 1. In Asia, 16 teams will participate in PCS 1, including 6 teams each from China and Korea, 2 teams each from Japan and Chinese Taipei. China has granted PCS 1 seats to the top 6 teams in the PCL spring season, so the same 6 teams from PCS Charity Showdown will participate in PCS 1. In Korea, Team Quadro, Genji, and Element Mystic, who placed top 3 among Korean teams in PCS Charity Showdown, will advance to PCS 1. Korea qualifiers are underway to decide the remaining 3 teams, so you can check finalists from the Korea final qualifiers. Top 2 teams from PJS Season 5 Phase 2 will be representing Japan, and the top 2 teams from the PML 2020 Spring will be representing Chinese Taipei in PCS 1. In APAC, all 16 teams will be decided by regional leagues or qualifiers. 5 teams will be selected through the PUBG Thailand series, 5 teams through the PUBG Vietnam series, 2 teams through the PUBG Indonesia series, and 1 team through the PUBG C series. In Oceania, 3 teams will be decided through the Oceania qualifiers. There's a slight change in seats compared to PCS Charity Showdown. Vietnam secures 5 seats, and Indonesia gets 1 extra seat. Let's see if teams who've participated in PCS Charity Showdown could advance to PCS 1 as well. In North America, all 16 teams will be decided by regional qualifiers. 24 teams will participate in PCS 1 North America qualifiers group stages. 16 teams from PCS Charity Showdown and 8 teams who couldn't make it for PCS Charity Showdown in the qualifier last time will be participating in PCS 1 qualifiers. The best 16 teams will advance to PCS 1. The group stage is now underway, so don't miss it. Here's a schedule for PCS 1. PCS 1 will be held for 2 weeks, starting from June 25th. We have plenty of events on Thursdays through Sundays, and it is a perfect time to stay home and watch PUBG Esports. For more information, check out PUBGesports.com and regional channels. One more thing, Pick'em Challenge is back in PCS 1. Look at these gorgeous items. You don't want to miss having a chance to get them. Esports tab and Pick'em Challenge will be opened on June 17th in live server. More information will be announced soon, so please stay tuned for our official channels. I'll be back with next weekly PCS for PCS 1. Until then, bye!
Thank you so much for still being here in the PUBG C Series Grand Finals live stream. My name is Aaron Contra Chen, as well as Brian Husky here joining with me. Pleasure to be casting with you here. Of course, we are currently in our humble abode. After a long day, my hair is all in a mess, and of course, Husky is still looking pretty sharp so far. So we've already covered 12 matches throughout the entirety of 2 days. Tomorrow's gonna be the very final one, and of course, we wished a happy birthday to Bio62 much earlier on. Seems like Shinruji is also having his birthday today, so shout out to you, Shinruji of the Hammett Gaming, and of course, big shout out to PUBG Corporation, Geek Events, K&K Resolution, as well as Cost and Effect. And production team has been very, very lit, and of course, lots of love to you guys out there. So far, so good. And of course, Husky, whew, what a day it was. And it's time for us to actually wrap things up.
Yeah, the power of the birthday boy. But let's take a look at the result from that final round. 24K Gaming, impressive 12K and 22 points. DK Esports as well. A slight dip in the middle, throughout the middle of the evening, but they managed to pick themselves back up with also 12 kills, netting themselves that juicy 17 points. Archangel Predator, off the back of CJ alone, was able to pull themselves up to a total of 9 points, followed by FTW Philippines with 8. Ophion Gaming finally making it into the front page with 7 points. Wasted Boys with 5. Go Army Factory, Bahamut Gaming, and the Yakuza only getting themselves 4 points. Next Play Predator with 3. Carbon Gaming with 2. Champ, CJ Wolf, FFG KXS, and Bosco Esport each getting that 1 point. And unfortunately, only Ronin PUBG bow out without getting anything.
And of course, you guys have been eagerly waiting for those results for our entirety of the evening. And if you guys didn't miss out any of these matches, and you guys want to check your favorite teams that won, you can check out the VODs right after this. As Gold Army Factory got the very first win for Miramar, and it's the very first for Malaysia as well, and followed by 24K Gaming much later on. But Bahamut managed to also win one back in Miramar for Shinruji. So once again, happy birthday to him. And also Bio62, who celebrate a double chicken dinner for today. So not too shabby after all. Carbon Gaming as well as the Yakuza managed to actually win it inside of Arangel. So of course, with that being said, that wraps up the total of winners for today. But what we're going to be looking at is going to be the updated scoreboards of the total leaderboard. And with that double chicken dinner, 24K Gaming is now 109 points, already shattering those records here. And now they are trying to challenge it all the way to face off against DK Esports as well as Bahamut Gaming. That is just 1 point apart from each other at 124 as well as 123 each.
Yeah, and Archangel Predator bumped down slightly out of the top 3. They are now in 4th place with 101 points. Only 4 teams right now with 3-digit total points. The Yakuza still doing pretty impressive with 87 points in 5th place. Carbon Gaming in 6th with 69. Champ with 67. And FTW Philippines with 62 points. That is your top 8, the first page of the total leaderboard. Meanwhile, Ronin PUBG, they finally got pushed to the second page of this leaderboard with only 55 points in 9th place. CJ Move also being bumped down to 10th with 51. Next to Predator with 50. Go Army Factory still struggling with that 48 points. FFG with 44. Ophion Gaming, lowest that they've been so far with only 38 points in 14th place. Wasted Boys and Bosco Esport will top off the bottom 2 with 26 points and 18 points respectively.
And now, of course, things are looking pretty dim for those that are currently sitting from 14 to 16. But we still did see some great games coming from them as well. And tomorrow, their duty is to cause a steer as well as an upset to the top dogs as well, even if they may or may not make it all the way through to secure their spot towards the next stages. But hey, we're still having more games tomorrow, so make sure you guys tune right in. And if you guys are looking in for those sort of the schedules for tomorrow, we'll still be playing in 3 matches of Arangel to be heading in towards Miramar for the later parts of day 3 before we crown our champion of the PUBG C Series Grand Finals here. Now, of course, giving another big shout out to PUBG Corporation for making everything possible, and of course, Geek Events, KK Revolution, as well as Cause and Effect for having us here. So, Husky, it's definitely a pleasure to be casting alongside with you. So maybe you can, of course, share your thoughts and tell us what to expect for tomorrow.
I mean, we've finally reached the final lap. I cannot believe that I've spent the entire week casting PUBG and witnessing all this action. It feels too surreal that we have to close this chapter tomorrow, which will, by the way, will be the final 6 rounds, 3 rounds of Erangel, 3 rounds of Miramar, and we will finally crown our grand champions of Southeast Asia, who will walk away with that $10,000. And of course, for you guys who are wondering when would the stream start tomorrow, it's the same time, Singapore time at 7 p.m. GMT +8, however you view it. So expectations are going to be high. There are some teams that definitely won't have a chance to get that first place, unfortunately, but this is what makes it interesting, because they're going to be the chaos maker and to mess up the chances of the teams who might or might not get the title of the king. So we'll just have to see what happens tomorrow. And with that being said, I think it's time to call it a night. We'll bid you guys good night and farewell, and we'll leave you guys with the highlights of today. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
you take me home and give me wings to fly? We can be alone in the castle in the sky. We can run away and leave this world behind. Please just take me home to a castle in the sky. Castle in the sky. Won't you take me
I can wait another minute. I can wait another second to be with you for an eternity. I feel like I am in a daydream. Every moment that I spend with you, with you.
Won't you take me home and give me wings to fly? We can be alone in the castle in the sky. We can run away and leave this world behind. Please just take me home to a castle in the sky. Castle in the sky. Won't you take me So why is it so hard to let you go? Let you go. So why is it so hard to let you go? Let you go. So why is it so hard to let you go?